gi achiel kachiel od bura mar Senet kaluwore gi bedo ni bende pod wamanyo Chris Owino kapo ni wanyalo yude nikech entiere laro mar Senet kanyo onyalo nyisowa ni to weche chal nade. Mak mana ni gima timore en ni chenro mar twak mar thich oko Rigathi Gachagua mano winjore be ni dhi nyime od bura mar Senet sani ong'ikore bang' Rigathi Gachagua rem chopo e nyim od bura mar Senet. Odiochieng' manyoro nyochopo nyoda dhoge kendo nodwuon nodhi wacho madhoge e od bura mar Senet, nodhi chung' kosiro chung' mare en owuon. Kata kamano e seche mano onego be ni koro mano timore to ripot ochopo ni Rigathi Gachagua tuo ma koro ne en jal modonjne ma kotuo to kamoro nok nyal yale ko onge nikech chik bende yiene ng'ato ni mondo winj bura kendo mondo wach ni kato nokodhi maber kato nokodhi maber. Koro ng'ikruok manitiere en ni jalupa jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ok ochopo e nyim Senet odhiambo ma kawuono kaka nigeno ma Amazon Kingi ma en spika mar Senet biro keto ji e ler e wi gino ma koro biro timore e seche mabiro goeko ani mar koromo sa 11 wabiro ng'eyo gino ma Senet oseng'ado e wi dwaro mar dhi nyime gi twak mar thich oko Rigathi Gachagua. Par ni ma odiochieng' mano onego bed ni wang'i lute ombulu bang'e no kano osetiek duto te mane dhi mbele. Ka ok kamano nyakwa Ramogi mane motimore kapo ni yawo Ramogi TV e sechegi en ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua orem chopo e nyim od buch Senet kama nowinjore chenro mar twak mar thiche oko. Erokamano, wanyalo tudore gi Dr. Eric Komolo e yor simo. Daktari, machiegni kaluwore gi mago ma osetimore sani ni ochwal mbele twak matin kaluwore gi deko kaponi ang'o manyalo timore kaponi Rigathi Gachagua ok obiro machiegni daktari?
Erokamano ahinya Milton. Gima dhi timore ni wach impeachment niendi nyaka rum nikech katiba wacho ni kosechopo e Senate nyaka tiek bang' ndalo 10 nyaka rum. Koro spika nyaka amua ni gidhi mbele kata gichunge, to ka gichunge ndalo 10 korumo to matiende wach impeachment niendi be koro chalo gima otho kamano. To ka ok gichunge to ginyalo wacho ni ane gisenwang'o statement mar Gachagua gik mane ondiko kane ni mage dhigo mbele. Lakini koro mano bro miyo kopo ni Gachagua odhi e doho tipenjruok to bende en fair process nikech Gachagua owuon nonego bed ni wuoyo kuom seche 2 to koro onge to chalo gimoonge ni ok odwar ni utuo matiende ni ok ni ok odwa biro tuo e momake tuo ne to koro ok wang'eyo sama wuoyo kodi ni lakini ko ng'ato kowacho ni tuo to tek mondo equation nikech tuo en dend ng'ato.
Okay, to e kinde mokalo kata seche moko ka paro mar chik oter kate od bura to iyudo ni samoro koro chwale okang' mogik ma president onego bed ni kete koke. Iwacho ni kotieko ndalo ma kama kapok okete koke to gino lokore chik. Mae to biro bedo nade kapo ni otieko ndalogo duto te miwachogi ma Rigathi Gachagua ok obiro. Ok nyal wacha ni koro Senet ong'ado nothiche oko koso nitie kaka onego bed ni en gi ratiro mare kanyo.
Senet nyalo ng'ado ni ithiche oko kata nyalo we ng'ado. Koro shida en mar Senet lakini ka Senet odhi otimo go kura mokalo resolutions to bende biro mana jowacho nogole. Koro ng'ene man to koro en koro nyalo madhi e koro. Gima kik timre ni Senet kiko yie Senet go kura kata Senet go kura to wach ni ruma.
Kapo ni gigo kura kawuono to wach no rumo kamano.
Orumo kamano nikech katiba wuon wacho ni gini nyaka rum bang' ndalo 10 pa ndalo 10 rumo kawuono gotieno.
To mano nyiso ni samoro kapo ni ok obiro magigo kura ko onge to en gi ranyisi adier ni notuo ne en e osiptal. Kapo no dhi e doho to wacho ni yawa na oro okil mara monyisogi ni an e osiptal atuo to kata kobedo ni ndalo 10 ne rumo na tuo kendo golo evidence ni notuo ni thiedhe, ang'o manyalo timore?
katiba en katiba jo Milton, katiba wacho ndalo par. Koro mano nyama tiyo gi fwano no mondo odhigo e ginene, odhigo e doho mondo wach ni gini ok fair, lakini impeachment kustomato sasimone.
Ma koro gikone ni ka jol bura ma Senet oamua mogo ombulu kata ok owinj kore ma kawuono, to mano nyiso nothiche oko.
Kamano.
Wakili, daktari, gini bedo matek nikech oganda ne paro ni mondo mi process odhi mayom, giduto to kapo noduogo sani ma odhi mbele ma chenro ni odhi kapo noduogo sani ma chenro ni odhi mbele mokalo saa 6 mar otieno, ang'o manya timore?
Man to speaker biro amua koseduogo to inyalo wada miya saa 1 kende nikech oseketho sani. Kamano.
Erokamano ahinya kuom ketowa e ler ma kamano. Nyakwara Ramogi, iwinjo kaka koro inyisowa ni maeri en gima ochuno ni nyaka rum kawuono. Ma koko rumo kawuono to koro balo gi chike. Kapo ni Rigathi Gachagua oduogo ma kamoro spika oyiene ni mondo dhi nyime gi twak, ing'eni bende nitie gik moko minyalo ng'i ni to be en adier ni en osiptal, be en adier notuo, nitie medical report manyiso ni notuo, nothiedhe osiptal machalo kama. Ni kapo ni mano nitie, samoro spika nyalo consider miye thuolo. To kaka iwinjo ni samoro kapo ni spika oamua ni ji ogo ombulu, nikech bende nyose twak, nyose winj madhoge, nyose da dhoge, mae koro bro kelo crisis moro, chal ka gima nitiere constitutional crisis. Kata kamano ok apar ahinya nikech kaka Tibo wacho ni odiochieng' ma kawuono mogik, kapo ni ok otimore to wabro winjo gima spika ma Senet bro wacho Amazon Kingi, nikech ok aneno komor ahinya kaluwore gi rem chopo Gachagua. To kata kamano wakili mare Paul Mwite nowacho ni otuo kendo en e osiptal. Nonego bed ni en gi seche 2 mowacho makore kata mosirogo wach ma osebedo kowacho ni ohangna kaluwore gi ma mano chwal kuom ketho 11 go duto te onge ma Rigathi Gachagua oyie ni oseketho. Koro kawuono ema ni idwa ni mondo miye thuolo ma seche 2 mondo en bende wach madhoge, kotieko to koro ne nitiere. Koro wayudane Chris Owino kantiere Senet. Chris Owino, ang'o manyalo bedo ni dhi nyime gi e thuolo ni, nikech wawinjo ni Rigathi Gachagua ok obiro, en e osiptal, gima chalo kama. Wach chal nade in ma intiere machiegni gi Senet?
Erokamano Milton. Mokwongo en timo mos ne joneno magwa ni ok ginyal neno picha marwa nikech ng'ikruok mag gigo molos kod lwet dhano. Koro gima timre kaka en ni okinde mag jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua kotelne kod Elisha Ogoya, Victor Swanya, kaachiel kod Paul Mwite nyaka Njiru, Ndegwa Njiru osewuok oko mar od bura mar Senet kendo gidhi achiel kachiel nyaka apisi mar jatend piny mano Harambee House Annex. Watemo dayo dhoge mondo gimiyo waler ni to ngima jalup jatend piny chal nade, to bende onyalo biro kochopo kar saa 11 kaluwore kod ng'eto mar spika mar od bura mar Senet Amazon Kingi. Kata kamano giwuok ka gingono kendo ok giloso kod jofwamb weche. Gima wanyalo wacho en ni kakae gino mwatemo manyo ne jopiny en ni seche mane Gachagua ne owuok kane owuok kod gate mar Senet, ne ok onere ng'ano mane ngimane ni kama rach, ne ofweny nyaka jofwamb weche. Seche mane owuok thuolo mar kodong' dakika 10 rom saa 7 gi dakika 15 ne owuok kendo ne ofweny nyaka jofwamb weche, kendo ne oluwe kod geche mage moting'o nyaka jorit mage. Ne ok ochiwo ranyisi moro amora ne en ng'ato ma ool, ne ok ochiwo ranyisi moro amora ne en ng'ato man kod lit mar del. Koro ote kata report mochiw kod okil kamalo kamare maduong' Paul Mwite ni dende ok ber kendo otere e od thieth, en gino ma oweyo jopiny kod buok to moloyo senators. Nikech seche mane Gachagua wuok ne ok onyiso ranyisi moro amora ne ng'ano ma dende onyosore kata ng'ano ma dende chal mare ok ber. En wach ma oweyo senators kod buok. Kata kamano waseloso kod senators macho kalore kod ng'eto mane ogol kod spika mar od bura mar Senet Jeff Amason Kingi. En giwacho ni katiba oketo maler ni chenro ma kamae nyaka tiek kuom ndalo ma ochiw. Manyiso ni kochopo sa 11 kalure kod gima senators osesimonwa ka senator Mamakweni Dan Manzo owacho ni kalure kod chik en ni kochopo sa 11 ni Gachagua pok ochopo e alwora mar od bura mar Senet, nitiere thuolo maber ni spika mar od bura mar Senet Amason Kingi be wacho ni lwete ne otwe kod chik, nikech chik owacho ni chenro ma kamae nyaka tim e bwo ndalo ma kamae. Onge kama chik owacho ni poni achiel kuom jogo ma okel e nyim burani ok ochopo. Chik ok oyango ni inyalo chwal nyime chenro ma kamano, koso chik owacho ni nyaka tim kendo tiek winjo bura ma kamano e bwo ndalo ma oketi. Ariyo wacho ni manyiso ni spika mar od bura mar Senet Amason Kingi iwacho ni lwete ne otwe kod chik, kendo chenro mar od bura mar Senet nyaka dhi nyime. Jo od bura biro dhi nyime kod jo od bura mag Senet biro dhi nyime kod goyo ombulu. Bang'e to biro dong' e lwet Rigathi Gachagua mondo odhi e doho. Onyis doho ne ok omiye thuolo mar chiwo pache kaachiel kod luoko nyinge. Kata kamano Milton chik bende yango ni Rigathi Gachagua kata ng'ato ma okel e nyim od bura mar Senet ka idwa thicho oko, onyalo biro e nyim od bura mar Senet en owuon mondo oduok penjo kata kokalo kuom okinde mage. Koro mae ok wang'eyo nikech chik oyango ni Gachagua nyalo biro en owuon kata okinde mage, nikech okinde mage ni alwora mar od bura gisewuok kendo dhi Arambe House Annex. Ok wang'eyo ni gibiro biro mondo gilos e lo Rigathi Gachagua. Kata kamano en ni podi ok gibiro, Gachagua bende ok obiro, nitiere ranyisi, nitiere thuolo maber ni Kingi nyalo wacho ni chik otweyo lwete kendo chenro ni ibiro dhi nyime maonge ng'ikruok moro amora. Koro warito mar neno ka Rigathi Gachagua dhi duogo. Waneno ka senators wuok achiel kachiel, ka thothgi wacho ni gibiro duogo kodong' daka 20 ma daka 10 rom sa 11. Waseneno ka senator Mamakweni wuok, senator ma Migori Eddie Oketch bende osewuok. Waseneno nyaka senator ma Murang'a waneno gi alwora mar od bura mar Senet. Koro en mana rito mar neno ni to kochopo sa 11 jalobet en piny Rigathi Gachagua dhi chopo ni oseduogo kose to en bura mane ma idhi golo kod Rigathi Gachagua.
En mana rito gi neno ni to en ang'o madhi timore kochopo kar sa 11 poni Rigathi Gachagua okuduogo. Gima wanyalo yango ni kora Ramogi en ni Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua kalore kod okil kamalo kamade Paul Mwite oyango ni otere e od thieth mar yudo thieth. Kata kamano ok oyango ni en od thieth mane. Koro mano ema wanyalo rito kendo waneno to weche dhi chalo nade. Milton.
Erokamano ahinya Chris Owino, med mana bedo kanyo mondo imed ketowa e ler. Ponono ni spika Kingi biro amua ni go ombulu to pod inyalo nyisowa mondo wabed akicha kendo mondo inyiswa ni to chal nade. Erokamano ahinya Chris. Haya, mane kaka weche chalo nyakora Ramogi. Iwinjo ka Chris Owino leronwa gima nyalo timore e sechegi eki ma bende chenro mar mar temo dwaro thich oko Rigathi Gachagua ong'ikore kaluwore gi rem chopo Rigathi Gachagua owuon e od buch Senet kama nirite. Nomiye thuolo mar seche 2, kata kamano ok obiro. Okinde mage owacho notuo e osiptal. Koro senator kata spika mar Senet Amason Kingi owacho ni omiye nyaka sa 11 mondo ochop e nyim od bura mar Senet. Kaka iwinjo ka Chris owacho ni chik bende nyalo yiene okinde mage ema mondo lose loe. Koro ging'eyo kata Gachagua biro wuon kata okinde mage biro kata gibiro tamore biro giduto te. Wabiro winjo kochopo sa 11 ni to koro kang okang' mochomo kama nade. Ka ok kamano to bende mago ema moko kuom gigo eko matimore od bura mar Senet. Iwinjo ni moko kuom jood bura bende osewuok ka giwacho ni girito maduogo koromo sa 11 thuolo no ma bende igeno ni kamoro Rigathi Gachagua nyalo chopo kata okinde ma ginyalo chopo mondo mi owach maginyalo wacho ewi chenro ma kama. Parni mana kaka iwinjo ni chik omiyo gi nyaka kawuono kende. Tok kawuono to koro onge gima nyalo dhi nyime e wach thicho oko Rigathi Gachagua. Aparo ni mago e moko kuom mago manowinjore ung'e motegno ka koro ni to bang' thuolo machuok ahinya kendo wabro nyisi mago matimore e od bura mar Senet. Med mana kete Ramogi TV ka en thuolo maber ma oganda jopiny bende rito mar winjo ni to od bura mar Senet oyalo ang'o e wach Rigathi Gachagua. Par ni od bura mamalo nosego ombulu ma jo od bura kwan mamalo ne ong'ado ni mondo thiche oko gino manomiyo ochwal wachne e od bura mar Senet. Odiochieng' manyoro ka nyiluwo nya Ramogi TV nyi nyalo neno jalo ma bende notero twak makamano e od bura mamalo mano ja od bura Mutuse ka koro nyimiye penjo mathoth nyechal ka gima penjo moko tame duoko kendo moko kuom gi bende noyie ni notimo keth mar tero twak makamano. Koro kwang'eyo gima Senet biro kalo nikech senators nye nitie. Aneno ka senators moko bang'e nonyo loso ka giwacho ni ng'ani chal mana ng'at mano or. Kara kamano gimibro ng'adi en ni kwan mamalo ma senators kata matin ma senators ogo ombulu kasiro kata ka kwedo paro mar thicho oko Rigathi Gachagua kowuok e apisi. Aparo ni mano en gima duong' mokalo monego bed ni jopiny ng'eyo, to wan bende kaka Ramogi TV ka wakete mondo wadhi adhiya nyime gi chenro makamano. Ka wadhi nyime ni okinde mag jalup jatend piny kod senators nono keth mochwal e Senet kiseo godo jalup jatend piny e bura miyalo mar thiche oko. Senators nyoyudo thuolo mar diro penjo ne okinde mag od bura mamalo kod mago mag jalup jatend piny. Mae kaka ne weche chalo.
In its report dated 25th April 2023, Global Fund noted that KEMSA had failed to apply the evaluation criteria consistently to all bidders and that none of the bidders met the minimum requirements.
So what is indicated that none of the bidders met the minimum requirement? Yes. Let's go to page 221, 222.
Now,
22. At paragraph 106.
222.
And again, read it loudly.
Notwithstanding KEMSA's reservations, in a letter dated 4th May 2023, the Acting Director of Procurement recommended termination of the process. The CEO approved, and on 5th May 2023, the termination was communicated.
What was terminated?
The process.
The process of bidding, correct?
Yes.
Why was it terminated?
Now,
paragraph 100, Mr. Witness,
no,
paragraph
Counsel,
100.
Counsel, look.
You know, I am cross-examining you.
I will only deal with my evidence. I will not deal with the evidence of other institutions. The Senate is an independent institution. The ESCC
that we know
conducted its own investigation. Please ask me questions related to the investigation.
Now, after making your statement, please read the reason why the termination was actuated at paragraph 100.
If you want me just to read for the sake of it, but I'm not owning this evidence. I'm only owning the evidence by ESCC.
I didn't ask you to own it.
Yeah.
Witness, the counsel is asking you to read a certain paragraph.
Okay.
Just read it.
Guided.
Yes?
Which paragraph?
I have asked you to read paragraph 106, correct?
Yes.
About the terminations, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you to state for the assembly the reasons why the terminations is being recommended, correct?
Yes.
And I've told you that that answer, you'll find it at page 221, paragraph 100, correct?
Correct.
And that the bidding was terminated because the bids failed to meet the minimal requirements, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, the cancellation was not as the result of your alleged favorism, correct?
That is not my evidence. My evidence is...
Yes, I know.
It was clear favorism.
Clear favorism. Yeah. Look at paragraph 226. Sorry, page 226.
226. I'm there.
Yes. Look at paragraph 136.
I'm there.
Yeah. Read paragraph 136.
In late April 2023, he learned from the Global Fund.
Who is this learning from Global Funds?
Oh, you just took me there straight.
Yeah, look at paragraph 225 so that we can get to know who is learning.
235 or 225?
Yeah, 225.
225.
That is the evidence by one Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO KEMSA, correct?
Now, 225, 125, if you...
225.
220.
Up here.
Which paragraph?
Up here.
Yeah, submissions by Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO.
So what is he saying now at paragraph 136?
136. In April 2023, he learned from Global Fund pre-award review report that the long-lasting insecticide nets tender was to be cancelled on account of inconsistencies in the bid evaluation.
Yes?
Yes.
So why was it cancelled?
The issue would be who caused the bid.
No, it's not who caused. We are looking at the report. What does it indicate at that paragraph, the issues of the cancellation?
Paragraph 136?
Yes.
On account of inconsistencies.
It speaks to the fact that the bid or the tender was cancelled, correct?
It does, yes.
And it speaks to the reason that it was cancelled on the basis or on the reason of inconsistency, correct?
Correct.
And therefore your testimony that it was a result of favorism does not sit well with the evidence contained at paragraph 136 of the bundle, correct?
This, my evidence...
No, I just want you to limit yourself to that paragraph vis-a-vis what you stated. That the reason for the cancellation was the inconsistency, Mr. Witness, yes?
Inconsistencies, yes, but...
Thank you. Let's go on.
How is the inconsistency?
Let us go to that one. You shall explain in another forum, not here.
Yeah.
Mana kamano mane kaka okinde ne yuare doho kaneno makoro rumono sani en mano mitudo godo Rigathi Gachagua gi yuayo tol ka KEMSA mondo mi ochiw tenda mar chwalo nede mag suna ne kambi moro mar kedo gi malaria ne kambi moro miwacho ni otudore kode kiwacho ni kambi no yawuote bende ma kamoro tele koro okinde temo kelo ler kon gi koni nita ma nobedo kama nikech yudo ko kinde mag Gachagua to wacho ni gin ne ok gi go simo ne ok gi temo lombo ng'ato ni mondo mi ochwal tenda makamano ne ng'ato nikech mana achiel kuom gigo mano odonjne godo ni notemo sundo KEMSA mondo mi ochwal nede mag suna ne kambi moro ema mondo kegi kaka yo mar kedo gi weche mag tuo mar malaria mano kakoro ni dhi kegi e kor gwenge mar geng'o suna. Mano en achiel kuom neno mabende nodonjne godo misewinjo kaka kinde yware e wachno. To kwa dhi mbele bende ni jalup ogai mar doho Philomena Mwilu bende wacho ni kapo ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua biro chwalo bura e doho tok ng'eto mar doho mar Senet, tok ng'eto mar od bura mar Senet, to doho biro luwo mana chik. Omedo ni chenro madhi mbele od bura mar Senet en mano moluwore gi chik ma pacho ka kendo ok en gima wendo.
The impeachment process that is ongoing regarding our deputy president is not unique. It's an application of the Constitution. It's not something that has been plugged from the air. It has a constitutional process to follow. And therefore, to that extent, it is a constitutional process. If it comes back to the courts, it's been in the courts, you know, the number of 20 whatever applications and cases. If it comes to court after Senate, whatever it is that happens, we don't know. We cannot anticipate the outcome of the Senate process. If it comes here, it's a case like the next case. It will be handled by we who sit in the judiciary in the manner the Constitution has authorized us to do, in the manner the law has authorized us to do. We can't go outside the Constitution. We can't go outside of the law.
Mana kamano jalupo gai mado Philomena Mwilu ijoko wacho ni kapo ni od bura mar Senet ong'ado no thiche oko kata kapo ni ong'ado ni ok othiche oko. Kapo ni Rigathi Gachagua jalup jatend piny ochwalo bura e doho mar dhi kwedo ng'eto mar Senet, gin kaka jong'ad bura gibiro luwo chik. Inyalo paro kaka odiochieng' manyoro okinde mag jalup jatend piny nye yware malich mokalo gi moluor Mutuse ma bende notero twak mar thiche oko e od bura mamalo ma bende nodhi okalo momiyo koro chwal wach ni od bura mar Senet. Kanyiwinjo kaka nye ywaruok nitiere, kako okinde mag jalup jatend piny nye loso, to migosi Mutuse bende nye duoko, doho wacho ni gik machalo kamago gibro luwore gi chik ma ok gibi nindo nyakonchiel. Koro doho osemiyowa singo ni kaponi ni duoko mora mora mowuok ka, kaponi ng'ato odhi e doho, nikech bende inyalo wach ni koro thiche oko, to wacho ni en koro kodwa dhi e doho, en owere gi weche makamagi. Gima mondo ing'e bende en ni kaponi sani koro thich Rigathi Gachagua oko mar apisi, to gima bro timore ni ok bi yiene chung' kolaro kom moramora, lemo moramora mar piny owacho. Onge lemo moramora mobro mako mar piny owacho nikech bro bedo noseyude gi keth. To mana kaka Chris Owino noleronwa ni kaponi oyude gi achiel kuom ketho 11 ka ma jo od bura mar Senet opwodho ni kato nokoso achiel kende, to mano koro odiochieng' ma kawuono ma Rigathi Gachagua bro dhi e pacho, kaluwore bende gi chik ma bende oketo niya kawuono odiochieng' mogik, ma kaponi okalo kawuono to en wach machielo. Amazon Kingi ma en speaker mar Senet bende noselero niya gini nyaka rum kawuono kaluwore gi chik. Waloso bende gi jalony Dr. Komolo bende onyisowa ni mae ema nyaka timre kawuono, to gika kawuono mane gima chik owacho. Koro watemo rito ni kapo ni Rigathi Gachagua oduogo sa 11 moloso, ok wang'e ni koro ibro miye thuolo marom nade, nikech thuolo no osepogi mondo mi sa 6 mar otieno kik chopi kapok otiek chenro ni. Ok ang'e gima nyalo timore kapo no kalo sa 6. Gimomiyo ma timore, keth mosobne 11 go, jo od bura mar Senet 60 gi wiyego bro go ombulu e wi keth ka keth achiel kachiel. Kuom ranyisi, mano mar wacho ni otiyo gi mbii mar apisi marach, kaka sigana mwakalo cha mane wacho ni notemo chwalo ote kata milome ni mondo mi kambi moro tenda mar chwalo nede mag suna kaka yo mar kedo gi malaria. Mano e ribrosom, kaito jo od bura mar Senators biro go ombulu gi duto magitiek mano magiyud niya kwan mar jomosiro gin ji adi, kwan mar jomodagi gin ji adi. Kapo ni kwan mar jomosiro dhi chopo rang'iny midwaro, tibro wach ni mano yude gi keth. Kaito ichako isomo keth mar ariyo, gichako gi go ombulu achiel kachiel, manyiso niya biro yudore ni samoro keth achiel kende ema golo Rigathi Gachagua ofis, to kogole to nyiso ni koro kobi mako lemo moramora mar piny owacho, oko bi chung' kolaro kom moramora, chik koro bro tame. To bende wacho, doho bende wacho niya kokelo bura e doho to wabro yalo, nikech onyalo tere doho to doho yudo niya Senet noyale ang'aya. Koro doho bro wacho niya ok othiche oko, Senet nokodhi maber. Doho bende pod nyalo wacho niya wachung' gi paro manong'ad gi Senet. Ka Senet nowacho nothiche oko, to kaluwore gi neno ma koro golgi en adier ni noyuda gi keth kendo koro ithiche oko. Mano koro bro chiwo thuolo ne jatend piny mondo mi oyier jalupne machielo. Ni winjo ka riwruok mar jok mamine bende nosechako ni wan wadwaro ng'ane. Mago to timore mak mana ni jatend piny ema koro bro bedo gi thuolo mar yiero jalupne machielo. Nitie kaka jod bura bende nyalo romo gik machalo kamagi. Chris Owino jalony weche mag siasa ka obro medo ketowa e ler e yo machalo kamano. Komachielo bende ni jopiny medo golo paro mopogore kaluwore kod chenro mar Senet ma thicho oko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Wawinjane pach jodak ma kaunti ma Busia.
Seneti iwokoe Gachagua juu kwa vile mimi najua roho ya president wetu Ruto ni nyeupe kama pamba. Watu leo wasikuje kumpaka madoadoa ama matope. Ruto apige simu moja tu kwa Gachagua na maseneta wetu, Gachagua baki. Tulisumbukana sana kutafuta kura kuanzia hapa Busia mpaka huko. Anajua pale tulitoka. Kwa sahi maneno ya fitina tu ati Gachagua atoke.
Hatutakubali tena tupewe deputy ambayo raia sisi hatujachagua, kwa sababu sisi ndio wengi. Sisi ndio tulichagua Gachagua na sio tulichagua Ruto na Gachagua, na hatutabadilika. Kama mageuzi yoyote itafanyika, sisi raia ndio tutaamua. Lakini kusema rais tu awe na mamlaka pamoja na wabunge wachache ati Gachagua aende nyumbani, hatutakubaliana na mambo hayo.
Ningependelea Senate uphold Gachagua asiende nyumbani. Kwa sababu ya nchi yetu, amani yenye katika nchi ni mzuri. Na ukiangalia wakati ya uhuru, hata kama Ruto alikuwa na mambo yake, alimshikilia tu mpaka 2022. Pia tunaomba Ruto ashikilie tu Gachagua mpaka 2027. So akiamua kuchukua mwingine ni sawa, but kwa saa hii hiyo mambo ya Gachagua haiko kwetu. Mambo tunaangalia sasa ni mambo ya SHA.
Mzee aende nyumbani kwa sababu ako na ukabila sana. Yeye ni mtu mkabila. Wakati tumemtupia kura tulitupia kama wananchi wa Kenya mzima. Sasa saizi anaongea mambo ya mlima. Sasa matarajio yetu kwa Senate leo waamue Gachagua aende nyumbani.
Kama sisi wakaaji wa Malaba tunaomba sana serikali kuu iweze kumuondoa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa sababu tumemchagua milioni 8. Sisi wote na muunga mkono tulimchagua wote kwa umoja. Sasa amekuja kusema kwamba anaunga milima. Sisi kama sisi wakaaji wa Busia, kama sisi wakaaji wa Malaba Busia boda, tunaomba kwamba huyo ni naibu wa kila nchi yetu mzima.
Mago gin pach jopiny mantiere Busia. Iwinjo ka jomoko wacho ni ok onego bed ni jatend piny mondo go sima achiel mondo res Rigathi Gachagua. Jopiny moko bende wacho niya, ok en gima kare mondo Gachagua obed ofis ni en ja ukabila, nikech nino mulo weche mag mulima seche duto te. Nyore manyiwa winjo ko okindegi wacho ni to kapo ni ere rach ka jo mulima go bende gin jo Kenya, to jalup jatend piny wacho niya, an president mar Kenya, jo mulima gi bende gin mana jo Kenya, koteteagi nikech okindege nye chiwo ranyisi moro niya, mopogore gi bedo jo mulima go, osedhi kuonde mamoko bende mowacho ni ok obi yie ni mondo jo Kenya mondo ng'ato onyanyasa jo Kenya. To koro mae gima koro ji temo kete mopogore, jomoko wacho ni ka gidhi to gidhi te. To wasetemo bedo gi wakinde moko ka ginyisowa ni bedo ni noyiergi otik achiel, kochopo mbele kacha magisedonjo, ng'at ka ng'ato nigi ofis mare, mangeche ni ok ochuno ni ka Rigathi Gachagua wuok to jatend piny wuok. Ng'at ka ng'ato nigi ofis mare, mofis ma tich otamo ema ji koro ng'iyo ni to ofis ma kama ok otimore maber. Koro makmana ni pach jopiny bende wa respect, nitie kaka bende jogo molonyo weche mag chike bende loko mano, nikech kata mana Kiambu bende gimedo golo pare wi chenro madhi mbele od bura mar Senet mar thicho oko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Wawinje ne kaka jo Kiambu to wacho ewi wach machalo kamae.
Naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa ukweli amekuwa mtu ambaye amekuwa amekelewa makosa mengi sana. Jana ilikuwa dhibitisho ya kwamba wabunge walifanya kazi ambayo kwa mzuri na kuoneshana ya kwamba hawa walikuwa wametumiwa, na kwa hivyo tuna uhakika ya kwamba Seneti itafanya haki kwa naibu rais.
Bunge ya Seneti katika hii shughuli ni koti, na koti hutoa decision kulingana na yale mashtaka yameletwa. Inaonekana ya kwamba yale mashtaka yaliyoletwa na mbunge Mtuse yalikuwa mashtaka ya kuandikiwa, ni uongo mtupu, na kama bunge la Seneti linataka kujitenga na ule mchezo wa bunge la kitaifa, inafaa watupilie huu mswada mbali.
Kitu kwanza, kama Wakenya tumehuzunika sana na tumekasirika sana kuona kwamba bunge la kitaifa limetumika kisiasa kumhujumu naibu wa rais na mambo ya uongo mtupu ya kisiasa, kwa msingi ya kisiasa peke yake. Lakini tumekuja macho yote tumeangalia kama taifa la Kenya na dunia yote, tunamulika bunge la Senate ifanye haki kwa Wakenya na ifanye haki kwa naibu wa rais ile malalamishi imeletwa katika bunge la Senate waondoe, kwa sababu ni kuchukua mambo ya kikatiba kwa msaha.
Haya, mago pa jodak makiambu. Tokoro wadoga ne Senate achiel kachiel nikech na wacho ni Chris Owino ntiere Senate, koro wanyalo yude achiel kachiel e picha. Chris Owino, inyalo nyisowa kendo ka koro waneni e wang'i ma ok iluoro ng'ato ni to ang'o matimore, to bende nitie geno ni Rigathi Gachagua dhi biro sa 11 kaluwore gi tudruok misebedogo kanyo. Be nitiere geno moro amora nonyalo biro sa 11, to koko biro ang'o manyalo timore, Chris?
Erokamano Milton, mana ka urito kod sironyo e Ramogi TV studio kanyo, wabende warito kod sironyo e alora mar od bura mar Senet, ka jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua dhi biro kae kapok ochopo sa 11, motelo ne speaker mar od bura mar Senet Jeff Amason Kingi golo ng'eto mare kapone bura makamae biro dhi nyime ka Gachagua kobiro, kose bura makamae biro bedo ni ochungi kendo ochwal nyime kaponi Gachagua okobiro. Nyaka sani pod okinde mag Gachagua kotelne kod Paul Muite, Ndegwa Njiru, Elisha Ongoya duto pok oduogo nyaka ne giwuog dakika 20 dakika 30 mokalo pok giduogo e alwora mar od bura. Koro pod ok wang'eyo ka Gachagua kod kinde mage diduoka kai kapok ochopo kar sa 11. Kata kamano luoro pod nitiere ni machenro manyaka tiek otieno makawuono kapok ochopo sa 6, nikech en gima bura ma oket chik omiyo thuolo ma onego winj bura makamae. Ama luoro ma nitiere en ni seche moko speaker mar od bura nyalo golo ng'eto mare ni chenro ni idhi chungi, kata kamano kata chenro ni biro dhi nyime ka Gachagua obiro kata ok obiro. Koro pod en thuolo mar rito kod neno ka Gachagua kata okinde mage biro kapok ochopo sa 11, kaachiel kod rito mar neno ni to kok obiro en bura mare ma idhi ng'ado, chenro ni biro dhi nyime kose bura makamae dhi rumo odiochieng' ma kawuono. Kaluwore kod chik, chenro ni onego mi rumo kawuono kapok ochopo kar sa 6 mar otieno. Kama kopone odhi nyaka e ombulu, to senators 45 biro dwarore mar goyo ombulu mar tero oko Rigathi Gachagua, kata ka oyudo sir mar senators 23 to pod obiro bet e opisi. Koro Milton, pod warito mar neno to ang'o madhi timore thuolo mar dakika 15 mabiro, nikech sa 11 ma ochiw kod Amason Kingi pok ochopo.
To Chris, kwan mar senators mano obiro kawuono od bura, be ineno ka gibiro giduto koso nitiere kwan jo senators moko biro? Nikech kapo ni dwaro senators 45, be nitiere quorum kawuono? Seche moko nitiere ga ma kidwa go ombulu tiyudo ni ji abskondo kobiro kate od bura.
Milton, kanyalo luwo kwan mag senators mane obiro seche mag okinyi nyaka seche mag migago, ne giromo quorum kata giromo kwan mag senators madwarore mar goyo ombulu ewi bura makamae, mabiro kaluwore kod chik mane ogol kod Amason Kingi mane okumo senators dhi oko mar piny Kenya nyaka tiek winjo bura makamae. Koro anyalo nyiso jopiny kod chirni kwan mag senators mantie od bura chakre gokinyi nyaka sa 7 ne gin kwan moromo mar winjo bura makamae, kendo senators ma osewuok oko bang' od bura kawo yweyo machuok ne gin senators mok dikaw 5 to giseduogo. Senator Mama Kweni Dan Manzo oseduogo, manyiso ni senators duto ni alwora mar od bura mar Senate sani ma onge senator ma onge oko mar od bura. Milton.
Mogi Chris, gin weche mage ma samoro speaker nyalo ng'ado? Onyalo ng'ado ni ji dhi ombulu achiel kachiel, onyalo ng'ado ni bath twak mano onego bed ni dhi nyime ka Rigathi Gachagua osetieko mare dhi mbele, koso ang'o mwanyalo tarajia ni speaker nyalo amua sani?
Milton, anyalo bedo jamiriambo
ka nyalo wacho ni speaker mar od bura mar Senate dhi wacho ang'o, lakini gima nitiere en ni kaluwore kod chenro mane ochiw en ni bang' Rigathi Gachagua yudo thuolo mar luoko lwete kaachiel kod duoko penjo wi ketho 11 modonjnego, nonego bed ni okinde mage kod okinde mag od bura chako miye penjo kaachiel kod kolo neno ma opedho. Bang'e to eka senators ne dhi yudo thuolo mar golo pachgi kendo penjo motelo ne goyo ombulu. Koro manyiso ni poni Gachagua ok oduogo kar sa 11, speaker nyalo wacho ni gidhi nyime kod miyo senators thuolo mar golo pachgi kaachiel kod goyo ombulu mok giwinjo pach Gachagua, kata onyalo wacho ni chenro ni rumo kanyo. Koro en gima ok wang'eyo, lakini gima wang'eyo en ni kaluwore kod chik, chenro ni en chenro ma onego bed ni timore e bwo kinde ma ochiw kod chik, ma kaber onego bed ni rumo otieno ma kawuono kapok ochopo saa 6. Manyiso ni speaker nyalo na wacho ni gigoyo ombulu kata ok giwinjo kar Gachagua, kata onyalo wacho ni gibiro rito Gachagua mondo ochiw neno kata ochiw korka kore kokalo kuom kinde mage kata en owuon. Ke chik wacho ni ok ochuno ni en owuon obikae, onyalo oro kinde mage mondo los eloe, ok ochuno nyaka obed kaka en owuon. Milton.
Erokamano ahinya Chris Owino kuom ler ma kamano kowuok e laro mar Senet. Pod wageno ni wabiro yudo ler mathoth kowuok e alwora mar Senet. Ka koro bende achaka yudo wakili Peter Wasaga. Wakili, iriyo nade wakili?
Ariyo maber kabisa.
Erokamano ahinya. Gimoro chandowa ka ni moluor Rigathi Gachagua ni igeno ni dhi e od bura mar Senet mondo mi odhi oul madhoge, kata kosiro weche kata kokwedo weche moko ma bende nyoche nodonjnego. Orem chopo kiwacho ni otuo. Ang'o manyalo timore sani kapo ni orem biro chutho?
Erokamano kabisa. Namba achiel, kaka wang'eyo ni pend chik 145 ochiwo ratiro kaka inyalo tich oko rais kata naibu mare. Nikech king'iyo article 150 wacho ni the procedure motigo e golo president emitiyogo e golo deputy president. But procedures gi nigi gik miluongo ni timelines manyaka luw. Allegation ma ochiw kod moluor Rigathi Gachagua kata okindene en ni obedo matuo. To kobedo matuo, kichik yiene wakili mare mar seek adjournment on that ground ni client mara tuo kendo konyal chopo sani mabe notimo, but wan gi gimiluongo ni e sheria ni you alleges must prove. Koro samangi dugo sa 11 cha wabro ng'iyane ka be gin gi document manyalo nyiso ni adieri mar wach moluor Rigathi Gachagua tuo kendo en hospital, to ma nyalo bedo mana proved gi medical report kata gi doctor's report manyiso wachno. To nyaka kendo wachak wang'iyane e timelines niketo article 145 ka koro rem moko chopo. Article 145 wacho ni within 7 days bang' National Assembly kadho paro mar golo oko jalup ker kaka negitimo cha, Senate omi ndalo 7 omi National Assembly ndalo 7 mar chiwo twakno ata kara chwalo wachno e od bura mar malo. Od bura mar malo within 7 days nyaka tim gimiluongo ni constituting a committee mar 11 members kaka gi choose to go plenary kaka negidhi masanini. Koro plenary ni ka gidhi to gin gi 10 days mar investigating that matter. Kwa ng'iyo chien kocha ka somo katiba to the latter, aneno ka omigi 10 days to kowuok chieng' mane gini otere Senate, 10 days oningo positive mbele nyaka I think 2 days are remaining ka wang'iye gi tarik 9. Koro wanyalo bedo gi kwayo mar the counsel mar DP Gachagua ka gisik adjournment kendo gikwayo ka DP Gachagua nyalo duogo chieng' machielo kata ka en kiny mar chiwo evidence mare. To ma bende nyaka tiende kod standing orders mag Senate. Remember ni king'iyo article 50 ma is an underogable right mar ng'ata ng'ata ochiwo gimiluongo ni rules of natural justice ma ng'ato ka ng'ato nyaka mi fair hearing. Fair hearing tiende ni nyaka mi nafas mar chiwo defense mari. So defense mari ni ing'eni inyalo wish to proceed by way of attending mar chiwo evidence, to ka attendance mari no ok nyal timore, then inyalo proceed by way of documents. For way of documents, the only problem mar way of documents ni manyalo bedo through affidavits and statements en ni koro okinde mag National Assembly okibi yudo thuolo mar cross-examine Gachagua, ma could also be very detrimental ka nitiere gik moko mane gidwaro impeach from the witness. Nikech ing'eni sama itimo cross-examination cha, ema ka nitiere allegation moro amora mane ok winjre maber, ikwayi mondo inone, to kar cross-examination kanyo ema inyalo ne kiwacho adieri kata ok iwacho adieri. Koro magi gik mibiro pedh ne Senate sa 11 obiro ng'iyo ne documents mantie kata gi kwayo ma kinde mag Rigathi Gachagua chiwo ka gisiko adjournment, considering ni ma en gima nigi very strict timelines. But chutho the constitution no contemplate gima chal kama. Mane gima nita wacho mokwongo kotenore kocha ni ber mar proceedings gi ni wadhi create jurisprudence kendo wadhi unlock gik moko ma was not very clear e sheria. Nikech king'iyo sheria ondiko mana ni within 10 days ka committee osebedo formed. Koro wadwa ng'iyane what kind of jurisprudence will come out, taking into consideration ni ma en ng'at ma owacho ni otuo, ok ni oluonge mondo dhi e od bura to tamore. Ing'eni koro ma opogore, ma en ng'ama tuo, kopo nyalo prove ni otuo kod adieri, to mano nyalo kelo another constitutional moment mondo ang'ini how then do we deal with such a scenario. Koro we will see the documents ma gibro present. Wabro chakwa ne the Kenya Lomigi time mondo within 10 days this judgment kata this impeachment process obed completed.
Erokamano ahinya wakili, ileronwago maler mokalo, kata penjo madwa penjo duto isekuongona midwoko duto te. Amor ahinya wakili Wasaga, kendo wabro medo manyi mondo imed ketowa e ler.
Erokamano maduong' ahinya.
Erokamano ahinya wakili, erokamano ahinya. Mano ne wakili Wasaga kanyisowa kaka gima koro nyalo timore kaluwore gi weche mabende osebedo katimore. Ka kamano bende motelo ne mano wakili mar Gachagua Paul Mwite nowacho ni Gachagua tuo. Wawinjane kaka nowacho gini seche mane ipenje ni to Gachagua ere.
Yeah, so I've given direction on this particular matter. Let us move forward. Having said that, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, if you're ready, you may now usher in your witness.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, we are anxiously waiting for the Deputy President. My colleagues can stand here, can stand in. For me, let me make inquiries and find out where he's held up. We certainly wish to call him as a witness.
Very well. Honorable Senators, at the rise of the House at 1:15, I made it clear that upon resumption, the Deputy President was going to take the stand. We came in here, I communicated the program for the afternoon, and I said we're going to execute it with military precision, owing to the fact that we need to conclude business today. Senior Counsel Paul Mwite indicated that he cannot get hold of his client. That is not the concern of this House. So time is running. We'll give you all the time you need to get hold of your witness, but to let you know that the clock is running, and it's running on your client. You can take all the time, but his time is running out. After 2 hours, he's not appeared, the chair will make a ruling pursuant to the rules of procedure.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, may I start first and foremost by expressing apologies and regrets that the Deputy President is not here, and by not being here, the inconvenience and delay caused to Mheshimiwa Speaker and to honorable senators. The position, Mheshimiwa Speaker, is that during that period that I went to try to find out why he wasn't here, because as Mheshimiwa Speaker knows, the Deputy President has been coming here absolutely punctually every day. The sad reality is that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has been taken sick, very sick, and as I address Mr. Speaker in this honorable House, senators, he is in hospital, Mheshimiwa Speaker. That is a sad reality.
Mano wakili Paul Mwite kalero ne od bura gimomiyo jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne ok ochopo e nyim od buch Senet mondo mi oyud thuolo mar seche 2 mar twak, nikech inyalo winjo ka spika mar od bura mar Senet Jeff Amazon Kingi owacho ni kane gidhi e yueyo saa 7:15 nowacho ni ka giduogo to jalup jatend piny ne dhi bedo gi seche 2 mar hulo madhoge, kendo owacho ni nomedo ni ka seche 2 go rumo to nodhi ng'ado gimong'ado. Mak mana ni wakili Paul Mwite nokwaye ni mondo onon ane ni ang'o matimore, to koduogo to wacho ni giseyudo ni jalup jatend piny tuo kendo tero osiptal. Kanyo ema bende okwayo ng'uono od bura mar Senet kokalo kuom spika kowacho ni ong'eyo ni obedo wach marach ni deko bedo kaluwore gi deko mar biro mar jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua, mak mana ni tuo ema nomiyo. Mana kaka niwinjo ka wakili wachonwa ni kapo ni tuo nitie to nitiere kaka ka proof ni he who alleges must prove. Jalo mawacho gimoro nyaka nyis adieri mar gimowachono. Kiwacho ni Jaka Black en jakuo nyaka nyis gima kwalo. Koro kowach ni tuo nyaka nyis adier ni no tuo kata mana obok mag osiptal nyaka kel. To bende mopogore gi mano, Amazon Kingi pod ne lose wach mar bedo oko mar jatend piny no, jalup jatend piny, kama noting'o nyaka bende wakili machalo kaka James Orengo. Ne nitiere twak mathoth motudore gi bedo ne okono. Wawinjane kaka moko kuom jotelo mag Senate ne loso.
Now, counsel for the National Assembly, you have had Senior Counsel Paul Mwite for and on behalf of the Deputy President. Considering that this is a time-bound process, what is your reaction?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a house governed by the rule of law. We truly empathize with the difficulty that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has found himself in. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Rule 11 of the rules governing this process, if I may, with your permission,
maybe Counsel for the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Just take a seat before you make your rejoinder. Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, having said whatever you've said, what is your proposed way forward so that a reaction can be put from the National Assembly? Are you telling us we wait until your client gets here? What is your proposed way forward?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, I have just received this information. My proposal is that you give me at least the rest of the day. I would like to go and have an assessment of his situation and maybe even come back here by 5 p.m. Right now, I would like to make an informed sort of situation after I see the Deputy President and I see the doctor, Mheshimiwa Speaker, at least an hour or two. Yes, thank you.
Very well.
And this process being a time-bound process, I will draw your attention to Rule 11 of the rules of this House. If I may read, Mr. Speaker, sir, that where the National Assembly or the President chooses not to appear before the Senate, that fact shall be put on record and the Senate shall proceed with its investigation without further reference to the National Assembly or the President. But the Senate may, for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate by the National Assembly or the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this rule would give us guidance. We may proceed. If it becomes necessary, then any additional material may then be availed. This is a time-bound constitutional process, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I've heard what Senior Counsel Paul Mwite has said. And, Mr. Speaker, you have made it quite clear that these proceedings are time-bound. It's not so much about the situation in which His Excellency the Vice President finds himself. It's about the Senate complying with the provisions of the Constitution. That within that time frame, you must make a decision. Reading the standing orders that my learned friend, Mr. Rick Gumbo, has referred to, it would be useful to this House if Senior Counsel Paul Mwite could probably give us a way forward in terms of the time limitation that the Senate has. I'm saying this because we don't want somebody to say that the Deputy President was not given an opportunity to be heard. I think the Senate will want him to be heard. But knowing the time limitation, what suggestions does the Senior Counsel have to ensure that we keep within the time parameters? At the same time, the Deputy President is given his space to defend himself.
Kamano iwinjo kaka Speaker Jeff Amazon Kingi oloso kowacho ni maeri en gima chik dwaro ni mondo rum kawuono. Wakili mar Gachagua maen Paul Mwite, achiel kuom wakindege, owacho ni nokwayo ni mondo miye thuolo mondo ringo dhi ane osiptal nikech giyudo report ni jatend piny ni osiptal mondo ong'i ane ni to chal nade, to daktari dhi wacho nang'o mondo duog report makare kochopo saa 11. Kidok ing'iyo wakili mar od bura mamalo James Orengo, en bende wacho niya, ok en wach mar ng'ato tuo kata ng'ato chal nade, gini chik emoketo kama ni nyako rum e sama kama. Koro nodwaro ni Paul Mwite mondo ler niya, to ka koro saa ma chik oketo okalo nikech nitiere ng'ama tuo kata nitie gimoro motimore, to dhi bedo nade? Mae kama ywaruok ne nitie. Kata kamano, Amazon Kingi ma en speaker mar od bura mamalo nonyisowa gima koro nyalo timore. Wawinjane kaka ne speaker wacho ewi gino ma koro nyalo timore.
Upon resumption, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, for and on behalf of the Deputy President, when I asked him to usher in the Deputy President for purposes of presenting him to give his evidence in chief, the Senior Counsel indicated that even him, he was unaware of the whereabouts of his client, and he asked for a few minutes to go fetch him wherever he was. After a few minutes, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite came back to the chamber and indicated that he had gotten information which he was yet to verify, that his client had fallen sick and indicated that he needed time to go look for him in whichever hospital he is, and that he should be given up to 5 p.m. today. The counsel for the National Assembly, in response, indicated that this is a time-bound process. He referred to the Senate to Rule Rule 11 of our Rules of Procedure, that where the Deputy President fails to appear, the Senate can actually proceed, or for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate of the Deputy President. Having considered the two sides, my directions are as follows: that we will suspend this sitting and resume at exactly 5. So the Deputy President, we expect the Deputy President then to take the witness stand at 5. This is a time-bound process, unfortunately. It is so ordered.
Mana kamano e kaka Jeffa Amazon King, main speaker mar Senet owacho ni kaluwore gi kwayo mar wakili mar jalup jatend piny mano Paul Mwite to gi James Orengo ma en wakili mar od bura mamalo ne gi kwayo mopogore opogore. Orengo nowacho ni gini iluwo chik, to Mwite no kwayo nyaka saa 11. Koro Amazon King nong'ado niya saa 11 e wang'e senators oduogi, kendo geno ni jalup jatend piny biro chung' mondo mi ochiw nende. Ting'eyo ni maeri timore seche ma bende mine moko mawuok masawa ma Kenya to nowacho ni gin gidwaro ni mondo mi obi oyier Anne Waiguru kaka jalup jatend piny kapo nothicho kor Rigathi Gachagua. Ka ema wacho ga niya, ing'eni kata ka dhiang' pek, ber mondo irit ma dhiang' nyuol, kosenyuol kinyalo luoko ko. To koro mine kata jotelo mine masawa ma Kenya to wacho ni Anne Waiguru oromo, osetiyo maber. Ok wang'eyo gima Senate dhi ng'ado, ok wang'eyo gima doho nyalo ng'ado, ponono ni Senate othiche oko. Wawinjane kaka mine gi ne wacho ni gin gihero ni mondo Waiguru ema mondo kawo loch.
Sisi tulichagua William Ruto na offer 5 million votes kama Mount Kenya, na tuliwachagua wakiwa wawili na Rigathi Gachagua. Na Rigathi Gachagua sasa tunaona ni kama doa inaenda kufujika, na kufujika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika nini, sio mwisho wa kupika ugali. Kwa hivyo tunasema kama Gachagua ataenda, tunataka tuchaguliwe ni mwingine, kiongozi mwingine kutoka Mount Kenya. Na sasa William Ruto aliahidi kiongozi kama ni mwanaume, mdogo wake akuwe ni mama. Na sasa yule mama tunaona anatosha Mount Kenya. Hakuna mwingine, ni Anne Mobi Waiguru.
Sisi tunataka huyo mama akikuja apewe respect, ndio hata afanye kazi. Ndio unaona hata walisubua Rigathi wanasema ati hafanyi, na hata huyo mzee anafanya, huyo mzee ashindana, alikuwa anafanya kazi mzuri sana.
Tuchaguliwe Anne Mobi Waiguru, na Anne Mobi Waiguru pahali huko tunakutaka utushughulikiwe tukiwa Mount Kenya. Tuko down kama wamama, hata hatusai yani Waiguru juu ya kulipishwa rida. Hospitali hakuna hata dawa.
Koyudo mago wang'iyo ka okinde mag Rigathi Gachagua ero koro duogo gidonjo e od bura mar Senet. Koro bang' thuolo machuok ahinya koromo sa 11 to wabro winjo ni to giwacho nang'o, nikech mae thuolo manomigi ni sa 11 wang'e onego bed ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua nitiere od bura kendo dhi golo nende e odong' mana dakika 5 mondo rom 11. Kuom mano ang'eyo ni wabro yudo thuolo makamano mar ng'iyo ni to giwacho nang'o e seche ma bende gibro dok e od bura, nikech waneno ka thuolo momigi chal ni girito kech odong' dakika 5 to Jeff Amazon Kingi nobedo strict ni kodong' dakika 5 ni ka sa 11 wang'e to onego bed ni mago timore. Ti iyudo ni wakeini mathoth bende mawuok e counties mopogore opogore, kuom ranyisi wakeini mawuok Malava e county ma Kakamega bende dwaro ni jatend piny William Ruto mondo yier Anne Waiguru kaka jalupne, ponono ni obi othich oko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Maeri opogore gi moko mane wuok masawa ma Kenya, kendo koro wawinjane gima ginto ne giwacho mawuok e kaunti ma Kakamega.
Mama anajua maslahi ya wamama wenzake. Mama ndiye tutakutolea kitu kwa president alete kwa wamama. Hatutaki mama baba wa tukadenge malaya na mama hako anaweza kututetea. Ama vipi wa mama? Ama vipi wa mama? Ana Waiguru anatosha. Anatosha. Sasa president tutetee. Hapa tuko tumefinyika, lakini vile tumesikia mama tunamuunga mkono.
Sisi tunaunga mama Anne Waiguru kwa sababu yeye anajua maslaha ya kila mtu. Yeye mama kama amesaa watoto wake kwa nyumba, huwa hapakui, anakaa tu gitu the same. Hatofautisha tu huyu anatakana apate kikubwa na huyu kidogo. Anne Waiguru ni mtu wa kujali maslaha ya binadamu. Yeye anadosha. Mama sanatosha. Anatosha.
Najua wamama tutakuwa na ushindi, hatuna mfungano tena. President uunge huyu mama, awe mama wa maendeleo, atunze wamama wenzake.
Tunataka Anne Waiguru awe vice president in case kutakuwa na nafasi vile ulituakiza, kwa sababu yeye ako na experience. Alipata zawadi kutoka Liberia kwa president mwenye alikuwa wa Liberia.
Mago gin mine mawuok Malava e kaunti ma Kakamega ka gin bende gisiro jowetegi ma masawa ma Kenya ka giwacho ni Anne Waiguru ema mondo mi lemo ponono no thich oko Rigathi Gachagua. Mano to bro bede wi jatend piny, no bro ng'eyo ng'at mobro yiero. Inyalo neno achiel ka achiel piche mawuok e alaro mar Senet. Apisa mag obila oketo arita mager mangeche ni ok ong'e gima nyalo bedo ni timore, mak mana ni ok wagen ni nitiere tulo moro amora. Pok tulo bedo nyaka nyicha ne chak chenro makama. Kuom mano kwe ma jo Kenya nigo en gino ma bende wapuoyo kendo wapako. Ka bang' thuolo machuok ahinya wabro donjo e od bura gi iye mondo wang'i ane ni to jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua obiro e nyim od bura mar Senet. Par ni mae gima ne Amazon Jeff Kingi, ma en speaker mar Senet, nowacho ni sa 11 wang'e onego beni moluor Rigathi Gachagua ni e stand kendo koro chako timo neno. Koro gimok ang'eyo ni bro miye seche 2 nikech macha bende ne idhi miye seche 2 nikech seche moko sekethore e diere ka madhi mana seche 2 gi bathe. Koro kang'e ni ibro miye thuolo marom nade. To ponono no kobiro wokinde mage bro bedo gi thuolo mar loso e loe nikech okil oyiene ma loso e lo client mare. Mano kaluwore gi ote mwaseyudo kuom jolony mopogore opogore e od bura mar Senet kanyo ero. Kapo ni Rigathi Gachagua ok obiro, okinde mage ok ochung' moloso, Jeff Amazon Kingi maen speaker mar Senet nosewacho ni gin gi thuolo mar biro ng'ado gima ging'ado. kane waloso gi reporter marwa siasa Chris Owino nowachonwa ni samoro mokwongo wadhi ane Kericho mondo wawinj ane jo Kericho to paro nang'o e wach ni jo Kericho bende ne walosogo kendo ne gin gi report machalo kama.
Mimi naona wangeachilia tu Gachagua amalize term yake 2027, William atafute deputy wake. Vile mimi naona watu wengi wana support Gachagua asiende nyumbani. Hata mimi ndo nilikuwa nasema awaachilie Gachagua asiende nyumbani saa hii. 2027 wakikuja kuomba kura watafute deputy mwingine, sio saa hii.
Rais, kaa chini na Rigati muongee, mshauriane, muone vile mtapeleka hii Kenya iende mbele. Ukingangana saa hii na maneno ya impeachment itakuwa shida kwa kaaji wa Kericho County, jumla na Kenya mzima. Tunaomba Rais Gachagua, mlichaguana kama mnakaa kwa meza moja, mkashauriana, mkasema mtatembea pamoja mpaka 2027. Tutarudi kwa debe, tuone tutashukuru ama tutasema pole. Sababu kazi yetu yote tumefanya. Tuliwachagua na tunasema mfanye kazi pamoja.
Senet, mfanye kazi mzuri. Tunawategemea. Hii serikali yetu imekuwa kazi ngumu. Ni kupigana juu chini na kila mahali. Mtusaidie. Maisha huku jini kwa ground ni ngumu. Tunaumia sana. Rais William Samoei Ruto, mtusaidie. Hakuna kwenda hospitali kwa saa hii, hakuna kwenda kila mahali. Inabidi utoe pesa ndio utipiwe. So angalia raia. Maneno ya huko juu mtaelewana. Hatujui penye ulitoa Gachagua na hatujui penye mulielewana. Mtuone tukiwa raia. Sisi kwa ground tunaumia sana.
Sisi wa mama tuko na huruma. Gachagua alifanya makosa yenye alikuwa amefanya, iko msamaha. Tunaomba kama sisi raia tumsame president wetu. Hata wewe ukiwa mahali si uko sawa, iko mahali umekosa, iko kuomba msamaha. Maseneta msame mwenzenu, ukimtoa saa hii mtoto yake atatolewa ama wewe MP.
Mago ne jo Kericho to wadhi ane masawa matin, wadhi ni Kiambu mondo wawinje ni jo Kiambu to paro nang'o e wach thicho oko Rigathi Gachagua.
Naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa kweli amekuwa mtu ambaye amekuwa amekelewa makosa mengi sana. Jana ilikuwa dhibitisho kwamba wabunge walifanya kazi ambayo kwa mzuri na kuoneshana ya kwamba hawa walikuwa wametumiwa, na kwa hivyo tuna uhakika ya kwamba Seneti itafanya haki kwa naibu rais.
Bunge ya Seneti katika hii shughuli ni koti, na koti hutoa decision kulingana na yale mashtaka yameletwa. Inaonekana ya kwamba yale mashtaka yaliyoletwa na mbunge Mtuse yalikuwa mashtaka ya kuandikiwa, ni uongo mtupu, na kama bunge la Seneti linataka kujitenga na ule mchezo wa bunge la kitaifa, inafaa watupilie huu mswada mbali.
Kitu kwanza, kama Wakenya tumehusunika sana na tumekasirika sana kuona kwamba bunge la kitaifa limetumika kisiasa kumhujumu naibu wa rais na mambo ya uongo mtupu ya kisiasa, kwa msingi ya kisiasa peke yake. Lakini tumekuja macho yote tumeangalia kama taifa la Kenya na dunia yote, tunamurika bunge la Senate ifanye haki kwa Wakenya na ifanye haki kwa naibu wa rais, ile malalamishi imeletwa katika bunge la Senate waondoe, kwa sababu ni kuchukua mambo ya kikatiba kwa msaha.
Marakamano awadwa ni mondo wadhi Lamu mondo wawinja ne pach jo Lamu. Karakamano wadhi achiel kachiel e bunge ma Senet mondo wang'i ane ni to chenro koro dhi nade. Achiel kachiel nyaka e bunge mar Senet, kama bende wageno ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua dhi donjo e bunge ma ka ok otimo kamano to kamoro kinde mage moting'o Paul Muite gi mamoko biro chung'e bao mondo mi ginyiswa ni to ang'o ma koro timore, nikech samoro kaluwore gi bedo ni jalup jatend piny no wach ni tuo, samoro pod ok ochango ma samoro ok onyal chung'e bao kogolo nende, samoro biro chuno ni koro mondo ket ane ni to ng'ama chielo kata ng'ano ma koro dhi chung', to wakili mage bende wacho ni oyienegi mondo mi otim kamano. Kuom mano wabro dok e bunge bang' thuolo machuok ahinya, achiel kachiel mondo wawinja ne Chris Owino bende ni e bunge kanyo. En bende obro fwaronwa manitiere kanyo, gik matimore, gik ma senators wacho, kata gimoro amora ma samoro ok ing'eyo, gimoro amora ma ok ing'eyo monego bed ni timore sani. Wabro kelo ni achiel kachiel gigo eko matimore kete mane Ramogi TV ka. Nyako Ramogi inyalo paro ni gimomiyo cheno ni nong'ikore samoro kor kidonje ot ok ing'e gima timore nonego bedi. Aparo ni senators oseduogo wanyalo winjane kaka giloso.
No, honorable senators, I did suspend the sitting of this House to allow senior counsel Paul Mwite for the Deputy President, one, to locate his client and report back at 5 so that we may proceed with these proceedings. Senior counsel Paul Mwite, you may now inform the House so that we proceed.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, through you, I would like to inform honorable senators that I've been able to contact the doctors at Karen Hospital. There are a number of doctors, a team of doctors, who are looking after the Deputy President. Because of his condition, I was not able to directly talk to him on the advice of his doctors. He said he must have complete rest for the time being. I was, however, informed by his doctors that he is currently suffering intense chest pains. I did not want to inquire beyond that, Mheshimiwa Speaker. But just in order to perhaps save the time of this Honorable House, let me, as I sit down, invite Mr. Speaker and the House to look at Article 145 of the Constitution, Sub-Article 6. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Sub-Article 6 of Article 145 says, if the special committee reports that the particulars of any allegation against the President, of course it applies for the Deputy President. If you go to B, have been substantiated, the Senate shall, after according the President an opportunity to be heard, vote on the impeachment charges. Mheshimiwa Speaker, we are aware that this Honorable Senate made a decision to hear the charges in plenary, so that what we are doing in these proceedings, I would suggest and submit we are proceeding under Sub-Article 6B. And under Sub-Article 6B, this House, by the Constitution, is obligated to accord the Deputy President an opportunity to be heard, which is why Rule 11 of the standing orders of this House specifically provides, Rule 11, where the National Assembly or the President chooses not to appear. And I would like to submit that the Deputy President has not chosen not to appear. The choice of the language chooses to appear in Standing Order number 11 is to be read with the Constitution Article 145, Sub-Article 6, which obligates this Honorable Senate to accord the Deputy President an opportunity to be heard. So I do leave the matter in your hands, Mr. Mheshimiwa Speaker and honorable senators. I would suggest Article 145, the sub-article I've read, sub-article 6B, doesn't have a time limit of 10 days. Give the Deputy President, in the interest of justice, given the weight of removing a Deputy President from office, give him a couple of days. I thank you.
So if I get you correctly, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, it is your application to the Senate that your client be given a couple of days. Now, a couple of days doesn't mean much.
That is the application. What I had in mind, I would add the word humbly requests Mheshimiwa Speaker and this Honorable House, the Senate, a couple of days ahead in mind up to Tuesday. We should be able to know when the Deputy President is able to come and defend himself. I thank you.
Counsel for the National Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to start by registering our greatest sympathies and empathies and from the team, the National Assembly. Of course, issues to do with health are issues that are beyond our control. Mr. Speaker, sir, that said, we also would want to be cognizant of the fact that we are dealing with a constitutional moment. We are dealing with an item whose timelines are prescribed within our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, contrary to what learned senior counsel, Mr. Paul Mwite, would want to persuade this House to believe, the proceedings before this House have not been the subject or have not been transacted pursuant to Article 145(6). Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 9th of October this year, this House did pass a resolution pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(3). Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to that resolution, there was a Gazette notice which very clearly indicates that this House was not going to determine that the matter at hand from a committee perspective, but that the whole House would then be determining the matter. It then follows, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the provisions of Article 145(6) would not be applicable. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the same Gazette notice, you did gazette the 16th and 17th of October to be the days assigned for the hearing and determination of the motion that is before you. That said, Mr. Speaker, sir, we appreciate the place of fair hearing and an opportunity to be accorded the chance and the facilities to be able to defend one's self in a motion such as this. Mr. Speaker, I would want to add that the opportunity to be heard does not have to be oral. The rules of this House permit that parties appearing could elect to be represented, they could elect to come in person, they could file documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, His Excellency, the Deputy President, has participated robustly in the proceedings, both before the National Assembly, where they filed a very, very detailed replying affidavit and a response. Mr. Speaker, sir, if my memory serves me right, let me just make a quick reference. Before the National Assembly, His Excellency the President did file a response dated the 8th of October 2024. When the proceedings before this House began, His Excellency the President, the Deputy President again filed a very robust response dated the 12th of October 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, up to this point in time, His Excellency the Deputy President, together with his team, have had a beautiful opportunity to present their case. They have had an opportunity to cross-examine in great detail all the witnesses that we presented before this House. If anything, Mr. Speaker, sir, if any prejudice were to be occasioned in the course of this, hearing this matter, that prejudice would be on us, because our expectation would be that His Excellency the President would be able to attend and avail an opportunity for the National Assembly to cross-examine him. Mr. Speaker, sir, taking into account the circumstances that we find ourselves in, having also very keenly heard learned senior counsel speak, matters held are not matters to be taken lightly. On the same tone, Mr. Speaker, sir, matters held cannot be given timelines. There cannot be certainty that if an adjournment were to be given even for 1 week, then there is clarity and certainty that we'll be able to proceed on that assigned day. Mr. Speaker, sir, we would urge that we borrow practice that has accorded to other similar organs created by the Constitution. I have the courts of law in mind. Mr. Speaker, sir, because I earlier on submitted that Article 50 provides for an opportunity, provides for the right to fair hearing, and that fair hearing does not necessarily have to be oral, we have had practice in our Supreme Court where dealing with some of the most important decisions of our lifetimes, including decisions arising from presidential elections, have, in all the elections that we have had parties file submissions and their documents, and that their advocates have had an opportunity to appear before the courts to highlight those documents and pleadings that have been filed. In this occasion, because His Excellency the Deputy President has had an opportunity to present all the material that he ought to or he wanted to present, and also had the opportunity to cross-examine all the witnesses that he wanted to cross-examine, all that is left on their side is highlighting. On our part, Mr. Speaker, sir, the part of the National Assembly, so that then we are able to give progress to this matter, we are willing to take the painful decision to forego the cross-examination of His Excellency the Deputy President and only proceed with highlighting submissions in relation to the documents that we have filed before this House. It is our humble view that no prejudice would have been occasioned to His Excellency the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, sir, we urge that if I had my learned senior colleague, Mr. Paul Mwite, senior counsel, well, he seemed to have been imploring this House to consider adjourning. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me end by drawing the attention of this court to Rule 12 of the proceedings, the rules governing the proceedings currently underway. Mr. Speaker, sir, Rule 12 of those rules dictates that once the hearing has commenced, it shall proceed up to the end. It does not provide for an option for the House to adjourn. If that is the dictate, Mr. Speaker, sir, of the rules governing the proceedings before this House, we urge that being a country, being an organ of a constitution that is that is controlled by the rule of law and the Constitution, you direct that we proceed with the hearing as had been planned. I am most obliged. Mr. Speaker, sir, just before I leave the ground, maybe I would want to invite my leader, Mr. Honorable James Orengo, Senior Counsel, to also just add one word before you give your directions. I'm most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, just briefly, in these proceedings, we are governed by Article 145. And there is a very unique provision in Article 145 that you don't find in legislations to do with even litigation in the courts. But because the makers of this constitution knew that these proceedings are time-bound, there is under Article 145, Subarticle 5, a very important provision. And I think that article is not there for cosmetic value. That article is there to deal with a situation like we find ourselves in, because the makers of this constitution knew that when processes are time-bound, they must be a safety valve. Article 145, Subarticle 5, which applies mutatis mutandis in relation to the removal from office by way of impeachment of the Deputy President, states as follows. The President, and for that matter, it should be read, the Deputy President, shall they have the right to appear and be represented before the special committee during its investigation. Now, the point that I want to make, that not in a lot of legislation you find the right to be represented highlighted, because the Deputy President can elect to be represented either by his advocate or by him appearing in person, or having both the Deputy President and his advocate to appear. Now, I want to put before the Senate, because a lot of you have this problem a lot of time during the elections. If, in accordance with the election law, you are required to subscribe your nomination papers on a certain day, and you fail it, you're running for president or deputy president, and you're told that you must present your nomination papers on a certain day, as it is there in the law, would you feign sickness and fail to represent your nomination papers on that particular day? And I can tell you, if you fail to do so, the law will not give you any accommodation. You'll be out, and there are a lot of decisions on this matter. I want to talk to this Senate very frankly, that Senior Counsel Mwite was basically giving evidence. He has not told us where, or if he has told us, the medical institution where the Deputy President is. But for the Deputy President to fail to bring evidence, credible evidence before the House, that he's been admitted, even that evidence that has been admitted to a medical institution, we don't have it. We will rely on the evidence from my senior counsel, Paul Mwite. That is evidence. But in practice, I can say without a fear of contradiction, there are many times where people are represented even in medical documents, and later on they've been found to be fake, if I may use that word. I think the thing that the Deputy President should have done, we should have had one of the doctors here, at least to tell us about his admission and about his condition, because up to 1:15, the Deputy President was here. He was not evacuated from here in an ambulance. And if I can give evidence from the bar, he went to his office, and again, there's no evidence that he was evacuated in an ambulance. He went to Karen Hospital in himself to check at the hospital. So I think our constitutional duty is to live by what the Constitution requires of us. The greatest prejudice, for me, I was looking forward to cross-examine the Deputy President. But unfortunately, the story that has been told does not include cross-examination of the evidence of the Deputy President, which is on record. But because we are time-bound, and as my London friend Eric Gumba said, we are prepared to go by the evidence in record. The prejudice is to us. The sickness of the Deputy President is affecting us more because we would want to cross-examine him. But he has evidence in record which we cannot test by the way of cross-examination. And there's no assurance that on Tuesday, the Deputy President would be here. Finally, we can also say from here that there are many cases that have been filed all over, including in Malindi today, that has to do with the proceedings that are going on here. So I am in a position to say that this health condition in which the Deputy President is, and I sympathize, may be opportunistic in the absence of medical evidence from a doctor. It may be opportunistic. And I saw him when he came in. I'm not a doctor, but there was nothing to suggest that he was in the condition that Honorable Counsel has been talking about. So do the senators now turn into a jury to make a decision on the basis of evidence presented from the bar by senior counsel without no documentary proof of where the Deputy President is and what ailments is suffering for? I think the more important duty for this Senate is to comply with the Constitution. And we urge you to comply with the Constitution and proceed with the hearing of these impeachment proceedings. Thank you.
Senior Counsel Paul Mwite.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, honorable senators, we all live in Kenya, and I would like to make this submission. These gadgets we have here capture every word uttered accurately, so that if I was found tomorrow to have lied to these senators, sanctions can be brought on me. And I would have thought that fear of telling a lie to this honorable Senate, to me, is more powerful than even bringing a medical report. We've had many medical reports generated outside hospitals. We see them in courts almost on a daily basis. Mheshimiwa Speaker, you will remember the rush that was there when I was asking to be given up to 5 p.m. And it was a rush. Was I to fail to come back to this honorable house at 5 p.m., waiting for a medical report when the doctors there are busy attending to their patient, the deputy president. Medical reports, I can bring. If I've told lies, that is something that can be established. And my learned friend, Mheshimiwa Honorable Orengo, talks about giving evidence from the bar. When I was learning, they are seated down when he's giving evidence from the bar about some cases filed in Malindi that I'm not aware of. Perhaps he should have given us a copy of that. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Article 145, Sub-Article 6 is clear, and I do not want to take time of this august House, Senate. Going back to it, it applies, and I would plead with you and with honorable senators to give us until Tuesday to see whether the deputy president will be well enough. No one decides when to get sick and when not to get sick. I am sure many honorable senators here will have a story of their shock because of having spent an evening with somebody, then the following day they hear that the person is gone. Yet that person was looking good and healthy. Let's be humane. Let's be compassionate. Tuwe na utu kidogo. Tuesday, the heavens are not falling down to join with the earth. I thank you, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senior Counsel, Paul Mwite. There is a hypothetical question that was raised by Senior Counsel Orengo. Assuming, and it's just an assumption, assuming the Senate is inclined to grant your client up to Tuesday, and by Tuesday, your client is unable to attend Senate, what then will be the way forward?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, I would submit the best thing is for this honorable House, honorable Senate, to make a decision on facts rather than assuming what may or may not happen. Point number one. Point number two, Mheshimiwa Speaker, is the importance of honorable senators seeing with their own eyes how a witness with his stands cross-examination. There are many times when different impressions will be given by a written document, and yet when cross-examination takes place, individuals change their minds. One can only make a decision on whether this witness is believable or not believable when they see his demeanor in person. So there's nothing to replace orality through cross-examination. There are many witnesses whose statements will be impressive, and yet when they begin to give evidence orally, that impression changes completely on the mind of the jury. The deputy president wishes to subject himself to cross-examination, wishes under oath to deal with the evidence given adverse to him by witnesses here, so that honorable senators can have an opportunity of making a decision. Is it the deputy president we shall believe, or is it those other witnesses? That opportunity can only come through orality and through cross-examination. So what this House elects to do, that decision, this House, Mheshimiwa Speaker, they will make on Tuesday. I am always an optimist. So I am living in the belief that the doctors may be able to put whatever is wrong with the Deputy President back in place so that he can be here on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker. If he's not here, let that decision of what this Honorable Senate will then do be made on Tuesday. That is a humane way of going about a matter about no one had control of. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, having listened to the counsel for the Deputy President, as well as the counsel for the National Assembly, I need to consider those arguments and give my considered ruling in this matter. I will therefore suspend for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Arise.
You are watching live pictures from the floor of the Senate, where the House has briefly adjourned. The Speaker of the Senate is expected to come back and give a ruling on the way forward. The council the team be given until Tuesday, so that the Deputy President can be given the opportunity to be heard before the Senate takes a decision on the impeachment motion that was forwarded to the Senate by the National Assembly. The National Assembly, through its counsel, has submitted to the Senate that the evidence that was adduced by the Deputy President in writing be considered in this matter. The National Assembly, also through its legal counsel, has also told the Senate that it is willing to forego the cross-examination of the Deputy President, who was to appear as the sole witness in this historic trial in the Senate. The National Assembly did forward to this House 11 grounds of impeachment, which it believes that it has presented enough evidence to warrant the impeachment of the Deputy President. Among the grounds that the National Assembly did advance is the gross violation of Article 10, Sub-Article 2A of the Constitution, and B and C, Article 27, Sub-Article 4, Article 73, Sub-Article 1A, and Article 2B.
Ramogi mane kaka weche chalo. Speaker mar od bura mar Senet Amazon Jeffa Kingi bang' ka okinde mag Rigathi Gachagua kaachiel gokinde mag od bura mamalo owacho pachgi nikech migosi Paul Mwite ne kwayo ni mondo miye nyaka tich ariyo eka mondo moluor Rigathi Gachagua ochopi e nyim od buch Senet. Kar kamano okinde ma ochung'ne od bura mamalo moting'o James Orengo wacho ni maeri en gima chik ematayo, mangeche ni chik owacho ni twak makama nyaka rum kawuono. Gipenjo Mwite ni to kapono chopo tich ariyo miwachono to jatuo ok ochango, nikech iwacho ni entiere ka thieth makare ne bore Nairobi. Amazon Kingi James Orengo giro penjo ni to kapono chopo tich ariyo to jatuo ni pok ochango, nikech weche mag thieth ok wanyal koro ni ng'ato biro chango kochopo kama kama. Tuo nyalo medore, jatuo nyalo chango piyo. Koro mae momiyo bang' ywaruok makama to Amazon Jeffa Kingi ma en speaker mar od bura mar Senate okwayo thuolo mar dakika 5 mondo duogo ng'ad gino mabiro timore, nikech kata bang' saa 11 manowachi cha migosi Rigathi Gachagua ok ochopo. Paul Mwite owacho ni ogo simu ne laktache to koyudo thuolo mar wuoyo achiel kachiel gi Rigathi Gachagua, to gima laktache onyise ni en gi kor malit, kore rame, manene thuolo moro mane ok onyal loso gi ng'ato. Ka kuom mano wacho ni ok odwa donjore matut ka daktache osenyise. Mak mana ni moluor James Orengo bendo penje ni to ok inyal wachonwa ni ng'ato tuo to onge otas kata oboke moro amora mar osiptal manyiso ni otuo, manyalo miyo wan bende wabed guruma mowach niya kare wamede thuolo kata kinde nikech otuo. Koro warito mondo wang'i ane ni to speaker mar od bura mar Senate Amazon Jeffa Kingi biro ng'ado nang'o. Kamoro nyalo ng'ado ni twak mane dhi nyime odhi adhiya, nikech king'iyo wakili machielo mochung'ne od bura mamalo nokwongo wacho ni ginyalo yie weyo dayo dho Rigathi Gachagua nikech ne gin gi ikruok mar dayo dhoge e yo makende. To kapo ni mano ok nyalre to giyie ya weyo to giti gi neno duto mosekel. Nitiere ote mosekel mondiki, to nitiere joneno ma bende osegolo neno magi. Koro gitiya gi gima gin go mondo mi gikaw okang' mowinjore. Maeri en gima koro bende osetemo kelo ywaruok koni gi kocha. Kata kamano gikone to Jeffa Amazon Kingi okwayo thuolo mar dakika 5 mondo bi ong'ad bura, obi owach ni to koro chal kama kama, watimo kama kama. Mae gima rito maduong' achiel kachiel kowuok od bura mar Senate mondo wang'e ni to speaker mar od bura mamalo mano mar Senate Amazon Kingi dhi wacho nang'o. Motelo ne mano, kaka nasewacho ni okinde mag kata wakili mar Rigathi Gachagua ma en Paul Mwite onyiso kuyo mare kowacho ni ne oken otimo mos ahinya kuom ketho seche momiyo Rigathi Gachagua no kochopo wang'sa. Kar kamano wacho ni bang' manye oyudo ni entiere ka thieth ma Karen Hospital. Karen ka daktachi okone no konyalo loso kode nikech en gi kor malit, koro ne daktache pod nene. Koro warito Amazon Kingi mondo duogi mondo wawinjane ni to bro wacho nang'o ewi chenro madhi mbele. Obunyisowa kapo ni yod bura bro go ombulu achiel kachiel kata ka nitiere gimonego tim motelo ne thuolo mar go ombulu no. Mae gima bende James Orengo gino wacho ni gini waluwore gi chike. Kendo kata mana Jeffa Amazon Kingi ma en speaker nosekete gazet notice kowacho ni tarik makama kod tarik makama ema idhi yale wach ni titieko mangeche ni nyoro kod kawuono. Koro gima nosebedo gazeted kokethe chik wacho nang'o. Kendo okinde mag od bura mamalo wacho ni onge chik machiwo thuolo ni mondo mi ochwale mbele. To manene na kwayo mar Paul Muite. Kar kamano opira koro nie tie Amazon Kingi. Wabro ng'iyane ko bro loyo gol gimobro wacho ema bro timore. Ramogi wan gi reporter marwa kanyo no bende Chris Owino mabro losonwa mathoth. Obro nyisowa matut ewi gigo madhi kono achiel kachiel. Warito dakika 5 manendo chiw mabenda neni okoro dong mana dakika moka 2 kata dakika 1 ka Amazon Jeffa Kingi abiro mondo mi onyiswa ni to koro ong'ado nang'o. Ing'eni en makoro wach ni e lwete gimong'ado ne mabro timore kowacho ni koro gigo ombulu achiel kachiel. Erokamana inya Gladys Onyango wacho no tek tweta. Mano kani kabondo wacho ni gino tek tweta. Otek okoyot gima speaker wacho ema koro nyalo bedo. Wang'iyane kendo kapo ni nitiere jok ma oseoronwa oteka 2-3-6-0 wanyalo ng'iyane ka nitiere jok ma bende golo pachgi. Dominic Kanisori imbi wacho ni en wach matek to gima koro jod bura bro ng'ado ema mondo otimre. Aya jomoko bende oro ote moko monego bed ni dhi komachiel e radio to gioro kod TV koni. Koro neno ka gindiko ni Keiraf rwak na ng'ane paro ni namba mar radio pogore gi TV. Min Queen Kani Shanzu wacho ni antie Shanzu Mombasa. Apenji wuon Nyota. Odwa penjo wuon Nyota ni ponono ni jatend piny kata jalup jatend piny orem chopo itimo nang'o. Aparo ni openjo Guyo. Magi ote monego bed ni dhi e radio to giore TV nyaka ung'e ni laini gi opogore. Aparo ni ukikogi. Kar kamano warito mondo wawinjane ni to speaker mar od bura mar Senet Amazon Kingi bro wacho nang'o. Ramogi kapo ni korki yawo television mari en ni warito ng'eto mar speaker mar Senet Amazon Jeffa Kingi. Ywaruok osebedo kaluwore gi deko kata koso chopo e nyim Senet mar jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua e kinde mokalo cha kar saa 8 mano nego bed nochope. Ka speaker no chwalo thuolo nyaka saa 11 kendo moluor Rigathi Gachagua ok ochopo kiwacho no tuo en od thieth ma Karen e boma ma Nairobi. Bedo ne od thieth ma Karen oyangi kod okil mare ma en Paul Muite. Mano en achiel kuom gigo eko ma bende ne warito. To koro sani bang' okinde mag od bura mamalo bende tamore giwacho ni onge thuolo mimedo wakili kata mimedo jalup jatend piny. Giwacho ni onge gimoro amora manyiso no tuo mosekel morenj e nyim od bura. Waritane bang' thuolo machuok ahinya mondo wadogi od bura mar Senet mondo wawinjane ng'eto mar Jeffa Amazon Kingi ma en speaker mar od bura mar Senet.
Institutional integrity of government at the other level. Under paragraph 7A of part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution, county governments are responsible for trade development and markets is an exclusive function. Moreover, the Deputy President chairs the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, which the National Assembly argues is an essential organ for consultation between the two levels of government. In its submission before the Senate, the National Assembly, through its legal representatives, say that on or around 20th September 2024, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, recklessly and mindful of the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President of the Republic, unlawfully interfered with the running of Nairobi City County Government by holding a public rally in which he incited citizens against lawful directives of the Nairobi City County Government on the planning and relocation of markets. Further, the National Assembly argues that His Excellency, the Deputy President, publicly disparaged the leadership of the Nairobi City County Government and its decisions. Moreover, the Deputy President has interfered with the proper discharge of county government's constitutional functions regarding alcohol and control and regulations. His Excellency, the Deputy President's insightful and demeaning public statements and conduct are impeachable offenses to the extent that they undermine devolution. This is according to the submission by the National Assembly, and that they undercut the functional and institutional integrity of county governments. They unjustifiably vilify and ridicule the leadership of county governments, especially the Nairobi City County Government. Consequently, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, according to the National Assembly, has grossly violated Article 6, Sub-Article 2, Article 10, Sub-Article 2A, Article 174, Article 186, Sub-Article 1, and Article 189, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, as read with the fourth schedule to the Constitution. Ground 4, the National Assembly accuses the Deputy President of gross violation of Article 160, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, which talks about the undermining of institutional and decisional independence of judges. In its submission, the National Assembly argues that Article 160, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution provides that the judiciary shall be subject only to this Constitution and the law, and shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person or authority. Many international law instruments, treaties, and principles require the guarantee of the judiciary's independence and require all government officers and institutions to respect and observe it. In 2023, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, according to the National Assembly, recklessly and mindful of the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and the need to respect, protect, and uphold the independence of the judiciary, made a scathing public attack against the Honorable Lady Justice Esther Maina, Judge of the High Court of Kenya, and falsely threatened to file a petition for the removal of the said judge in gross violation of Article 160, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution. The Honorable Judge, according to the National Assembly, had presided over a case in which His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was a party, and had, in the lawful performance of a judicial function, ordered His Excellency the Deputy President to forfeit to the state the sum of 200 million shillings, which she had found to be proceeds of corruption and money laundering. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua's public attacks, according to the National Assembly, are impeachable offenses to the extent that they undermine the functional and decisional independence of judges.
Erokamano kuom medo kete Ramogi TV wakoloni matut kowuok e od bura mar Senet, kama odiochieng' ma kawuono ema inyalo ng'adi ni othich oko Rigathi Gachagua kata ka Senet nyalo ng'wonone To weche ma omoko sani en ni Spika mar od bura mar Senet Amazon Kingi biro ng'ado bang' thuolo machuok nang'o manyalo dhi mbele nikech Rigathi Gachagua orem chopo e od bura mar Senet mondo mi onyiswa. Chris Owino nitiere laro mar Senet. Chris, ang'o ma dhi nyime gi sani kaluwore gi bedo ni okwa dakika 5 mondo eka mi ogol paro?
Erokamano Milton. Thuolo ma kamae en thuolo machuok ma od bura mar Senet okawo mar miyo spika mar od bura mar Senet Jeff Amason Kingi thuolo mar biro golo chung' mare ewi kwayo ma ogol kod okinde mag Rigathi Gachagua mano Paul Muite, kama okwayo od bura mar Senet mondo chwal nyime bura makamae nyaka chieng' tich ariyo, ka ogeno ni kochopo chieng' tich ariyo juma manyien dhi yudo ka Rigathi Gachagua oseyudo lokruok matin kaluwore kod tuo ma owacho ni en rem mar kor ma omake kendo otere od thieth ma Karen e bure Nairobi, ka okwayo od bura mar Senet mondo one Rigathi Gachagua ng'uono kendo ochwal bura makamae nyaka chieng' tich ariyo juma manyien mar mondo owinj burani. Kata kopo ni ok ochopo chieng' tich ariyo to od bura mar Senet okaw chung' ni to gibidhi timo okang' manade. Kata kamano kwayo makama okwed kod okil kamalo kamar od bura mamalo James Agri Orengo kaachiel kod Eric Gumbo mane owacho ni onge kama chik ne oketo ni bura mar thich oko jalup jatend piny ka osechak to inego chung. Kaluwore kod James Orengo kod Eric Gumbo en chike matayo thich oko jalup jatend piny ok oyango ni bura makamano inyalo chungi e yo moro amora kabiro kaluwore kod gimoro amora. Kaluwore kod okil kamalo kariyogo en ni bura makamae kosechakre to nyaka rum ma onge chung nikech chenro mar chunge ok oket e chik. Kata kamano bende Orengo wacho ni ok en gima nyalo lombo wang' senators mondo ochwal bura makamae nyaka chieng' tich ariyo nikech mokwongo okil kamalo ka Paul Muite ok ochiwo neno, ok opedho neno e nyim od bura mar Senet mayango ni to en adiera ni Rigathi Gachagua tuo. Mar ariyo ok ochiwo neno kata pedho neno mayango ni en adier ni Rigathi Gachagua ni e od thieth mar Karen, ka owacho ni magi nyalo bedo seche moko gin weche mag miriambo, ka onyiso Paul Muite ni ka odwa lombo wang' senators kendo mako chuny senators ni adier owacho adier to onego bed ni opedho neno mayango ni achiel barua mowuok kuom daktar mayango ni Rigathi Gachagua tuo, mar ariyo opedh barua mayango ni Rigathi Gachagua otere od thieth ma Karen kaka onyiso od bura mar Senet. Kaluwore ni magi ne ok otimore, Orengo wacho ni magi nyalo bedo miriambo kendo nyalo bedo ni gin weche ma onge kod adiera e igi, ka bende owacho ni onge gima nyiso ni kochopo chieng' tich ariyo to Rigathi Gachagua dhi bedo mangima kendo dhi chopo e nyim od bura mar Senet, ka owacho ni magi gin gigo ma seche ma od bura nyalo weyo ni gichwal nyime bura makamae nyaka chieng' tich ariyo. Kochopo chieng' tich ariyo kama kamano Rigathi Gachagua nyalo yudo simbo pok ochango kata pok oyudo lokruok, gino manyalo miyo chenro makamae digni ataro kod chik nikech chik owacho ni chenro mar thich oko jalup jatend piny, chenro mar thich oko gavana kod jalupne kaachiel kod jatend piny onego bed ni itimo e bwo kinde ma oyang kod katiba. Mae momiyo ginyiso spika ni kwayo mar chwalo nyime bura makamae ok en kwayo ma orieyo nikech onge e katiba. Kopogore kod chenro moko ka mag winjo bura e doho nyalo miyo kata jal buche nyalo miyo thuolo mondo chwal bura. Kata kamano bura mar thich oko jal jatend piny en bura ma oket e kinde ama onego bed ni iwinje ting'ado bura makamano ma onge paro mar chwale kata chungo bura makamano ka osechakore. En ng'wech magipimo ka gari mar kosewuok e reru to onge chung' nyaka ochop e tesend gach reru kama odhiye. Mano kalore kod Governor Masia James Agri Bob Orengo ma bende en okil kamalo kamar od bura mamalo e bura makamae, kaachiel kod nyawadgi Eric Gumbo mag pod giramo ni bura makamae nyaka tiek winjo odiochieng' ma kawuono onge chungo bura makamae nikech mokwongo ok ging'eyo ka en adier ni Rigathi Gachagua tuo mar ariyo bende ok ging'eyo ka en adier ni en od thieth ma Karen Hospital. Koro mano emwarito ng'eto mar Jeffa Amason Kingi, spika mar od bura mar Senet, to odhi ng'ado nang'o. Mana kane awacho, Orengo bende onuoyo wach makamano ka owacho ni kaluwore kod chike matayo buche makama en ni Rigathi Gachagua omi thuolo mar chopo e nyim od bura mar Senet en owuon mondo oduok penjo. Kata kamano ka ok onyal chopo, bura kata chik omiye thuolo mar kelo okil kamalo kamare, manyiso ni bura ni nyalo dhi nyime nikech okinde mar Rigathi Gachagua kotelne kod Paul Muite, kotelne kod Elisha Ongoya, kotelne kod Victor Swanya kaachiel kod Ndegwa Njiru gin kae, manyiso ni ka Rigathi Gachagua dende ok ber, thuolo katiba omiyo gi thuolo mar chopo kendo duoko penjo e loye. Mano wach mowach kod James Orengo kaachiel kod Eric Gombo, okinde mag od bura. Katieko Milton bende en ni bura makamae onego bed ni rumo otieno ma kawuono koromo saa 6. Koro ok ang'eyo ka spika mar od bura warito kod season to bende odhi siro lwedo kwayo mar governor Masia James Orengo ni bura makamae nyaka tiek ka osechakre, kose gidhi neno ng'uono ma okwa kod Paul Muite mar chwalo gini nyaka chieng' tich ariyo. Milton.
Mano erokamano ahinya Chris Owino kuom ler machalo kamano achiel kachiel kowuok e laro mar od bura mar Senet. Wageno mar yudo mathoth kendo koa kuomi tok Amazon Jeffa Kingi osewuok moketo e ler. Nyako Ramogi, mano ne Chris Owino, ripota maro mar weche mag siasa achiel kachiel kowuok e Senet ma Nairobi, kama bende awarito dakika 5. Jeffa Amazon Kingi nokwayo dakika 5, kata kamano osekalo kata dakika 10 osekalo. Mak mana ni picha munenogo gin picha magin od bura mar Senet, kama bende warito ng'eto maduong'. Amazon Kingi biro duogo gi wach mane? Namba 1, onyalo wacho kata ni koro jod bura dhi nyime, kata onyalo wacho ni wawinjo kwayo mar Paul Muite ma en okil mar Gachagua ka koro ni inyalo chwale mbele. To kichwale mbele bende chiko yie nikech argument kata paro mar James Orengo kaachiel gi Gumbo gin wakinde mag riwruok mar kata mag od bura mamalo. Gin to ne giwacho ni yaneno ka senators duogo chal ka gima Amazon Kingi dwar duogo mondo mi ong'ada ne burano, nikech kaluwore gi bet makoro gi bet no chal ni Amazon Kingi dhi wuok bang' thuolo machuok ahinya mondo bedie kome mondo wawinj ane ni to spika wacho nang'o bang' ka okil Paul Muite oseloso, James Orengo bende oseloso, ng'ato ka ng'ato wacho makore. James Orengo ne wacho ni kik med Rigathi Gachagua kinde. Paul Muite kwayo no med gi kinde nyaka tich ariyo, kowacho ni Rigathi Gachagua tuo kendo nie kar thieth ma Karen Hospital. Orengo nowacho ni onge gima nyiso no tuo. Ok ibi wachonwa gi dhogi no tuo, to bende onge gima nyiso ni en osiptal, ok inyiso obok moro amora mar osiptal. Koro kuom mano wabro kawo thuolo makende mondo wawinj ane ni to Amazon Jeffa Kingi to ng'ado nang'o wach burani motelo ne ng'eto mar od burani eri. Ka kamano bang' thuolo machuok ahinya wadok e Senet mondo wawinj madhi nyime.
Argued that they do not need to cross-examine the Deputy President, who was scheduled to take to the witness stand. But the Senate should consider using the evidence presented by the Deputy President in his submission to make a decision. The National Assembly, through its legal representatives, argued that the matter before the Senate has strict timelines, and so it should be dispensed with. And that is the decision that we are now waiting for the Speaker to make.
Mana kaka nwawacho no, bang' thuolo machuok ahinya neno ka senators oseduogo e od bura kendo gisekawo bet manyiso ni sasa kochakore sani Speaker Jeffa Amazon Kingi biro donjo mondo mi ong'ad paro kata mong'ad wach ewi gino makoro dhi timore kaluwore gi wach kata kwayo mar okinde ma kon gi koni. Okil Paul Mwite okwayo ni mondo med Gachagua thuolo nyaka tich ariyo eka mondo bi e nyim od bura mar Senet. James Orengo mochung' ne od bura mamalo owacho ni mano ok nyalre kaluwore gi bedo ni chik ok oyie, to kendo chik dwaro ni wach makama mondo tieki odiechiengni eri ma kawuono. Ka koro ma warito maduong' en Speaker Jeff Amazon Kingi mondo nyiswa ni to ong'ado nang'o, gima ong'ade mabiro tiyo nikech en final authority e od bura mar Senet kamano. Jogo ma bende korka yawo television moluor Rigathi Gachagua ne ok ochopo e nyim od bura mar Senet kaka nigeno, to kaluwore gi okil mare Paul Mwite en ni obedo matuo kendo otere kar thieth ma Karen. Mak mana ni e seche mag okinyi ne entiere, kendo Chris Owino nyisowa ni kata sama nowuok ka ji dhi e yweyo nok onere ng'at matuo ahinya, ne onge ranyisi moro amora, mak mana ni tuo bende ok wachi, kaeto koro ni bang'e no oyudi ni kore rame. Paul Mwite wacho ni laktache ok oyiene mar loso kod Rigathi Gachagua e kar thieth ma Karen. Orengo bende okwedo wachno kowacho niya, onge obok moro amora mar osiptal manyisowa ni Rigathi Gachagua nitiere od thieth kata ni otuo. Kakore ng'iyo kanyo en ranyisi ni sasa kochakore sani wadhi winjo koa kuom Jeff Amazon Kingi ma en speaker mar od bura mar Senet. En wach maduong' ahinya. Chik wacho ni kawuono ema nyaka ng'ad burani. To kapo ni ong'adi ni othich Rigathi Gachagua oko, ang'o manyalo timore? Pod nitiere thuolo ni Rigathi Gachagua nyalo dhi od bura. Motelo ne mano, aneno ka speaker biro, Jeff Amazon Kingi duogo. Bang' thuolo machuok ahinya wabro chiwo thuolo mondo wawinjane ni to koro ng'ado nang'o, mondo eka wadhi nyime kendo wanyisi ni to koro jod bura dhi e okang' machalo nade. Ma en gima duong' ma nyaka wariti wawinji, kendo wawinji gima speaker ong'ado, nimar ma e gima ne warito. Wasewinjo mar okinde kon gi koni, Paul Mwite, James Orengo. Koro iwacho ni ochopo sama koro Amazon Kingi osekawo kome obet, kendo aduoko achiel kachiel e od bura mar Senet mondo wawinj matimore.
Order, honorable senators. Let me apologize, I've taken more than the 5 minutes. The matters that had been raised are weighty, but I'm ready with my ruling and I proceed to deliver it. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, as you will recall, before the rise of the Senate at 1:15 p.m., the Senate had concluded the hearing of the case of the National Assembly. This included the evidence laid by the National Assembly, including the calling of its witnesses who were examined, cross-examined by counsel for the Deputy President, and re-examined. As the House adjourned, I directed that, as contained in the hearing program in this matter, of the determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on resumption at 2:30 p.m., the Senate will hear the case of the Deputy President for 2 hours, comprising examination in chief and re-examination, while the National Assembly will have a period of 1 hour and 55 minutes for cross-examination. When the Senate resumed at 2:30 p.m., when the opportunity came for the Deputy President's side to commence its case, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, counsel for the Deputy President, informed the Senate that he did not know the whereabouts of his client and sought to be allowed a little time to establish where he was. Thereafter, he informed the Senate that he had learned that his client had been taken ill. Asked how he proposed that the Senate proceeds, counsel for the Deputy President requested for time, possibly up to 5 p.m., to try to meet his client before advising on the way forward. Counsel for the National Assembly, when asked to comment on the circumstances argued that unfortunate as the situation was, this being a constitutionally time-bound process, it was imperative that pursuant to Rule 11 of Part 1 of the second schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, the proceedings proceed. Now I'll read Rule 11. It provides thus: where the National Assembly or the Deputy President chooses not to appear before the Senate, that fact shall be put on record, and the Senate shall proceed with its investigations without further reference to the National Assembly or the Deputy President. But the Senate may, for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate by the National Assembly or the Deputy President. Now, honorable senators, it is also noteworthy that Rule 12 provides as follows: subject to these rules, the hearing of the evidence, once it commences, shall proceed and continue until the Senate conclude the hearing of the matter. Following the representation made by counsel for the parties, I suspended the proceedings of the Senate up to 5 p.m. to allow counsel for the Deputy President to report the status of his client. When the sitting of the Senate resumed at 5 p.m., Senior Counsel Paul Mwite informed the Senate that indeed he had contacted doctors at Karen Hospital who were attending to the Deputy President. He further stated that owing to the condition of the Deputy President, he had not been able to access the Deputy President or talk to him. Senior Counsel then proceeded to cite Article 145(6), observing that although the Senate had opted to proceed by way of hearing the matter in plenary, and while Article 145(6) provides for the hearing of the matter by way of special committee, the provision obligates the Senate to accord the Deputy President an opportunity to be heard before a vote is taken on the impeachment charges. He further cited Rule 11 of Part 1 of the second schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, stating that in accordance with the provisions, the Deputy President had chosen to appear and be presented in these proceedings. Counsel for the Deputy President further submitted that the right of the Deputy President to be given an opportunity to be heard under Article 145(6)(b) of the Constitution is not limited by the 10-day timeline otherwise provided for in this matter. In the end, relying on these provisions, counsel for the Deputy President requested that the Senate adjourns the matter to Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024, to enable his client time to be attended to by his doctors. In response, counsel for the National Assembly, Mr. Gumbo, registered his sympathies to the Deputy President. On the other hand, he noted that the health matters are matters that are beyond human control. However, he noted that the matter at hand was one that was governed by constitutional timelines. Counsel further indicated that Article 145(6) of the Constitution applied to impeachment proceedings in committee and was not therefore relevant to the present proceedings, which had been convened by dint of Article 145(3) of the Constitution. Counsel observed that the dates for the hearing had, by Gazette notice, been set at 16th and 17th of October 2024. Counsel therefore went ahead to observe that His Excellency the Deputy President had robustly participated in the proceedings by filing detailed responses to the allegations as set out by the National Assembly and through various submissions made in the course of the hearing, including cross-examination of witnesses. Counsel then indicated that if any prejudice was to be suffered by the failure of the Deputy President to testify and be cross-examined, this will be on the part of the National Assembly, which had the legitimate expectation of testing the evidence of the Deputy President through cross-examination. Counsel then referred to the practice in the courts, including the Supreme Court, where parties are allowed to file respective submissions, and the advocates are then allowed to appear and highlight their submissions. Counsel argued that noting the Deputy President had filed detailed responses and had the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses of the National Assembly, the health status of the Deputy President, and the constitutional timelines, and borrowing the practices of the courts, the National Assembly was willing to forego the cross-examination of the Deputy President and requested that both parties be allowed to highlight their submissions during their closing statements. Senior Counsel James Orengo had similar sentiments and cited Article 145(5) of the Constitution, arguing that the right to appear and be represented include the right to be represented by counsel. He argued that the Senate that the greater duty was to comply with the Constitution, and that the Senate could not accordingly go outside the timelines as set out in the Constitution. It is noted that the present hearing was convened via Gazette Notice 163, Volume CXXV1, dated the 9th of October 2024. Via that Gazette Notice, I appointed Wednesday, 16th October 2024, as the date for the commencement of the hearing, and further that the hearing will run up to the conclusion of the hearing on Thursday, the 17th of October 2024. As presently convened, therefore, today at midnight, unless midnight finds the Senate in the course of division, marks the end of the period for the hearing of the present impeachment matter. As this process is time-bound by the Constitution to be concluded in not more than 10 days, pursuant to Article 145 as read together with Article 150 of the Constitution, and noting that the period provided for ends on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024, the only window open to the Senate, if it so oblige the request for adjournment sought by counsel for the Deputy President, will be to gazette Saturday, the 19th of October 2024, as a further and final day for hearing of this matter. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, such a request is not made to the Speaker, but to the Senate, and is accordingly a matter for the Senate to determine. To facilitate this decision, I direct the Clerk of the Senate to circulate a supplementary order paper incorporating a notice of motion and a motion for adjournment sought. This being a procedural matter, the motion, if carried, will result in the Speaker gazetting Saturday, the 19th of October 2024 as a sitting day to conclude the hearing and determination of this matter, this being the last day allowed by the Constitution of Kenya for these proceedings to conclude. Needless to say, if the motion is not carried, the decision of the Senate will be that this hearing continues to conclusion in the manner provided for under Rule 12. In such event, the hearing will continue as set out in the program, with the parties moving to make their closing statements. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me take this opportunity on my own behalf and on behalf of the Senate to convey our sincere sympathies and best wishes for a quick recovery to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Next to the clerk. Now, honorable senators, you have been circulated with the supplementary order paper. That is the order paper that we are going to use from now going forward. Clerk, now, honorable senators, this being a procedural motion, you don't need to give notice. So when the order is read out, the majority leader will be called upon to move. Clerk, call the order, please. Honorable Senators, please let us be seated.
Order number 2, procedural motion to hold sittings on Saturday, 19th October 2024.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move this procedural motion, which is for the Senate to hold sittings on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024. That aware that the National Assembly on the 8th of October 2024 resolved with the support of 282 members, being at least two-thirds of all the members of the National Assembly, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(2), as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 65(2) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, be removed from office by impeachment on the ground specified in the motion. Whereas by letter reference NA/DLP/TBO/MTS/2024 025, dated the 8th of October 2024 and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on the 9th of October 2024, and on the 9th of October 2024, the Speaker of the National Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the special motion by the National Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the National Assembly. And whereas Vide Kenya Gazette number 137/18, volume CXX V1 number 163, dated 9th of October 2024, and Article 145(3)(a) of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate appointed Wednesday the 16th of October 2024 and Thursday the 17th of October 2024 as sittings convened for the purpose of hearing the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, by plenary. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders number 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate had the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by way of impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders number 178, and Standing Order number 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also had the counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, during cross-examination of the witnesses for the National Assembly on the grounds of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Noting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, did not appear during the afternoon sitting of the Senate on Thursday, 17th October 2024, further noting that counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, sought an adjournment of the Senate until Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024 at 9 a.m. to allow His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, to appear and give evidence, if any, on grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment. Further noting that pursuant to Article 145(4) of the Constitution, a proposing impeachment hearing for the removal from office of a Deputy President must be concluded within 10 days from the date of the reading of the charges, which period in this case expires on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves as follows. 1, to adjourn today's afternoon sitting on Thursday, the 17th of October 2024, and pursuant to Standing Order number 34(4)(c) of the Senate Standing Orders, to hold sittings on Saturday, 19th of October 2024, commencing at 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. and 2:30 until the conclusion of business in the order paper on that day. In order to conclude the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is a self-explanatory procedural motion that, in light of the request of counsel for the Deputy President, this House adjourns until the closest time possible without violation of the Constitution within which we can sit and conclude on this matter. As I move this motion, though, Mr. Speaker, I must note that the request that came from counsel for the Deputy President, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, is that we actually sit on Tuesday. I am sure he knows very well the 10-day provision, but I don't know why he wants this House to violate the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, or at least send us into a constitutional crisis. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues that let us sit on that Saturday, despite the fact that I know there are quite a number of Adventists, but duty calls, Mr. Speaker. And this is an important exercise that has the breadth of the country holding still while watching what is happening in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to request the minority leader, Senator Justice Stewart Madzayo, to second this motion. I thank you. Justice retired Stewart Madzayo. Sorry, my apologies.
Order, honorable senators. You know, it pays to be attentive. I've just said this is a procedural motion. It does not require notice. Senator Karungo.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza nataka kuunga mkono hoja hii ya kwamba tuweze pia kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuketi ama kusikiza maoni haya siku ya Jumamosi, kuanzia leo mpaka Jumamosi, kupewa nafasi hiyo. Bwana Spika, tunaelewa ya kwamba hii ni kesi muhimu sana na macho yote katika nchi hivi sasa yanaegezwa katika bunge la Senate. Nataka kumpatia pole sana kupitia kwa wakili ambaye ni senior counsel wetu na ni wakili mkubwa katika Kenya, ndugu yangu Paul Mwite, kwamba yule client wako amekuwa mgonjwa wakati huu. Najua ni ugonjwa ni kitu cha Mwenyezi Mungu. Hatuwezi sisi tukasema ya kwamba mtu hawezi kuwa mgonjwa. Mtu yote anaweza kuwa mgonjwa. Kwa hiyo nataka umpatie pole. Senate imempatia pole na kwamba tunamtakia kila laheri aweze Mwenyezi Mungu kumpatia nafuu, alafu tuweze kumpata hapa. Bwana Spika, tuko katika panda mbili hivi sasa. Ni mgonjwa na tuendelee, ama ni mgonjwa na tusiendelee. Tumpatie nafasi. Kama binadamu naweza kusema kwamba ni nafasi nzuri tuonyeshe binadamu kama maseneta ama nyumba ya Senate, kwamba tumpatie nafasi ya yeye akiwa yuko hospitali aweze kuweza kupata nafuu katika matibabu yake. Bwana Spika, mswada huu umekuja wakati mzuri na kwamba tunaweza kumpatia hiyo nafasi. Naunga mkono hoja hii. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Now, honorable senators, I'll proceed to propose a question, which is that aware that the National Assembly on the 8th of October 2024 resolved with the support of 282 members, being at least 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(2) as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 65(2) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, be removed from office by impeachment on the grounds specified in the special motion. Whereas by a letter reference NA/DLP/TBO/MTS/2024 into brackets 025, dated the 8th of October 2024, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on the 9th of October 2024, the Speaker of the National Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the special motion by the National Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the National Assembly. And whereas White Kenya Gazette number 13178, volume CXX V1, number 163, dated the 9th of October 2024, and Article 145(3)(a) of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate appointed Wednesday, the 16th of October 2024, and Thursday, 17th of October 2024, as sittings convened for the purpose of hearing the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, in plenary. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate heard the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also had counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, during cross-examination of the witnesses for the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Noting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, did not appear during the afternoon sitting of the Senate on Thursday, the 17th of October 2024. Further, noting that counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, sought an adjournment of the Senate until Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024 at 9 a.m. to allow His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, to appear and give evidence, if any, on the grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment. Further, noting that pursuant to Article 145(4) of the Constitution, a proposed impeachment hearing for the removal from office of a Deputy President must be concluded within 10 days from the date of the reading of the charges, which period in this case expires on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves the following: to adjourn the afternoon sitting of Thursday, 17th of October 2024, and pursuant to Standing Order 34(4)(c) of the Senate Standing Orders, to hold sittings on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024, commencing at 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. until conclusion of business in the order paper of the day, in order to conclude the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, honorable senators, we have been here before. This is a procedural motion. We rarely debate procedural motions. It's either we agree with it or we don't agree with it. And therefore, with your consensus, I may move to put the question. Very well. I will now proceed to put the question. That aware that the National Assembly on the 8th of October 2024 resolved with the support of 282 members, being at least 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(2), as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 65(2) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, be removed from office by impeachment on the grounds specified in the special motion. Whereas by a letter reference NA/DLP/TBO/MTS/2024 into brackets 025, dated the 8th of October 2024, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on the 9th of October 2024, the Speaker of the National Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the special motion by the National Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the National Assembly. And whereas White Kenya Gazette number 13178, volume CXX V1, number 163, dated the 9th of October 2024, and Article 145(3)(a) of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate appointed Wednesday, the 16th of October, 2024, and Thursday, 17th of October, 2024, as sittings convened for the purpose of hearing the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, in plenary. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate had the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also had counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, during cross-examination of the witnesses of the National Assembly on the grounds of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Noting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, did not appear during the afternoon sitting of the Senate on Thursday, the 17th of October, 2024, further noting that the counsel for His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, sought an adjournment of the Senate until Tuesday, the 22nd of October, 2024, at 9 a.m. to allow His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, to appear and give evidence, if any, on the grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment. Further, noting that pursuant to Article 145(4) of the Constitution, a proposed impeachment hearing for the removal from office of the Deputy President must be concluded within 10 days from the date of the hearing of reading of the charges, which period in this case expires on Saturday, the 19th of October, 2024. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves, 1, to adjourn the afternoon sitting of Thursday, 17th of October, 2024, and pursuant to Standing Order 34(4)(c) of the Senate Standing Orders, to hold sittings on Saturday, the 19th of October, 2024, commencing at 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. until conclusion of business in the order paper of the day, in order to conclude the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Now, honorable senators, the motion having been defeated, we will proceed with the hearing program as had been circulated this afternoon, in which case then we will move to closing statements by the parties. Yes, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, through you, let me recognize the right of this Honorable Senate to decide any issue, any question put to it democratically, which, Mr. Speaker, is what has happened. Arising from that decision of this Honorable Senate, Mr. Speaker, we as the legal team representing the Deputy President are not able to continue appearing without instructions. So we humbly and with a lot of respect take your leave, Mr. Speaker, and the leave of this Honorable House. Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, we shall move to hear the closing statements by counsel for the National Assembly. Clerk, you may now proceed to read the order.
Order number 3, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Counsel for the National Assembly, the floor is yours. You have up to 60 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the National Assembly, we have a total of 4 advocates who would be sharing the time that is allocated to us. Leading the pack, Mr. Speaker, sir, is Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo, to whom I will cede the floor.
Honorable Speaker, honorable senators, I thank you. And this being my maiden appearance on this matter, I sincerely hope I did not drive my learned friend and his team away. But, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is indeed a mature democracy. We are so mature that, Mr. Speaker, we gave ourselves the most modern constitution in recent history 14 years ago. We are so mature that 7 years ago, we had the nullification of the only presidential election.
Honorable Senators. Senator Fernandi, take your seat. Senator Kipsang, may the Counsel for the National Assembly be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 years ago, we had the nullification of the only presidential election known to history. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are conducting impeachment proceedings unknown to this continent, outside of the removal proceedings in a parliamentary system in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and the Senate for demonstrating the maturity of a democracy. So much so that even when the Deputy President is unable to appear without anything on record, this Honorable Senate has accorded the Deputy Speaker the opportunity, the Deputy President, the opportunity for his counsel to be present, and they have voluntarily exited. The right to appear in person or by counsel is a right under Article 145. But like every other right, you can choose to exercise it or not to exercise it. The idea and the fact of these impeachment proceedings being open as they are,
mana kamano nyakwa Ramogi wasechako bedo kodi ka okinyi kwa medo nyisi mathoth ewi gigo eko madhi nyime e od bura mar Senet, ma bende nyaka sani watemo ng'iyo ni to bro bedo nade. Asebedo kodi chakre okinyi kane an kodi ka to nyawadwa Ochieng' Emmanuel osedonjo ka. Ochieng' Emmanuel, iriyo nade?
Ariyo maber, wasebedo kolo weche madhi nyime.
Imbi sebedo kilo weche madhi nyime.
Kamano.
Mogik motimore sani, aparo ni mondo wanyis jopiny gimoya timore mapiyo piyo, nikech ne kata mana jatend kweth mathoth e od bura ne loso kanotemo wacho wach mar ni mondo mi omed Gachagua thuolo nyaka chieng' ngeso. Aparo ni wadoga ne Senate motelo, Senate motelo.
Means they are confusing this process with a criminal process. It is not a criminal process. Mr. Speaker, what we have in impeachment is a halfway house between the whim before 2010 and the beyond reasonable doubt proof in a criminal trial. In the words of Article 50, all you have to show is reason to believe. Reason to believe. What the lawyers would call just a prima facie case. You do not have to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt. So all the questions that I had my learned friends putting to the mover to prove, to demonstrate, they look good to the public gallery, but they add no value to the test for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, impeachment is like a vote of confidence or a vote of no confidence. Just the same way when you vote the president and the deputy, no one asks you to justify why, because you exercise your discretion. When you lose that confidence, no one should ask you to demonstrate why. That is why it's a political process. Otherwise, it could have been a judicial process or a religious process. Mr. Speaker, it is important to make two distinctions. First, that in this process, you do not have to prove anything beyond reasonable doubt. That's number one. The beyond reasonable doubt can come later when the other processes come in, like the investigative agencies. Number two, Mr. Speaker, in courts, our courts use an adversarial system where you bring all the documents and you are restricted to what you have brought. The process in this house is inquisitorial under Article 145 all the way to 149. And therefore, it allows this house to go beyond what the mover has brought or beyond what the other witnesses have brought. And this house has exercised that jurisdiction quite maturely. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that the idea of impeachment is one which is legal in process only, legal in process, but political in content and merit. As long as all the legal processes for fair hearing are observed, it is not open to anyone to question the merit in terms of the decision of the National Assembly or the Senate, because the safeguard is in the numbers. That is why before you move it in the National Assembly, you need 117 members. For it to pass, you need at least 2/3. Even in this House, you need 2/3. That is the safeguard. The safeguard is not in the legal technicalities. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, while it looks juicy and it looks very good to the gallery, in this House, you need 2/3. That is the safeguard. The safeguard is not in the legal technicalities. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, while it looks juicy and it looks very good to the gallery, to have that intense cross-examination such as we saw of the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, it is irrelevant. It is highly irrelevant, and to the untrained eye, they might think you are achieving much, but you are not achieving much. It must be remembered that the impeachment here is of the Deputy President, not the mover of the motion. So however much you discredit the mover of the motion, you do your client no justice when you do not address the substance of what is moved. Mr. Speaker, allow me to refocus on Article 150. Article 150 makes a very important distinction. And I heard the lawyers of the Deputy President saying that, there's precedent. There is no precedent in our courts in terms of impeachment. There is precedent in terms of removal from office of governors under Article 181. The word used is removal. The word impeachment does not appear in Article 181. But when you come to Article 150, two words are used. You can remove the Deputy President first, Mr. Speaker, under 151A, under 151 is removal. To that extent, the question of removal in 151, you can use the same standards in Article 181. But
client as his lawyers, why didn't you take that route? Because you have that option apart from himself presenting himself.
The proceedings have been, and the conduct has been, that the witness must be examined, both in chief and cross-examined. That has been the practice. The law does not contemplate a situation whereby you are going to be tried in absentia. Even in normal criminal courts, if you are to go to Kibera or to Milimani or to Makandara, there is no possibility that a court of law can proceed in the absence of an accused person because of the right to a fair trial and the right to be heard.
Wakili, there are plans perhaps to have a new deputy president be sworn in tomorrow or on Saturday. Are you seeking to block this from happening?
We believe that we live in a proper constitutional dispensation where the Constitution has spelled out what should and should not happen. So we shall continue to cling to the four corners of the Constitution, and we shall seek leave and crave any relief from the Constitution.
I think I'll agree with what my colleague has said. Yeah? The issues of health. First is family. Then second, because of the status of the person who is unwell, was taken ill, who is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, then of course the government comes in. And I think it's only fair that the rights, privacy of His Excellency the Deputy President be respected. The question that has been decided at the Senate, I think there are provisions in law, the Constitution, the standing orders, which we don't want to interpret because they are subject to many interpretations. Our colleagues on the other side, they will interpret what suits them. Of course, we'll interpret what suits our client, but I think we made it clear. Our lead counsel, senior counsel Paul Mwite, did cite Article 145, 6B. He also cited Standing Order 11. And when you read those two provisions together, you find there's room. So it is a question of the Senate, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the senators, to deliberate and come up with what they think suits not only them or selfishly, but also the country and the family. So I think it's unfortunate that the majority voted against the motion which was put before them. I hope that at the end of the day we'll consider the importance of this country.
What would you describe as happening now?
Well, of course you heard what the Speaker said. They are proceeding, right? And I hope that we'll consider generally the great nation of Kenya, the people of Kenya, and let's see how things unfold.
Wakili Swanya, at the National Assembly, you had an issue with the presiding, citing the Speaker being biased. How would you rate the presiding of the session at the Senate?
And just to add on that, do you think that if Gachagua has been afforded a fair hearing as it is required in the law in the Senate?
Well, I think you saw that our client cooperated all through. It's only unfortunate that it got healed at the tail end of it. But we've been there. We prosecuted our case properly, right? And the issue of bias, that always will be tested after the conclusion of the matter. So it's not a matter for us to discuss right now, but I think it's unfortunate, the decision that the Senate has taken, and we wait to see. Thank you.
Those who are saying the Deputy President is taking advantage, is an opportunist. What do you have to say about that?
Come again? What did you say?
They are saying that he's an opportunistic.
No, I don't think I want to comment on that. I think
your fellow colleagues are in the Senate continue with the proceedings. Why did you deem it fit to walk out?
It's a very sad day for this country that when the Deputy President of this Republic is indisposed and send the lawyers to request for time so that when he recovers, he comes to appear before the Senate. And he has been here for 2 days. This is a very, very active Deputy President who is always in the office, who is always working. But he sat for almost 16 hours yesterday. So probably something happened. And I want to take this opportunity to wish him a quick recovery, because I was with him even at lunchtime. And he was okay. He was to come to the Senate. But when we got in there, we were told he has been rushed to the hospital. Now the question is, what is the rush with the Senate? We had tomorrow, Friday. We had even up to Saturday. Where do we want to conclude this issue today at night with the absence of the Deputy President, who is the accused, who is supposed to present his case? And Kenyans have understood, have seen these as allegations. We have questioned, we have asked him question. We ask him, tell us this. He says, I think, I don't know, I'm assuming, I imagined. So it is a sad day for this country, because we believe that as a Senate, which is the upper house, we should be very patient, wait for the Deputy President, because things happen. You know, people are trying to portray it might be a trick, but remember how many times you're with your friend and you give the stories the next day in the morning. I was with him, he was laughing, and then he's no more. But we are saying the doctors are taking care of him, and he was willing. Even if he was to come here in his hospital bed, he is willing to testify. So it is very sad to see that the Senate is in a rush to determine the case without listening to the deputy president. So what we are saying is that Kenya has, we have seen how the process has been. We have seen how the deputy president has been treated. Of course, being treated with allegations that are not able to be substantiated. Kenyans have seen. So it's up now to the Senate to listen to the counsels who have now been given 60 minutes to give their closing remarks. And those who have been given the closing remarks are members of parliament. They have taken over the Senate. The person who is speaking as we speak, or as I left the house, is Otiende Omolo, a member of parliament. There is another honorable member there, I don't remember his name. They have taken over the Senate. So what we are saying is that we had gone well as an upper house. And I would implore to my colleagues, the senators, please, we should not crucify somebody who is in hospital, in his hospital bed. At least let the man stand up and allow him to come to the Senate so that we can listen to him. Otherwise, it is a sad day for this country. I don't know what they rush for, and I believe for them, the counsels of the deputy president will do what is necessary. And also as a senator, I will do what is necessary.
Senator, it seems like you've thrown your hands in the air, given up. You've left the stage instead of fighting on. What is the end game in this?
No. I'm still fighting on. I was just walking out with the counsels for the deputy president just to understand exactly what's going on. It doesn't mean that I'm running away. I am not afraid. I don't fear. I have to go back to that house and I have to make sure that I'm heard. Because I believe that if we run away, we will also not be giving justice to the deputy president. But what I'm trying to say is that I do not understand what's the hurry for. Why don't we want to see tomorrow? The members of parliament who are the National Assembly, they are sitting on a Friday, tomorrow. And they were expecting our results today so that they can see tomorrow and execute a business that we do not understand. You know, we do not understand what they're planning. So they plan, and I wish this country can be efficient as they are with impeachment. You impeach somebody, and I'm telling you this, and I'm not a prophet. After we vote in that house, you will see a gazette notice at night. You will see somebody to be vetted by the National Assembly tomorrow in the morning. And you will see somebody being sworn in without following the due process of the law. So I am telling my people and the country, let me talk to the people. You don't have to stop me talking to the people. I have to talk. Imetosha where? Where? Who are you? Nini Imetosha? Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. We cannot even express ourselves freely in a country that expression under Article 33 is given by the Constitution. I'm told Imetosha. Tosha what? Tosha where? That is where they want to quicken this process. They want to make sure that they kick out the deputy president. By the time he's kicked out, they bring another one. They go to the National Assembly. They vet one. Then they go swear them in. Is this a country that we have a constitution? Is this a country that we have a constitution that we passed in 2010? That is the question. But nevertheless, I ask everybody, especially Kenyans, be peaceful. Be peaceful and be peaceful. Thank you very much.
Still, all is not lost. Do you have the numbers to defend Gachagua at the Senate? Because that's still a question. You have not voted yet.
We'll get to know about the numbers when we vote. You see, there's so many people who are so paining as I am, and maybe they are not able to speak. But let's cross the bridge once we get there.
The concerns of bribery at the National Assembly, is it the case for the Senate?
I do not want to anticipate or make allegation that I cannot substantiate. But let me tell you, the investment is heavy. It is heavy, very heavy. Let me go back to Parliament. Thank you.
The argument that was raised that some of the alleged misconduct on the part of the Deputy President were actually committed when he was not the Deputy President, and therefore do not apply to the proceedings before this House. Reference is made to Article 151B of the Constitution, which provides that the ground for impeachment would only be serious consideration of serious reasons to believe that an offense has been committed. There is no time limit that is set, because once there are reasons to believe that an offense has been committed, then that stretches back to whatever time that offense would have been committed. This is to say, if in the pendency of the life of the presidency or the Deputy President, it is discovered that before you assume the office, you committed an offense, that forms a ground for impeachment. This leads me to the next argument, which are the admissions that the Deputy President actually made before the House. Clearly, he admitted that the issue of shareholding in Kenya was live, and he was part and parcel of it. Therefore, Kenyans were shareholders. He actually admitted in the House and also in the press in the country that he believed the President was behind this motion. He also admitted that he had actually gone against the principle of collective responsibility on the basis that the cabinet had made unconstitutional decisions, which decisions he had to disobey. He also went on to dismiss this parliament as a theater of the absurd, and that he did not expect much from here. The question is this, and that, honorable senators, you have to grapple with. If the Deputy President was actually to be saved by this House, with whom would he work? He would not work with the Kenyans whom he has antagonized with his shareholding notion that he has spread across the country. Number two, he would have difficulty serving with his boss, whom he has accused of being behind this motion. He would not actually work with the cabinet, where he is responsible for everything that is done in the cabinet and the sub-cabinet committees brought together by the principle of collective responsibility. He would not be able to work with this parliament, which he has called a theater of the absurd. With whom would he work? This is the question you have to ask yourselves. What we have before us today is like a marriage, and I have to draw that analogy because actually the position occupied by the subject of the discussion and the motion, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, is now untenable. He cannot hold that position because his position is irretrievable. He cannot work with any of the organs and bodies he's supposed to work with. Therefore, the position being irretrievable, then it means actually he has to be impeached. And I implore upon you to actually do so. Where a marriage is irretrievably broken, you cannot apply any law. The marriage is gone. Whichever law you try to apply, it does not matter. For the Deputy President today, we cannot apply any measure of legalese because this is not likely to assist us in any way. The position remains, this is a political process, these political offices they are holding, and therefore they are irretrievably broken. As I pen off, honorable senators, honorable speaker, sir, I'll refer you to a biblical book in the Old Testament, the book of Jonah, chapter 1. And when the senators retire, they can actually look at that, the entire chapter. What happened here when Jonah disobeyed the command from his superior, and that was the deity? He actually had to flee. And when he fled, he took a ship to a different city, not where he had been commanded to go. What remained was, on the journey, the waters were faced with tempest, and eventually the tempest had to be calmed by tossing Jonah out of the ship. The ship here is actually the presidency. The ocean is actually Kenya. Jonah is the insubordinate deputy president who actually cannot work with the entire government and the country, and whose position today, as he holds, is untenable. With those remarks, I urge you, honorable senators, to actually uphold this motion, and to the best of my belief and conviction, not only ground 11, which I have submitted, the rest of the grounds have been approved. Thank you very much. 2 minutes to Honorable Zamzam, who is also going to make a statement and a submission. Thank you very much.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mwakilishi wa bunge wa eneo bunge la Mombasa na bunge la taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, leo nimekuja hapa kuwaletea yale mashtaka ambayo yameonekana katika bunge letu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mengi yamezungumzwa. Mimi si mwanasheria, lakini mimi nazungumza kama yule Mkenya ambaye yuko pale chini, hajui sheria, hajui nini, anaomba amani katika taifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, video zimechezwa katika bunge hili. Tumeona Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais akijipiga kifua, hasa kule Taita Taveta. Nimeona Mheshimiwa Spika akiwaambia kuwa hawana shares, na akawaambia nyinyi kama mnataka hisa muongoje 2027, manake hata rais akinambia mimi niweze kuwaletea maendeleo, na mwambia kwanza subiri niangalie kwenye mfuko wangu wakiwa kama wako kwenye orodha ya kupewa maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ifahamike kuna wakati mmoja Kenya iliingia kwenye vita sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliona maiti ya kina mama, mtoto hajui mama amekufa, mtoto alikuwa ananyonya matiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kutaka taifa hili lirudi kule tena. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndani ya Mombasa nina wajane ambao wananitegemea sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, uniletea malilio yao, na leo mimi kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa nalia kwa sababu ya mayatima ambao waliachwa na ndugu ya naibu wa rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani kuwa leo mimi na mume wangu tutafute mali yetu na tuna watoto wetu, kisha akifa ende mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu nije nipokonywe mali yangu, niache na watoto wangu wakihangaika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia umri ya hawa watoto wa ndugu yake Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais, wametoshea kupewa urithi wao. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini hata kuna tetesi mwingine yoozea kule kwa jela. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema, nilisikia mwanasheria akisema to save makanga. Mimi nasema makanga ameiba pesa ya abiria, dereva hana pesa ya kupelekea mwenye gari. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema wamwache dereva apeleke abiria mpaka station ya mwisho, kisha akifika kule atajua atatafuta makanga mwingine namna gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuna sisi uchungu na watu wa mlima, lakini tunachosema tulikuwa na Uhuru, tulikuwa na Kibaki, tulikuwa na Kenyatta, hatukuwahi kuona mambo ambayo tumeona kwa deputy president. Mheshimiwa Spika, huyu ni sumu, atavuruga Kenya, ataharibu Kenya. Naomba bunge hili la Seneti, amani ya Kenya iko kwenye mikono yenu, na waomba mtoe uamuzi wa uhakika. Huyu jamaa hapendezi kabisa kuwa katika nafasi ambayo yuko ndani sasa, na waomba kwa heshima na taadhima tuweze kumtimua leo, Kenya iweze kupata mtu ambaye atamsaidia rais kufanya kazi akiwa ameweka amani na umoja wa Kenya mbele. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Mr. Speaker, sir, very briefly, I will wrap up the submissions on the part of the National Assembly. I'll endeavor not to repeat what has already been captured on the record. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've agonized and reflected on the place of impeachment proceedings, not just in our country,
but across the world and across other democracies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've had occasion to look at the history, particularly of the United States of America, from the days of Andrew Johnson in 1868, Richard Nixon in 1974, Bill Clinton 1998, and Donald Trump 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, I asked myself, what does impeachment proceedings seek to serve in a democracy? In my reflections, one of the clear conclusions is that it is a check and a balance through which the populace can then hold their leaders accountable. It is an avenue through which the populace can ask their leaders whether they're doing that which is in keeping with the social contract or the understanding that they had at the point of election or delegating their direct powers to those elected leaders. So in the context of Kenya, where then do we find impeachment? Mr. Speaker, sir, our history has taught us very bitter lessons. We remember the events that bedeviled our country after the 2007 elections. It is after those events that we gave ourselves a new constitution. In that new constitution, Mr. Speaker, sir, we found it necessary to, in an unprecedented way, speak about our values, speak about the fabric of our society, the things that pull us together, the things that we share as a people. The preamble to our constitution, in particular, paragraph 3, reads, "We, the people of Kenya, proud of our ethnic, cultural, religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation," and continues so on and so forth. From those words, we realize what the thinking of the Kenyan people was right from page 1 of framing of our constitution. We then went to substantive provisions. A lot has been said about Article 10 of our constitution, to the extent that it speaks to the values that as a people we want to be associated with. We have dedicated a whole chapter of our constitution to the questions around leadership and integrity. It then tells us how central the values that we hold are to each other as a nation. Now, if we look at impeachment from that lens, then we realize and appreciate that impeachment then comes in to hold our leaders at an even higher pedestal, so that we have a tone at the top that is acceptable, a tone that gives us what has been called elsewhere political hygiene. We have had occasion in this country where people who have been in positions of leadership have been treated in what other people have thought has been harsh treatments. But it is because when there's a tone at the leadership to be set, it must be clear, it must be vibrant, and it must be the right tone. We've had leadership, people from the leadership who've lost their office because of having pinched somebody. We have people who have lost their offices because of utterances that were considered inappropriate. A slap has gotten somebody to go through a fairly painful process. It is because the slap is not necessarily the issue, it is the message that it sends. And so similarly, when we talk about our leaders, we then must ask ourselves, what does one wrong word do to the fabric of our society? It is on the basis of that background that we then consider the impeachment motion that is currently before this House. My colleagues who have spoken before me have taken us through the provisions of Article 150, 1B, which then speaks to the very grounds that this House should consider in whether to impeach His Excellency, the Deputy President, or not. I wouldn't want to go into those grounds because the record before this House contains material in support of those grounds. I would urge, Mr. Speaker, sir, that now that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has had occasion to present material before this House, that this House could consider, in response to the motion for impeachment, when you retire to debate, to deliberate, we urge that you take into consideration the entirety of that material. We also ask that you also take time to look at what the mover of the motion presented before this House, as well as all the witnesses, including what came from public participation. That would give us an opportunity to, in a very objective way, reflect on what and how to deal with the questions that have been presented. I need not go into the specifics of each of the charges, but if I was to give examples, when we have a leader occupying the high office of the Deputy President of this country, somebody who is required by the Constitution to take an oath confirming or affirming to Kenyans that they will not divulge whatever comes out of secrecy, out of confidential conversations that come to their knowledge by virtue of the office that they occupy. If that person then defies that bond or that commitment that they've had with Kenyans, it is a gross violation. Similarly, when we have somebody occupying the space of the high calling of the office of the Deputy President, admitting issues that would amount to conflict of interest between his personal interest, his family interest, and which have financial implications. Again, our laws then dictate that those are reasons that would would be sufficient to impeach such a Deputy President. We've had examples that have been given about utterances that have been considered to be unpalatable. Again, looking at the entire framework of what our Constitution anticipates, looking at what those words would mean to a man off the streets of Nairobi, off the streets of Mombasa, or any other place, if we all come to the understanding that those words taken in their natural meaning could cause some measure of discomfort, they are considered to be divisive, they are considered to be of such a nature as to bring or sow seeds of discord between us as people in this country, then it is the responsibility of this House to speak, and to speak on behalf of the people of Kenya, because it is one way of ensuring that there are checks and balances that flow from the constitutional powers vested in this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, as has been demonstrated through the many tons of documents that have been availed before this House, the cross-examination that has attended to the witnesses that have been before this House, and the material that has been placed by the mover, by all the parties who've had an opportunity to participate in the proceedings of this House, we have absolutely no doubt that this House is perfectly capable of making the appropriate decision in each and every of those counts. And just for emphasis, Article 150, Subarticle 1B gives us 3 grounds. We do not have to have beyond 1. Any one of those is more than sufficient to make the call or to pull the trigger on an impeachment motion. Mr. Speaker, with that, I rest, and we thank you for according us this opportunity this evening. Most obliged.
So, are you done now with your submissions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are done.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, I'll refer you to the program. You will notice that after the closing statements from the parties, the Senate is supposed to move to a closed session to deliberate on the issues that have been raised. And that is pursuant to our rules of procedure. That is demanded of us by the rules of procedure.
So at this juncture, I will allow the parties to retire as the Senate moves to a closed session. That closed session will take us not more than half an hour. After that, we'll come back. Once we are back, there's going to be a special motion contained in an order paper. That is the motion that will allow debate culminating into honorable senators getting the opportunity to cast their vote on each of those charges, of the 11 charges. So, counsel for the National Assembly, you may now retire. Once we resume open session, of course, you'll resume your seats.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The media.
Ramogi mano en chenro mane dhi nyime e od buch Senet odhiambo ma kawuono en chenro mano chakore odiochieng' manyoro kendo kawuono od buch Senet ne yudo neno kowuok kuom kweth ariyo mabe nochwalo nene nyime dwaro mar thicho oko e kom jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. En gino ma dhi nyime kendo twak en mana ne oyie kod spika mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi mondo dhi nyime toka od buch Senet ne oluto mbulu ka jogo mathoth ne oyiero mondo mi gidhi nyime kod twak kendo tieko kaka ne osechan kod od buch Senet kinde mokalo. Ma en bang' kane ogol paro moro madwaro mondo mi dhir nyime chenro nyaka chieng' ngeso kaluwore ni jalup jatend piny Kenya Rigathi Gachagua mane en achiel kuom jogo mondo ni chiwo neno mare nyime od buch Senet nobedo matuo godhiambo ma kawuono kinde mane igeno ni odhi chiwo neno mare. Chenro ma kamano pod dhi nyime, wakaw yo nyakor Mgajwang' oduogo tok yo matin. Imeharibika?
Enang'o yawa bed piny. Nikil, kelne pi omodh.
An ok adwar pigno. Akwayi, chunga kanyo. Okay.
Rajvir, an onge kaka nyalo yieno wetina odhi e jela. Dawe.
Koro wan wapo timo ang'o seher?
Ting'eni an aparo ni ng'ano moko miyo ji luor to bende ok dwa bet kodgi e mor kata gi lit. Mano ng'ama ok ong'eyo ngima maber.
Oneno ng'ama ber ahinya.
Chal mana gi mama kamoro achiel gi baba.
Mana diero wadwa. Gineno maber ahinya.
Don't you disrespect my lover.
Nyakuru Mgajwang' juma ni chengeso achiel kachiel wadhi bedo koda jongolo maliet pas namba achiel wadhi bedo koda Wantili.
Sema.
Kopogre gi mano Faisoti.
She like Netflix, selfies.
And of course Korka. Mwana wadhi bedo achiel kachiel koda the Dance 66 Academy.
Kwisha kumbuka kurara.
Nyakoro Mgajwang' this Saturday be wantie gi DJ Granite on the ones and twos and doubles kind kotimo tiki DJ Granite kick by.
Tugo koro eka iye ochacho.
Party is a party.
Ka gik moko medo mana fwenyore, to ngima bende medo bedo matek e boma maduong'.
Gimora mora ma Nyasaye omiya. Ok awene jachien.
Yud mor e ngimani kokalo e gik matindo.
onge ke mwaluoro bwana ochiel chunyen wakete pile wacha.
Nia nengi manyar kochia. Kodu siepene kachiel kod jodgi.
Kata let ne jiere ya ilak chogo.
Ok ginyal wei ma ok inyiero.
Alo ka ero joma ero walo. Alo ka ero matmanyi sa gik moko.
Nyar kochia. Ticha Beach ka Ticha Beach. Sachiel gi dakika 55 otieno. Mana Ramogi TV. Engima mahera mar mama. Lokore to bedo mirima maduong'.
Itaya kama nanga yiero chiek.
Miyo machunye lit nikech nyare.
Ok daol kodi nyathina kumae kodi boro wada.
Sama piny ni pogore, era mane ogeng'negi chako dongo e kindgi.
Ani dhi ot wa.
Ani okadwa dhi.
Ariti.
Kare dhi mondi.
Kata kamano, sama weche mopondo fwenyore, adiera nyalo pogogi kata duoko winjruok e kindgi.
Nokonego wachnegi yako mnogi rito kuomwa.
Hera mar miyo e Winam Cinema. Jumapil, saa 2:15 otieno kod saa 4 otieno. Mana Ramogi TV. Ang'o mosetimore ne joma ne ochweyo ogandawa?
Adhi primary Kagonditi Primary School.
Gin kanye sani?
Mobilize kalerte ne wago poro to gibiro wasombo kidi to watero kacha jite e secondary kacha.
Waromo gi jodgi to wafwenyo sigand gima mopondo.
Siasa ka ng'amoy waye maduong' kata e siasa en Daniel Arap Moi.
Ng'era nyisi mabeyo mane giweyo.
Ne japiny opogore kata ng'ama ne nie duond loch ne neno ni kopo ni Kenyatta dhi Tom okawie thuolo ni mondo tano a piny ni kaluwore gi mwaseneno kuom.
Ang'o ma gitimo sani? To kata kamano be pod gin kodwa.
Nakedo ne wach sukari ma jobunge jonjo kod buot nochaka ni bwana sukari.
Gin kanye kod Walter Nyambaga. Tich Ang'wen saa 3 otieno mana Ramogi TV.
Makelo dongruok mopogore opogore.
Don't speak on our issues as women. Let us be the one to speak.
Kaka gikete ratil, familia kod tijegi.
People's power! People's power!
Magitimo gisiso kod lony.
As the woman representative of Homa Bay County, this nation is hungry and there is no question about it.
Minegi nietelo. Gijiwo kendo gikelo lony mopogore opogore.
Mentorship en gimoro ma important kabisa. Mano konyo ji kendo miyo ji bet gi positive attitude.
Gimiyo lony margi kanyakla kod yudo duoko ne chandruoge duto magikale.
We want leaders to be fair to the nation.
To emine wacho sigand miyo kamiyo ogen.
Mine wacho ngeso ka ngeso kod jailieta.
Nimekuwa Citizen Duka nikapata wako na ofa ya okoa wiki hapo Quickman. For only 442 shillings. Nimeweza kupata yawa mkate at only 79 shillings. Na masiwa je at 45 bob. Na sababu wa Kenya tunapenda ugali. Nimepata unga at only 89 shillings. Na mchele ya pisori je hiyo pia iko at 189 shillings a kg. Hizi sote ni less than 500 bob. Imagine nimelipa tu 442 shillings nikaweza kusave 88 shillings. Unangoja nini bwana? Okoa wiki na Citizen Duka. Piga *487*5#. Chagua Quickmart, then chagua Okoa wiki. Lipa na utapata message ya kwenda kuchukua package yako kwa Citizen Duka counter ya any Quickmart supermarket karibu na wewe.
Tuo mar kansa mulo ngima wa duto e yore mopogore opogore. Anyuolawa, osiepewa, kata jogo ma watiyogo nyalo bedo ni achiel kuomwa osechango ne tuo mar kansa. Jarit jatuo mar kansa kata en jalno machiwo kony ne jatuo mar kansa. Tuo mar kansa en gino mantiere kindwa waduto. Nyaka wariwne lwedo mondo waked kode. Kanyakla wariwre kedo gi tuo mar kansa. Ka waduto wadhi mondo timnwa screening. Oteni okelni kod Royal Media Services. We care. Fweny ngima maber e wach Nyasaye. Winj wende mag dendo kod pako Nyasaye. Wakelo ni gweth sabatoni. Pastor Dalmas Odhiambo biro kelo nu wach Nyasaye kopuonjo kendo jiwo.
Kokalo kuom nying Nyasaye nitie geno, kendo kokalo kuom nying Nyasaye to wan wang'o loch.
Injili ngima. Sabato. Sari okinyi, kik bai.
Colgate Herbal imetengenezwa na mchanganyiko wa mimea ya asili iliyothibitishwa kisayansi kuimarisha nguvu za meno na utunzo wa ufizi wako. Ijaribu Colgate Herbal iliyothibitishwa kisayansi kwa meno imara na ufizi wenye afya. Colgate Charcoal imetengenezwa kwa mkaa, ni dawa ya kuaminika.
My name is John Dungo Mwangi from Subukia. I'm a teacher by profession. I've been participating in Aviator for quite some time. I've been praying that one day luck will be on my side. I'll continue playing because there are stakes there that are higher than what I got. I won big on Shabiki Aviator.
Changamkia Aviator on shabiki.com. Not for persons under the age of 18. Authorized and regulated by BCLB license number 428.
Okonyal rito mondo wadhi kodi e wuoth mopong' gi mo. Fweny sigendni mabeyo miwuoro. Tugo tuke mabeyo. Rom gi osiepe manyien. Puonjri gik mabeyo e wuodhni.
Crispy chicken, coleslaw, tomato, mustard.
Solo osiepeni kendo ikri ne mor e rogo mar nyithindo. Chieng' ngeso chakre saa 3 okinyi. Mana e Ramogi TV.
Koro magiro kamano kuom medo kete Ramogi TV odiochieng'ni mabende nyalo bedo mano mar historia pacho kaendi kaluwore ni od buch Senet en mano migeno ni biro luto mbulu ewi paro ma dwaro thicho e kom jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Nyakwa Ramogi mana kwa lero ni mago mosebedo katimore chenro makamaendi ne oketa kod od buch Senet nyen mano mana dhi kawo ndalo 2 chenro mano chakore odiochieng' manyoro. Od bura ne obedo kod thuolo mar bende chiwo nendgi e nyim od buch Senet ma otim kanyo kod jaod bura Mwengi Mutuse mano timo ng'enyne odiochieng' manyoro ka osomo ketho 11 ma bende od bura ne yudo godo Gachagua ma en jalup jatend piny kod ketho mano ne otimo odiochieng' manyoro. Bang'e kweth mar jalup jatend piny kama oting'o okil mage ne obedo gi thuolo mar penjo matene gi dho ngere iluongo ni cross examination kama ne gidwaro mondo mi oyang makare ketho modonjone godo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua e nyim od buch Senet. Maendi ne otim ka bende bang'e senators nobedo kod thuolo bende mar gin bende gi penjo kotenore kod mago ma Mwengi Mutuse ne ochwalo e nyim. Biro paro odiochieng' manyoro no bende okil mago mag od bura bende obedo gi thuolo mar twaka kendo penjo miluongo ni cross examination e nyim od bura ka chenrono ne ok orumo nyoro. Ka okinyi ma kawuono bende od buch Senet nobedo gi thuolo mar dhi nyime kod penjo moko kuom penjo mane gin godo ne jogo mane ochwalo ng'ur kata wacho ni gin witnesses mane nitiere kaluwore kod od bura mamalo. Bende ne nitiere jogo ma gin joneno mane obedo kowuok kuom KEMSA e weche mag nede mane orak margi ne nitiere kod to ma bende ne giyango e nyim od buch Senet. Bang'e duol machune kedo kumbadhi e patho kaendi EACC bende obedo gi thuolo mar yango korka kor ne jalno mane ochung' negi mano jatatije mare maduong' chenro mane otim e nyim od buch Senet. Bang'e Senet ne obedo kod thuolo mar dhi e yweyo kendo ne giduogo saa 8 mar odiochieng' mano makawuono mondo mi ne gidhi nyime kod chenro margi kaka ne ochan ni onego bed rumo odiochieng' makawuono kanyo ema jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua mabende ni geno ni dhi bedo achiel kuom jalno machiwo neno ne orem chopo e nyim od buch Senet. Kata obedo ni kinde mag okinyi to ne entiere e nyim od buch Senet. Maendi noyako okil mare mabende otelo kwano kinde ma otelo ne kweth mar jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua Paul Mwite ne okawo thuolo mar yango ne od buch Senet ni jal mabende gichung'ne e nyim od burano ne obedo matuo kendo otere e kar thieth mabende bang'e oduogo yangore kaka kar thieth mano makare. Ne gitemo nyiso od buch Senet mondo mi oyie omigie thuolo mar mondo mi obi ochop en owuon e nyim od buch Senet. Mano weyo kanyo ka spika mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi ne ochungo chenro mar Senet kuom kinde ma tiende ne ochiwo thuolo nyaka saa 11 mondo mi ne gichiw thuolo mondo mi kweth mar jalup jatend piny ne odhi mondo mi one ka ginyalo kelo jal ma gichung'ne nyim od bura mar Senet nikech ne gigeno ne odhi chiwo nende. Mano mane ok otimore ka od bura ne oduogo kanyo saa 11 mar odhiambo ma kawuono. To kane giseduogo en ni kweth mane ochung'ne jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne okwayo mondo mi oyie ochori e chenro ma kamano nyime kaluwore ni tuo en gino ma ok nyal yangi ni go ng'ato saa machal nade. Kendo ne gikwayo ni mondo chenro ni ochwal nyaka chieng' tich 2. Mano mabende kaluwore kod pend chike ma pacho kaendi gintiere kod thuolo mar ndalo 10 mondo mi gitiek chenro ma kamaendi mane rumo chieng' ngeso. Noweyo kanyo ka od buch Senet chenro mare kendo chako chung' kuom dakika mathin ka spika mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi kwayo dakika 5 mabende ne omedore makal dakika 5 bang'e noduogo kendo ne osomo chike matayo chenro mag Senet ewi gik machal kama oting'o thicho ke apisi gavana, jalup gavana ka achiel kod senators ka achiel kod jatend piny kod jalupne mane osomo. Kendo bang'e ne gibedo kod paro machielo mano motion e nyim od bura mano mar Senet. Mano weyo kanyo ka jatend kweth mathoth ne osomo mago mantiere kanyo kendo ne oluto ombulu mane olutne en madwaro ng'eyo ka senators ne nyalo yie mondo mi chenro no ochwal nyaka chieng' ngeso kendo machal kamano ne omigi thuolo mar mondo mi ne giluto ombulu ni kawuono ne oluti e yo mar penjo jogo masiro gi jogo ma ok osiro kaluwore kod ma Senator Amason Kingi ne osomo maendi ka bende jogo mathoth ne ogo ombulu mondo mi chenro ma kamane odhi nyime. Watudre kanyo kod Chris Owino nikech Chris Owino nitiere kod mathoth. Chris, en gima wawacho kawuono ni nyalo bedo historia odiochieng' ma kawuono ka po ni jalup jatend piny biro gole e kom kata ka po ni ok bi gole poro bedo kindikore historia ma pacho ka. Kendo od buch Senet dhi nyime gi sani onego bed ni gidhi nyime kod twak machal kamaendi. Waneno kanyo ka achiel kuom senators mane nitie kanyo wuok kendo nupenje mamoko. Kichako no mana gi kanyo ng'uru mane nitiere godo kaluwore kod chenro no mar od buch Senet. To kod gima nyalo bedo ni gi sani dhi nyime nikech senators onego bed ni luto ombulu gi sani ang'o matimore. Bende kinyalo mana gono mbaka e mago mosetimore odiochieng' mondo mi wang'is nyakwaru mga joma bede ni odiochieng' seche moko no obedo gi thuolo mar ng'eyo gik matimore seche moko ne ni tich obiro mana gi sani odhiambo sani to oyudo ka wadhi nyime. Lerno ne mago mosebedo ka timore od buch Senet. Chris Owino, gima wanyalo geno neno nyime kaendi.
Erokamano Emmanuel e kinde ni od bura mar Senet odhi e yweyo mar dakika 30 motelo ne duogo kendo dhi nyime kod chenro mar winjo bura mar thicho oko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua e tielo mogik kaluwore kod chike matayo bura mar thicho oko jalup jatend piny mane apisi. Mana kayo wacho ne ntiere ng'ur mane owuok e kweth mar jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua okinde mage kotelne kod Paul Mwite, Victor Swanya, okil Kamalo ka Wambugu kaachiel kod Elisha Ongoya. Yuak kata ng'ur mar okinde mag Gachagua en ni od bura mar Senet okomi ratiro mar duoko penjo ewi chilo 11 ma iminego kata weche 11 ma itudego e bura mar gole e apisi. Mabiro kalure ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne oyuoro e bura ma kawuono kar seche mag okinyi bang'e to kane gidhi yweyo machuok e seche mag migago mar miyo jo od bura mag Senet kaachiel kod kweth mar Gachagua thuolo madolo kumbo kendo medo gimoro e bund itgi. Kane chenro ni oduogo kar saa 8:30 ne Rigathi Gachagua okonere kendo ne ochuno spika mar od bura mar Senet Jeff Amason Kingi penjo kama Rigathi Gachagua nitiere. Bang' penjo kama Rigathi Gachagua nitiere, okil kamalo kama Rigathi Gachagua mano Paul Muite ne ochung' e bao kendo nyiso senators ni osetemo tudre kod Rigathi Gachagua. Kata kamano chenro duto matemo tudre kod Rigathi Gachagua e yor sime osebedo ka muonyo pi nikech okomak sim kendo okonyal yude e sim ka onyiso luoro mare ni okia kama Rigathi Gachagua nitie, bende okonyalo wacho gima otimrene. Mane okelo kihon kod luoro e chuny senators ni to ang'o madibiro timrene Rigathi Gachagua, nikech e seche mane owuok kar saa 7 gi dakika 15 e kinde mane senators dhi e yueyo, ne en jalo man kod mor, ne otegno, ne okonyiso kido moro amora, ne en ng'at ma dende onjao nikita ng'at ma nyiso olo moro, ne otegno mana kaka pile kendo ne en kod mor kata si mane ofuayo ne jofwamb weche ka owuok e rangach mar od bura mar Senate. Kata kamano ne ochuno spika mar od bura mar Senate Amason Kingi mondo omi kweth mare thuolo machuok mar temo tudre kode. Bang'e ne okil kamalo ka Paul Muite onyiso spika mar od bura mar Senate ni oyudo ler ni jatende mano Rigathi Gachagua dende ok ber kendo otere e od thieth. Mano e ler mane ochiwo ne od bura ni Rigathi Gachagua dende lit kendo otere e od thieth, manyiso ni ok bibiro kakae mar chung' e bao kendo duoko penjo kaachiel kod luoko tilo duto ma imienego 11. Bang'e to ne okwayo mondo omigi seche 2 mar temo neno ka onyalo yudo ler malong'o ewi tuo mar Rigathi Gachagua. Mane ochuno spika mar od bura mar Senate Amason Kingi wacho ni senator odhi e yueyo machuok kuom seche 2 nyaka saa 11. Kane giduogo saa 11, okil kamalo ka Paul Muite ne olero ne Senate ne en adier ni Rigathi Gachagua dende lit kendo kore nitie, en kod lit mar kor, omiyo otere e osiptal ma Karen. Mano e ler mane ochiw saa 11 e nyim od bura mar Senate Rigathi Gachagua ni kod lit, owinjo lit e kore kendo ne ochwale e od thieth ma Karen e bore Nairobi. Bang'e to ne omiyo spika mar od bura mar Senate openjo ni to kalure ni Rigathi Gachagua kudhi biro e nyim od bura mar Senate maduoko penjo kalure kod lit mar dende, en ang'o ma onego tim, en yo mane ma onego lu. Ne omiyo thuolo okinde mag Gachagua, omiyo thuolo okinde mag od bura mamalo mondo ochiw pachgi. Kane ochiwo pache okinde mag Gachagua, ne okwayo mondo ochwal nyime chenro mar winjo burani nyaka chieng' tich 2 juma manyien mar miyo Gachagua thuolo mar chango maber kendo biro yudo duoko penjo. Mane en kwayo mane ochiw kod okil kamalo ka Paul Muite ka okwayo od bura mondo omigi thuolo nyaka chieng' tich 2 juma manyien mar mondo mi Gachagua yud thuolo mar kudo muya kendo chango kalure kod lit mar kor ma omake odhiambo ma kawuono mar yudo kwe Emmanuel.
Chris, mana kinde manok mokalo chien kanyo waneni achiel kachiel ka ugomba ka kod achiel kuom senators mano wuok oko kendo ne entiere kod ng'ur kendo ne chal ka gima chenro madhi nyime od bura na ok more. Owacho nang'o? Owacho ni ang'o ma omiyo ok omor? Kata kamano winjo ko wacho kanyo ni odok e od Senate mondo mi duonde winji. Ang'o mane ok omor? Nikech aneno ko wuok mana toka speaker mar od Senate Amason Kingi no se keto penjo no ma senators duto wacho ni gidhi nyime. Entie gi ng'ur moro. Ang'o mane ok omor seche mano twak da winjo kipenjo penjo?
Emmanuel, mano en senator mar county ma Kiambu Irungu Adhangwa. Emane okokodo kinde mag Rigathi Gachagua thuolo machuok bang' od bura mar Senate goyo ombulu mar tamore chenro mar chwalo chenro mar winjo burani nyaka chieng' tich 2 kata chieng' ngeso. Achiel kuom kwayo ne en ni burani ochwal nyaka chieng' ngeso mar miyo Gachagua thuolo mar chopo e od bura kendo duoko penjo. Bang'e to kane speaker owacho oluoko lwete owachni speaker mar od bura Jeff Amason Kingi ne kwayo senators mondo ogo ombulu ewi paro mar chwalo chenro mar bura makabuono nyaka chieng' ngeso. Bang'e to kane osekel wach makamano e nyim od bura, senators ne ogoyo ombulu. Thoth senators ne ogoyo ombulu mar kwedo chenro mar chungu bura makamae kada chwale nyime nyaka chieng' ngeso mar jumani. Mane omiyo speaker ong'ado gi dwol achiel ni kaluwore kod chung' ma senators okawo ni bura ni nyaka dhi nyime odiochieng' ma kawuono kendo nyaka tieki otieno ma kawuono. Ne owacho ni chenro mag bura ni bro dhi nyime ma onge ng'ikruok moro amora. Ma e gima ne owang'o i okinde mag Rigathi Gachagua kotelne kod Paul Muite, mane giwacho ni ma ok en ratiro nikech senators dhi ng'ado bura mok giwinjo paro kada chung' mar Rigathi Gachagua. Mane omiyo okinde ogwoko ka giwacho ni mano ok en miyo Gachagua ratiro. Mae mane omiyo senator ma county ma Kiambu Karungu Wadhang'wa Benene ogwoko ka okwedo chenro mar jowetene mar tamore chungo bura makamae nyaka chieng' ngeso mar miyo thuolo Rigathi Gachagua oyud chang kendo kod muya mar biro duoko penjo. Koro kane obiro oko mar od bura ne owacho ni ok en gima ber mondo ng'ano ma iseyo ong'adne bura ma ok owinj chung' mare. Ne dobedo gima ber ka senators weche ne doyie mondo chenro ni ochung kawuono nyaka chieng' ngeso mondo omi thuolo Gachagua obi. Gachagua owach kokore to senators beno thuolo mar penjo motelo negi senators goyo ombulu. Koro ng'ur mar en ni senators dhi goyo ombulu ma ok owinjo chung' mar Rigathi Gachagua ma owacho ni ma dhi nyiso ni Gachagua ok oyudo ratiro mar duoko penjo kaachiel kod luoko chilo ma imienego kuom ketho 11. Emmanuel.
Chris, erokamano isebedo kimiyowa ler makare kapok wadok e chenro mar od buch Senet. Chris, ka okinde gine loso kodu ne gin kod paro mopogore opogore, okang' mane giwacho ni gidhi kawo po ni od buch Senet mana mapiyo od buch Senet odhi nyime kod winjo bura mano chwale nyime kendo go ombulu ma gikaw chung' ma gibiro kawo? Giwacho okang' mane ma ginyalo kawo kapok wadok e od buch Senet?
Ne watemo dayo dhoge ni to en chenro mane ma gidhi kawo kaluwore kod bura mar Senet madhi nyime kod winjo bura ni kaachiel kod goyo ombulu ewi paro mar golo ko Rigathi Gachagua motelo ne otieno ma kawuono kar saa 6. Ne giwacho ni ma ok en ratiro kendo ma odhi ataro kod chik. Kata kamano ne gibedo ng'onya, ne ok gigolo pachgi ne jofwamb weche, ne ok gilero no okang' ma gidhi kawo. Kata kamano ne en gima nenore ni ginyalo dhi e doho kaluwore kod duoko mane gimiyowa ni ma orocho ratiro mage mar winjo bura makamano.
Chris, wino wabiro iri wayudo odhi kare achiel kachiel oduogo iro winjane kaka lakteche man kuno twak ewi tuo mar jalup jatend piny.
Is he likely to spend the night or more days in this facility?
If you come with chest pain in any hospital in this country or in the world, you will be held captive for at least 24-72 hours to rule out serious issues. I'm sure you guys read a lot. Stress can cause heart problems, we know that, and the DP is definitely out of stress. I'm sure you heard about something called Takotsubo syndrome, the broken heart syndrome, all those things that can cause severe heart problem. So all those are possibilities. So I would say if you come in that type of situation, you need to be observed for about 48 to 72 hours. Yeah.
Daktari, recovery may vary from patient to patient, but perhaps you've had experience and you've handled such cases before. Do you foresee him being admitted for a while, or how are you treating this?
At least maybe 48 to 72 hours minimum, yeah. So, you know, for us, we always play on the safe side. You don't want to rush and make a mistake. You want to make sure that when you are done, you have done, and you know, sure that somebody is safe. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sorry we kept you waiting because we were busy inside there, but I'm glad to meet you. Yeah.
So, are we likely to see them coming out shortly now that they're in a stable condition?
No, I said I think we have to keep him at least 48 to 72 hours to make sure that he is safe. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mheshimiwa, if you can just step forward, please. Step forward, just here. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for speaking to us. You have been with the Deputy President. Perhaps, what is his status at this time?
It's very unfortunate that the Deputy President is overwhelmed. And I guess that's why he's here, because he's completely crushed. We've not been able to have any conversation with him or even to see him properly, because we came in when the doctors were at it, and therefore we may not be able to talk about his medical status right now, but I'm sure you have heard from even the people who saw him come in. Things were a little bit heavy on him. Yeah, so we just came here to just support the family and support his workers, his support staff. They are really crushed, and we are hoping and praying that he's going to come out of it.
Mheshimiwa, you don't sit in the Senate, but you've just seen what has happened in the Senate. Maybe a sentiment on this as the Deputy President is still in this facility.
It's quite unfortunate that politics has pushed us to the extent that we no longer respect life or dignify life. Because I thought the honorable thing that Senate should have done is to allow the Deputy President to get himself up and continue with the process. But if the Senate has decided that they really do not give weight to the human defeat of the process, then I think we have a lot to rectify in this country. It's very unfortunate that political processes can overrun even the human life and human dignity. But we are happy because God has saved the life of the Deputy President. We are happy that he's alive, and the rest we leave it to God. Yeah.
So you said you can't speak about his health, your disappointment, whatever is happening in the Senate. What options are you guys looking at?
We have no options other than just wait unto God. It is only God who gives good health. It's only God who gives life. So we wait for God to give him good health, and then we consider our options. Yes.
Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo, thank you for speaking to us as well. The Deputy President, of course, is recuperating, but the proceedings are ongoing in the Senate. As a leader, how do you speak to this?
It's unfortunate that the senators have decided to proceed while knowing that their natural has happened to the Deputy President. And I think what matters to us at this point is the health and the life of the Deputy President. The impeachment is not important anymore.
As read with Article 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also had His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the grounds of his proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, therefore, pursuant to Articles 145, as read with Article 151B and 2 of the Constitution and the Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)A, B, and C, Article 27(4), 73(1)A, and 2B, Article 75(1)C, and 129(2) of the Constitution, and Article 147(1), as read together with Article 131(2)C and D of the Constitution. Charge 2. Gross violations of Articles 147 and 152 of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and effective discharge of the national government's executive mandates. Charge 3. Gross violations of Articles 6(2), 10(2)A, and 174, 186(1), and 189(1), and the fourth schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. 4. gross violations of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. 5, gross violations of Articles 3(1) and 145(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. Charge 6, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under Sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. Charge 7, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under Sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act and Sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Charge 8, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Charge 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the calling and the dignified status of the office of the Deputy President and a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President that has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Security Intelligence Services and its officers. Charge 10, gross misconduct by openly or publicly subordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. 11, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. Mr. Speaker, I have observed that this is such a momentous task ahead. And I never imagined a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, that it will be possible after the journey that we have traveled with His Excellency the Deputy President in the political side that I belong to, that hardly 2 years down the line, I will have the difficult task of having to move the impeachment motion against him after listening to this case brought to this House by the National Assembly, in the case titled the National Assembly versus His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. And the last 2 days, Mr. Speaker, together with other Kenyans, we have watched with lots of bewilderment, hard to believe pronouncements, and difficulty, Mr. Speaker, to believe that here is where we find ourselves as a nation. Despite the many challenges that we have gone through over the years, it was our hope, Mr. Speaker, that public officials would have picked up a lesson or two, especially those that are slightly older than yours truly, and many that are younger than me in this House, Mr. Speaker, and that in their conduct, they will reflect better the skills, demeanor, pronouncements of a leadership, Mr. Speaker, that this country continues to yearn for. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, listening to the case that has been brought to us by the National Assembly, I have reason to believe, beyond any doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that they have justified the case that they have brought before us and have been able to ably demonstrate to us and to the country, Mr. Speaker, that there is no other cure by design of our Constitution to the challenges, either political or legal or otherwise, that are being faced, Mr. Speaker, by the workings and the working relationship between the President and his deputy, other than by way of impeachment. And the National Assembly has moved this House, Mr. Speaker, on 11 charges, blow by blow, with citations and examples in broad daylight, Mr. Speaker, showing and mapping, Mr. Speaker, that each charge, how it has been committed, Mr. Speaker, and how it violates either the Constitution or various laws of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are left with very minimal options. I have observed before this House, Mr. Speaker, that the Deputy President is personally known to me. I consider him a friend. I have had the opportunity to interact with him learn a lot from him, Mr. Speaker, listen to his wise counsel sometimes. But this evening, Mr. Speaker, duty calls. And when duty calls, Mr. Speaker, there is very little that we can do. I am afraid, Mr. Speaker, that as legislators, as servants of the people, we have to listen to what the people are telling us. Mr. Speaker, we must appreciate that in 2010, when Kenyans went to the polls and brought about change via the new constitution, it was a call for us to have a better republic than had been observed previously since 1963. And there are various high ideals, higher demands that have been placed in all of us that are in leadership. And I must add quickly, Mr. Speaker, that as you rise in stature from a member of a county assembly to a member of the National Assembly, senator, governor, deputy president, and eventually even as president, Mr. Speaker, that as you ascend in the hierarchy of leadership, the demands by the Constitution are even more. Number one, because you occupy greater public space, you represent more people. When you speak, Mr. Speaker, you say things that can affect either positively or otherwise the lives of millions of citizens. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, listening to the case that has been laid before us since yesterday by the lawyers of the National Assembly, reading through the bunch of documents that have been presented to us, attached with evidence, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm both to this House and to the country that unfortunately this country must make the difficult decision of having to say goodbye to His Excellency, the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, because, Mr. Speaker, the reasons that have been listed have consequences by law of what you do when this happens. The National Assembly has demonstrated before us, Mr. Speaker, that on charge 1, that there are various articles of the Constitution, either through his utterances or his actions, Mr. Speaker, that have led other Kenyans to seriously believe and feel lesser Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, something that we thought we had slayed. We thought that we had worked so hard to build a cohesive society where it didn't matter after a political contest, Mr. Speaker, of who eventually wins, that you'd feel comfortable, you'd feel safe, you'd want to do business in any of our 47 counties, Mr. Speaker, and feel at home. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, listening to the utterances, reading through the response, Mr. Speaker, and the pleadings by his lawyers, and the pleadings and the admission, Mr. Speaker, by his own affidavit, Mr. Speaker, that either my good friend, the Deputy President, doesn't appreciate the higher calling that the office he occupies demands of him, or he has completely refused, Mr. Speaker, to accept the dictates of our Constitution. And when you get to that law, that place, Mr. Speaker, where there is conflict between man and our Constitution, then man must give way for our Constitution to thrive. That is a demand of a public office. Mr. Speaker, I know this is not an easy exercise. I have agonized and sat there wondering whether there could be other ways we could resolve this issue. And I know for a fact that there have been attempts, Mr. Speaker, not just this time, but previously. I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that there have been occasions where either religious leaders, friends, people from business circles, Mr. Speaker, have attempted actually to mediate through some of these conflicts. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, instead of getting better, things have gotten worse. What is the essence of this session that we are having? Mr. Speaker, after listening through an impeachment process, the Senate sits as a jury to make a decision whether to find guilty or acquit. But like has been observed many times, and I have reminded this House on all the occasions when I have moved impeachment motions the last few years, Mr. Speaker, is an impeachment is political and legal conjoined together. It's about political accountability. It's about legal consequences of our actions as well, Mr. Speaker. There are political challenges, Mr. Speaker, that must be addressed. There are legal issues that have been raised as well, Mr. Speaker, which I want to believe when my colleague senators get the chance to address this House and convince each other. Perhaps people are watching and wondering, what is it that senators are doing at this hour? I believe that all the 67 of us that are here have had occasion to peruse through the evidence, listen, and this is a chance to share your thoughts about what you think and what is the proposed solution. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, whether my colleague senators will find the Deputy President guilty on all the 11 charges, or 1 or 2, legally speaker, or none. Mr. Speaker, I'm being quickly reminded by my colleague here that is possible. And that is fine, because it is based on what you had, what your mind is convinced about these particular charges that have been drawn, and what you think is best for this country, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to be long, because I know, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that we will do this not for a very long time. And I know there's so many of my colleagues that want to speak on this particular issue. But there are about 2 or 3 charges that I want to just focus my thoughts on, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps leave the rest to hear, to be convinced this way or the other by what my colleagues will pick. There is, Mr. Speaker, charge number 8, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. We have institutions that are charged with the responsibility of making sure that we are a cohesive society, Mr. Speaker. By statute, actually, after the 2010 Constitution, we set up the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. And it was our sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that that commission perhaps will help us, especially we that are leaders, learn better from our utterances and do things, say things that leave the rest of Kenyans feeling that they are proud patriots, that the things that we do make them feel at home in this republic. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that despite this commission, for example, being funded by taxpayers, I have not seen them live up to their expectation. And perhaps part of the challenges that will emerge even after this impeachment process, Mr. Speaker, is to audit how some of these institutions continue to draw from the exchequer, yet not live up to their mandate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I saw them issue the other day, I think, a statement saying, oh, if you carry out this impeachment process, it will divide the country. I want to tell that Reverend Kobe, I think his name is chairman, you better resign. I have never seen a public officer that is as disgraced as that gentleman. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? I remember in our days, last time, Mr. Speaker, this is the same institution that was so vigilant that would ban us even from coining phrases like hatupangwingwi and say that those phrases are divisive to the country. But I've seen for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, these narratives and clips that we are being shown, being whipped and hurting Kenyans on a daily basis, and have kept quiet about it. But finally, when the National Assembly has moved to say that we must put a stop to this, they finally show up on stage and say, oh, this will divide Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, surely, don't Kenyans deserve better from their public institutions, Mr. Speaker? I hope, Mr. Speaker, that at the end, by the end of this particular exercise, all the commissioners of that particular institution, Mr. Speaker, will find it fit to resign so that we can have Kenyans who understand how we can build a more cohesive society than those that are gatekeepers of those that push divisive narratives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been invited as well and have been challenged that on charge 10, that there is gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the president, who is the head of state and government. And I listened to one of the lawyers urge us and say, where is the complaint from the president? Surely, does the president need to complain to you, Senator Onyonka, to notice that there is a dysfunction in that particular office? That if there is a lack of symphony in action, in word, in deed, Madam Speaker, between the president and the deputy, and there is a continuous spat, such as what has been witnessed the other day, then constitutional consequences might follow, so that you clean up and have an institution that works for the greater interest of all the people of the Republic, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know not everybody agrees with those of us that hold the view that the Senate has been sufficiently convinced by these charges, either one of them, all of them, or none that I say. But what I find difficult, Mr. Speaker, is to accept the proposal by those that want to reduce this House and claim that Parliament is a gathering of just a few people. And I have watched many people say that, pundits on the television, including none other than the Deputy President himself, who on many occasions, including last weekend in Embu, has said that his only faith is in the courts of the Republic of Kenya and nothing about this particular House. Mr. Speaker, perhaps it will be important for somebody to remind him, what is the history of Parliament? Parliament is a gathering of all Kenyans. I have said many times, Mr. Speaker, that because it is not possible for all the 50 million Kenyans to meet at one place and agree on issues, Mr. Speaker, they agreed to do so through their representatives, Article 2 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, a gathering of a House of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, cannot simply be wished away by being described that a few members either overturning or undermining the will of the people of Kenya. I believe Kenyans speak directly through the election or indirectly through their elected representatives, who are the people in the National Assembly, in the Senate, in our county assembly. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when institutions of accountability are dispensing their constitutional mandate, such as what we are doing today, Mr. Speaker, if you respect our Constitution, then respect the outcome and the processes that have been initiated and concluded in Houses of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, just as you do with courts of law. And I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that on many accounts, I know this process has attracted close to 30 petitions in our courts of law. And I agree with the learned judges that have, Mr. Speaker, made a determination that you allow Parliament to conclude on its processes such that anybody who's not satisfied with the outcome, Mr. Speaker, can exercise their right to appeal. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time and knowing that many of my colleagues want to speak to this particular issue, I want to conclude it at that and request that the Senate Minority Leader, retired Justice Stewart Mazayo, the Senator for Kilifi, does go ahead and second this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kuunga mkono hii hoja ambayo inahusikana na ile kesi ambayo iko hapa ya kuweza kumngatua kwenye mamlaka naibu wa rais. Bwana Spika, katika kanuni zetu za kudumu kipengele cha 145 kinasimulia ama kinaongea juu ya vile rais ama naibu wa rais anaweza kuondolewa katika mamlaka. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza ni kwamba katika mashtaka haya yote yaliyoko mbele yetu, ukosefu wa nidhamu au heshima kwa Wakenya. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona ya kwamba mtu kama naibu wa rais anaweza kusema Kenya ni kampuni, na kwamba Kenya pia vile vile iko na zile wanaita fikra zabuni, amani shares, na kwamba ikiwa wewe hukuweza kufanya kitendo kama hicho alichokuwa akitaka wao cha kupiga kura, basi wewe utangojea sana ili uweze kupata maendeleo. Bwana Spika, tukiangalia zaidi tunaona ya kwamba mtu akiwa naibu wa rais, yeye anakuwa kiungo muhimu sana cha kuweza kuunganisha taifa. Sasa wewe ukiwa kama naibu wa rais na umechaguliwa, kazi yako wewe, waliokupigia kura, ambao hawakukupigia kura, wewe maendeleo ni lazima yafike kwenye mashinani ya kote nchini. Na wewe ni ndugu, ni baba, ni babu, ni mzee wa nchi hii. Kila mahali unapokwenda unatakana kuheshimika katika nchi yetu. Lakini jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba, na sio mara moja, sio mara mbili, pengine ambapo pengine ulimi uliteleza, lakini ilikuwa ni kila siku, mahali popote anapokwenda katika hii miaka miwili ambayo tumekuwa nayo katika uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza. Yeye akiwa kama naibu wa rais amekuwa anahubiri. Hata amekwenda maeneo ya ndugu yangu, na mimi namjua huyu ni Mkenya kabisa, ndugu yangu Cherargei, akatamka tena maneno kama hayo mwisho. Na sisi tunasema kwamba maneno ya kuweza kutenganisha Wakenya ama kuwapatia kwamba sisi tumepata, kwa hiyo kule wale wengine watabaki. Nchi ya Kenya ni nchi moja, na kama kulipa ushuru, kila mtu analipa ushuru. Pia sisi kama watu tunaotoka pande za pwani, pande za Kisumu, pande za Western, pande za kila mahali katika Kenya, watu wote wanalipa ushuru. Kwa hiyo nafikiri kwa maoni yangu ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona ya kwamba naibu wa rais anaweza kutamka vile aliweza kutamka, ya kwamba Kenya ni kampuni na lazima uwe na zabuni ya kutosha ili uweze kupata maendeleo. Bwana Spika, vile vile mimi nitaongea upande ule ninaotoka wa Kilifi, mahali panaitwa Vipingo, mahali ambapo yeye ana hoteli ya familia. Manake hoteli ilikuwa ya ndugu yake, lakini hatimaye yeye akaweza kuichukua ile hoteli. Sitaenda kwa upande ule wa mwingine wa kwamba pengine ilikuwa ya nani, lakini ilikuwa ya hiyo familia. Kitu cha kusikitisha ni kimoja tu. Katika maendeleo yale ambayo tunahitaji sana ndani ya Kilifi ni barabara. Na mojawapo ambao sisi tulikuwa tunalalamika zaidi upande ule ni kwamba barabara iligeuzwa na ikatoka barabara ya kutoka Mombasa mpaka Malindi, katikati ikageuzwa na ikaenda ndani mpaka kwa hoteli ile inaitwa Vipingo Resort Limited or something like that, ikaenda mpaka kule. Hiyo ni mali ambayo ingekuwa ilifaidisha zaidi watu wa Kilifi, hususan kwenye wakulima na wafanyabiashara na wananchi kama kawaida kupata maendeleo ya kuona barabara hizo. Lakini yeye akaigeuza na ikaenda kwake. Mimi mwenyewe nilipata nafasi ya kwenda huko, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, utaona kwamba barabara inahepa Mikanju, inahepa mpaka Miembe ikienda kwenye hiyo hoteli, ambapo sio jinsia ya vile barabara huwa zinatengenezwa. Bwana Spika, hapo tukaona kwamba ni kiukaji wa nidhamu. Bwana Spika, vile vile ningependa kusema kwamba si sote ni watu ambao tunaamini kwamba kunaye Mungu, na ukimkosea Mungu yeye mwenyewe huwa anajua kuna wakati fulani atakuja kukuadhibu. Bwana Spika, tumeona ya kwamba wale ambao walikuwa wamekosewa hivi sasa kuna malipo ambayo yanaendelea. Bwana Spika, tukiangalia haya malipo ni kwamba imetokea kwamba zile mali zote, watoto wote wale wa yule ndugu yake mkubwa aliyefariki. Jambo la kusikitisha kuona ya kwamba mimi ama ndugu yangu yoyote hapa ndani ya Senate hatuombi, lakini ukifa kama mali yako haitakwenda kwa watoto wako, inaenda kwa ndugu yako na bibi yake na watoto wake. Tunaona hiyo pia ni ukosefu wa kuona nidhamu ndani ya familia, ambao wewe kama kiongozi wa familia unatakana uilinde na uitunze. Naona kwamba wameweza kupata maendeleo. Bwana Spika, ya mwisho ambao nataka kusema kwa hivi sasa ni kwamba wajane wanapolia Mwenyezi Mungu hujibu, na nafikiria wakati wa kujibu sasa umefika. Kwa hiyo asiweze kulaumu mtu yote. Hapa ndani ya hili bunge tumeangalia, hakuna kwa upendeleo upande huu ama upande huu. Tunasema ya kwamba haki itendeke. Mwisho nataka kusema ya kwamba pia kuna ile ya kwamba ikiwa tuko katika timu kama wewe katika cabinet, vile vile Bwana Spika, tunaona ya kwamba katika yeye akiwa kama mmoja wapo wale watu ambao wanaketi katika kamati ile ya kuangalia katika nchi ya ujasusi, yale NIS, alitamka mambo ambayo yalikuwa hayafai ya kuweza kulaumu kiongozi wa ujasusi, ambapo haikuwa na maana yoyote. Kama kulikuwa kuna nia ya kusema kitendo kama hicho, angekuwa alimuita kamishna yule wa polisi IG, njoo hapa, na akamuita yule mkuu wa ujasusi, njoo hapa, na akaketisha pamoja. Je, wewe mkuu wa ujasusi uliweza kupeleka ripoti yako kwa mkuu wa polisi? Ama akaulizwa yule akajibu akasema amepata ama hakupata? Lakini kwenda kwa mkutano wa hadhara na kuanza kusema mtu fulani hafanyi kazi ndani ya ofisi yake, hilo lilikuwa ni kosa kubwa sana, na ambalo huwezi kuficha siri ya yale yanayotendeka katika ujasusi, katika ile kazi zao za ujasusi. Bwana Spika, kwa vile mimi ninaona njia ambayo ameelekea na kazi zake, hakuweza kuelekea kisawasawa. Na mimi kwa maoni yangu, na najua ndio maoni ya wengi, nimeonelea kwamba hapa sababu hizi ambazo zililetwa ya kwamba aliweza kukosea utendakazi wake, aondolewe katika mamlaka. Naunga hoja hii. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question. They are aware that the National Assembly on the 8th of October 2024 resolved with the support of 282 members, being at least 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(2), as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 65(2) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, be removed from office by impeachment on the grounds specified in the special motion. Whereas by a letter reference NA/DLP/TBO/MTS/2024 into brackets 25, dated the 8th of October 2024, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on the 9th of October 2024, and the Speaker of the National Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the special motion by the National Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the National Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate had the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also had His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the grounds of his proposed removal from office by impeachment on the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10, 2A, B, and C, 27.4, 731A and 2B, 751C and 129.2 of the Constitution and Article 147.1 as read together with Article 131, 2C and D of the Constitution. 2. Gross violation of Articles 147.1 and 152.1 of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of the national government's executive mandates. 3. Gross violation of Articles 6.2, 10, 2A, 174, 186.1, 189.1, and the fourth schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. Gross violation of Article 60, 161 of the Constitution of the institutional and decisional independence of judges. 5. Gross violation of Articles 3.1 and 148.5A of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. Number 6. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under Sections 13.1A and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. Number 7. Serious reason to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under Section 45.1, 46, 47A, 3 and 48.1 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act and Sections 2, 3, 4 and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Number 8, serious reason to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Number 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President and a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Security Intelligence Service and its officers. Number 10, gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And number 11, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. Now, honorable senators, the floor is open to debate. The Honorable Senator Fernandi, Senator Samson Cheranke. As we have already agreed, you have a maximum of 5 minutes. You need not take the maximum 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say from the onset, this is very momentous. This is the true test of Constitution 2010, because in history we are used to impeaching governors, not the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, sir. On this process that has ongoing, Mr. Speaker, although as I begin, I want to wish my brother and friend Rigathi Gachagua a quick recovery after that unfortunate incident. Mr. Speaker, the process largely has gone on well until the adherence of Article 50, Mr. Speaker, where we have not succeeded in giving fair hearing to the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. The reading of Article 145, and I want to bring to the attention, 4, does not specify the timeline on which the Deputy President removal can be listened. It is only by the special committee that it provides for 10 days. So, Mr. Speaker, that was very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, in the principle that justice should not only be done, but to be seen to be done, Mr. Speaker. Many Kenyans are asking questions, Mr. Speaker, what really happened? Number 3, Mr. Speaker, in observation, we didn't even allow state officers, a full-time governor, Mr. Speaker, to participate. This matter was decided in Constitutional Petition 204 of 2019, where state officers were barred by Justice Eric Ogola, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the issues, Mr. Speaker, because of limitation of time, on various grounds, like, for example, on the grounds for renovation of the office of the Deputy President, the funds were appropriated by the National Assembly. Yet the same National Assembly is accusing the Deputy President, who is not even an accountant. The accountant is a different person, Mr. Speaker. Or even on the KEMSA issue on the bully, In the grounds that they have been set, Mr. Speaker, they are saying that the Deputy President bullied KEMSA, Mr. Speaker, but there is no proof that that tender was awarded to the specified companies that were provided, Mr. Speaker. On even the aspect of devolution, the chairperson of intergovernmental IBEC is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that we are coming to circumvent the same law and accuse the Deputy President of undermining devolution, Mr. Speaker. Even on Kambini Vipingo road, Mr. Speaker, no one adduced the evidence that this road is either public or private, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the aspect, even on unexplained wealth, Mr. Speaker, you saw the mover did not give us a wealth declaration form from EACC to show us unexplained wealth of Deputy President, 5.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the grounds that have been adduced before the House stands on the quicksand, Mr. Speaker. And if you realize, on the 11 grounds, the mover was on a fishing expedition, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I don't know, because they say, Mr. Speaker, even when you read, I know impeachment proceedings either political, because it is impeachable, because they are neither high crimes, criminal, but based on the test of probabilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, even when you look at many other aspects, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge members, even as we go and vote, Mr. Speaker. If you see, as Francis Mboga, the play that was written in 1976, Mr. Speaker, they say, Mr. Speaker, if the madness of the nation disturbs a solitary mind, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to say that man is mad, Mr. Speaker. Where we are at crossroads as a country, Mr. Speaker, whatever the outcome today, this country must move on, Mr. Speaker. We must proceed, Mr. Speaker. I know after today, the decision that we'll make today is not about the Deputy President. It is about the justice to Deputy President, justice to the people of Kenya, justice to each and every Kenyan who voted for the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. And I want to finish by reading the book of Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 16, Mr. Speaker. I am preaching today, Mr. Speaker. And may it get to the souls, Mr. Speaker. Amen. Zechariah, Mr. Speaker, 8, verse 16. And even Clayton Washington, Mr. Speaker, and Morgan Heritage in Reggae, they say a man is not guilty until it is accused of being. Mr. Speaker, in Zechariah 8, verse 16, these are things that you are to do. Speak truth to each other and render true and sound judgment in courts. Senet, my colleagues, by the time you cast your vote, think about it. It is not about Rigathi. It is not about anybody else. It is about the Republic of Kenya, our children, our nation, Mr. Speaker. I finish by saying...
Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why my colleagues call me bishop, others call me pastor. Mr. Speaker, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 19, from verse 18 to 19. It says that the judges shall inquire diligently, and if the witness is a false witness and has accused his brother falsely, then you, the judges, shall do to him as he had meant to do to his brother. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Mr. Speaker, I did not know that I would be a senator in Kenya at such a time as this, being called upon to judge between the National Assembly and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya through a motion brought here by one Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. But Mr. Speaker, here we are, and where duty calls, I will answer the call with courage and guided by a deep desire for that which is good for our nation. Mr. Speaker, I would have expected that the crumbling relationships within the Kenya Kwanza administration would perhaps have been handled within their PG or their NEC and resolved there. But because they have chosen this path, Mr. Speaker, they have made their bed, they must lie on it. Mr. Speaker, the mover of the impeachment motion must have a very dim view of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. He comes to us with innuendos, falsehoods, sensational statements, and dropping of numbers without a shred of evidence. So, Speaker, he begins his own illustration by saying sometimes in 2023. He goes on, the Speaker, to speak about at another forum in September 2024. Mr. Speaker, we are debating an impeachment motion of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The least that these judges would have expected, the least that this country would have expected, is due diligence on the mover of the motion. Getting every event and every date right. In fact, going down to the minute, to the second. This is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I will say two things. One, let it be known to this House and to this country that those of us who subscribe to the ideals of the Azimio One Kenya Alliance are totally and grossly opposed to the idea of a government of shareholding. We don't subscribe to that idea. We believe in an all-inclusive government where every person and every region have their space in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, when that matter was presented to us as an accusation, as a ground for impeachment of the Deputy President, during cross-examination and going through the evidence table before the Senate, it is clear to this House, it is clear to this country, that the idea of a government of shareholders is a foundational policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration. The signature for that policy is appended by none other than the party leader of that coalition, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chief Cabinet Secretary, and Mr. Speaker, I would dare say, don't drag the Speaker of the Senate to this because he's not part of this. Mr. Speaker, you cannot punish the Deputy President, the principal assistant to the President, for undertaking the role of being the assistant to the President. He is just expounding on a policy that his boss assigned and made public. The Speaker, oh my goodness. The Speaker, lastly, if you allow me,
Senator Metho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, allow me to say that I rise to oppose the motion of the removal by way of impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, for the last 2 days, today and yesterday, we have been treated to a charade of allegations, accusations, which, in my opinion, have not been substantiated either by the mover of the motion, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, or the advocates who he came with, or the advocates that are on record for the National Assembly. And Honorable Speaker, I am actually quite surprised that one of the advocates who appeared to represent the National Assembly tells us that the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, his was only to allege. This is not a trial. He didn't have to substantiate. He only needed to allege, and out of the allegation, then it should be carried and we need to remove Honorable Deputy President from office. Honorable Speaker, looking at the evidence that the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse put in his motion and the cross-examination that was here, the evidence that he brought to the House, he had 22 companies that he had listed. And when questions were running to him, what problem do you have with the company number one? I don't have a problem with it. Maybe you will have a problem in future. But the Deputy President must be removed from office. What do you have what problem do you have with company number two? I don't have a problem with it, but it might have a problem in future, and the Deputy President must be removed from office. And he kept telling us, I don't have a problem with the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, but the Deputy President has to be removed from office. Honorable Speaker, I posed a question to the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. He alleged that the Deputy President has a dairy farm in Nyandarua County. The fairest thing, or the least that anybody would do to such an accusation, you need to tell us where in Nyandarua is this land, at least remotely tell us what is the title number, so that even if, as the area senator, if I want to verify that indeed the Deputy President has a dairy farm in Nyandarua, there is something that I can look at. Honorable Speaker, he said, I don't know, but the Deputy President has to be removed because it is time to remove the Deputy President. On the question about Meru, where is the title number? I don't have it, but the Deputy President has to be removed from office. His wealth is 5.2 billion. Have you done a valuation? I don't have a valuation. I don't have a valuation. I don't mind. The Deputy President has to be removed from office. There is no evidence that I have in record. I don't mind. The other funnier question that we had, Honorable Speaker, is that the Deputy President has an allegation of insubordination. And the insubordination can only be sanctioned by the immediate supervisor of the Deputy President. The immediate supervisor of the Deputy President is the President. Is there any affidavit that the President has complained that there has been insubordination by his own deputy? Nothing. But the only thing that I would want to hold on to, on this particular allegation of the Deputy President having been alleged to have insubordinated his immediate supervisor. Since this motion of impeachment started, we have not had any comment from the President, either saying what has been alleged by Honorable Mwengi Mutuse is true or not true. So I want to believe that beyond the owner of the motion of the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, the President is the bigger owner, because he has not denied that this is there has been an insubordination. And my comment would be this: this divorce that the President is looking for, you shall get it, but it will be painful, it will be hurtful, it will be catastrophic, it will have casualties. At the final vote that will be casted today, we might be the first casualties. But the casualties of today are not necessarily the casualties of tomorrow. And out of the vote that shall be taken, I'm speaking to our partners in the coalition and the other people who are here from ODM and the other parties. This vote that you shall take today, it is not in vain that the senator for Nyandarua, it is not in vain that the senator for Kiambu, it is not in vain that the senator for Muranga, it is not in vain that the senator for Laikipia, it is not in vain that the senator for Kirinyaga, with strict instructions from the people who elected this government, have told them to come and oppose the motion that is on this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I'm being disrupted. The point that I wanted to make is, it is not in vain that we have been instructed not to sanction this divorce. But if it comes, we shall take it in our strides. I want to tell the people who are here, the vote that we shall cast here, we shall not put it in our minds. We shall put it in our hearts. The people of the region that I have mentioned are at their lowest. We are calling on the senators who are here. It is time to stand with us. Finally, this motion had to be processed in a haste. We had to try a man in hospital because the only crime that Gachagua has committed is a political crime. So he had to be removed out of the way, whatever it will take, whether he's in hospital, whatever it will take, he has to get out of the way. That can only happen if it has the direct sanctioning of the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto.
Senator Tom Ojenda.
Honorable Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I stand
in Senate today to comment on the motion and the 11 charges that have been preferred against the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. During today's session, when the advocate for the Deputy President made a presentation, I posed a question to the advocate. And the question, Mr. Speaker, sir, related to the share question which informs count one. Count one is on gross violation of Article 10.2, Article 73, Article 75, 129, 147, and 131 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is inconceivable that certain regions of this country, in view of the Deputy President, cannot and do not form part of the so-called, Mr. Speaker, sir, the shareholders in this country. To me, Mr. Speaker, sir, the shareholding question and paradigm that the Deputy President has so eloquently, for the longest time possible, stuck to since the election, is the lowest, Mr. Speaker, sir, that he has gone. It is the lowest, Mr. Speaker, sir, because this morning, the advocate was unable to respond to the shareholding percentage for Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori and Homa Bay counties, Mombasa County, and many other counties, including West Pokot, Trans Nzoia, Mandera, Marsabit, and Vihiga counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, the shareholding question violates expressly Article 10.2b of the Constitution.
Senator Tabitha Karanja. You have 2 more minutes. It's a system flow.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that was rigging. I thought that was rigging. But Mr. Speaker, sir, may I move to just conclude, to move? Mr. Speaker, sir, the presidency of this country, and we have moved under Articles 145 to 150 of the Constitution to impeach the Honorable Deputy President. The embodiment of the role of the President at Article 131 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, sir, the President is the embodiment of this country. He represents this country, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, any coalition agreements of any nature must crumble in the face of Article 131 upon election. The President and his deputy, who is his assistant, must, Mr. Speaker, sir, embrace the principles of inclusivity and Article 10 and be the face and represent all the people of this country. Submissions made by counsels for the National Assembly to the effect, Mr. Speaker, sir, that any instrument, be it a political agreement deposited with the registrar, Mr. Speaker, sir, that violates this principle of necessity, Mr. Speaker, sir, are unconstitutional. And it is in the face, Mr. Speaker, sir, of this first count that I will vote in favor of the impeachment of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, the other counts that are set out and that relate to violation of the principles of national cohesion, Mr. Speaker, sir, have been proven by the submissions made before this House this afternoon. Violation of Article 147 and 152 of the Constitution have been proved as set out in the charges framed by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, let me say this, that this country must pull together in one direction. And that direction, if the President, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Deputy cannot work together, then the interests of this nation cannot be safeguarded by allowing the Deputy President to continue being in office if his ideals are clearly in contravention or oppose the ideals that are held by the President of this country. We must support His Excellency President Ruto to run this country in a coordinated manner that Mr. Speaker, sir, brings together all the citizens of this country in a manner that coalesces all the 45.
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for also giving me this opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity and convey my pole to the Deputy President, and we wish him a quick recovery. The impeachment process is always very tedious and very tiring. Going through what His Excellency, the Deputy President, has gone through is not anything that you'd wish your relative or yourself to go through. So we tell him pole, and we wish him a quick recovery. We would have wished if he was here, at least when the senators are talking, he can represent himself. But unfortunately, the procedure must go on because we are time-bound. This leadership, we must make decisions for the people of Kenya. As myself, Tabitha Karanja, the Senator of Nakuru County, I pray to God to give me wisdom to make the right decision for my people. I represent a county that is a home for 42 tribes. Nakuru represents Kenya. Meaning, I must make the right decision to ensure that there is peace in our county. But I want my Nakuru people to trust me, Nakuru people, the people I represent, that I will make the right decision for them. When you look at the economic front, we all know the people who lead the economy of this country. Let's say the manufacturing, the hotels, insurances, the finance institutions. Unfortunately, I also come from that world. I came from the business world. The people driving this economy, all what they want is to ensure that there's stability in this country. So that there's stability that can guarantee conducive environment for them to do business. The deputy position, the deputy president's position, or even the deputy governor's position is a position that we need to think about. If you look, it has a history that every deputy president is unlikely that they survive. But we need to have the firing and hiring to be given to the same person that hires. Rather than having those people bringing, after firing, they want to fire, they bring them to the floor of the Senate. I wish we can go back to the Moi regime, where they used to be sacked and nothing changes. They hire as another one tomorrow, the following morning. Fortunately, the political formation in this country have representation from different communities. I know we are always asking where we are, but when the boss says he doesn't want the person that is hired, a manager, it is very, very hard to say that you can save that person, because even if you save him, where is he going to work? He may even find the offices are locked. So I think you make the right decision to ensure that this country moves, because all what we are looking for is stability of this country. And I know when I'm in this floor, if we're unlikely that we don't save the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, the one we have, that deputy president came from one community. I just pray that that position will be returned to the same community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Asante.
Senator Okoit Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here not to defend a good man. It's not important whether His Excellency the DP is a good man or a bad man. I stand here to defend the oath of office that I took to defend the Constitution of Kenya. And that includes giving the devil his due. When the people of Kenya, during public participation, were screaming Kufa Makanga, Kufa Ndereba, they were opposing selective prosecution. They said if Parliament has to hold people accountable, it should not be selective. And I stand here to look at whether this House has complied with the Constitution. Article 150, Clause 2, on the removal of the Deputy President. The grounds for impeachment are set out in Article 145. And the pursuant to Article 145, it is purely a political process, but bound by law, especially Article 25, Clause C, which requires that somebody is given a fair hearing. So the removal of the president by impeachment on any ground under Article 145 is a grave matter that involves overturning the sovereign will of the people as expressed in a democratic election. Even more profoundly, it means that the person so removed is prohibited for life from enjoying the rights under Article 38, Clause 3, Paragraph C, to be elected and hold office, to vie for, be elected and hold office. So the constitutional bar that must be cleared for the removal of the president from office is high. The Constitution requires that the removal must be well-founded in law, and that's why it prescribes the thresholds. And it must be objective. It is not a simple matter of numbers in the National Assembly and in the Senate. An impeachment is not a vote of no confidence. We must distinguish that. A vote of no confidence is a simple matter with no standards. It's just a political thing that you make, and somebody resigns from office, but he can come back and get to office again. This is an impeachment. So, Article 150, Clause 2 provides that to remove the deputy president, the provisions of Article 144 and 145 relating to the removal of the president, the deputy president, of the president shall apply with the necessary modifications to the removal of the deputy president. The Constitution does not anticipate a situation whereby we apply Article 145 on the removal of the deputy president without modifying it. The phrase is, shall apply with necessary modifications. What modifications has this House made, or the National Assembly made, or Parliament as a collective made to Article 145 before applying it to the Deputy President? Can we impeach the Deputy President using the standard for impeaching the President, when we know very well that the President is immune to prosecution, and therefore the certain standards that apply to him won't apply to the Deputy President? So given that the Deputy President has not enjoyed those immunities, how are we protecting him? How are we ensuring that this process is constitutional? It's my submission there's a total failure on Parliament to have proceeded to impeach the Deputy President without making the necessary modifications to Article 145. And we have seen the potholes we have fallen into. It's okay for the President because the President is immune from judicial processes. But is it okay that the Deputy President should be prosecuted using the same standard used for the President? And the drafters of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to time so that I don't lose my apologies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the counsel for the Deputy President had really spent a lot of time in trying to bring out non-issues, leaving out the critical substance of the case against the Deputy President. And as I was sitting here, I was honestly hoping I'll get an opportunity to get some clarification from the Deputy President. And unfortunately, that never happened. But since we are here and the public are watching, there are issues that need to be responded to. On the issue of serious allegation that is to do with the proceeds of crime and anti-money laundering, in the affidavit of the President, the Deputy President himself acknowledged that Christo Company belongs to him. And he also further acknowledged that he has transferred Christo Company to his sons. And he went further to acknowledge in his own sworn affidavit that he has borrowed 600 million shilling in order to purchase Outspan Hotel from Abadeas. But in the evidence that is filed, that is before us, he only provided a letter of offer from a bank and resolution of the company. But he failed to provide, and all of us understand the loan process and how tedious it is. The Deputy President failed, and if you are accused and you are threatened to be removed from the office of the Deputy President, I believe that the least that was expected of the Deputy President and his legal team is to, get with clarity a closed loop by providing the evidence that is required. For example, there is no provision in that in the evidence and that is filed before us of what happened after an offer was made. Normally it is followed by an agreement, a loan agreement. That evidence of loan agreement has not been filed. It is followed by a collateral document that was used. And, the need to get the collateral document through the legal perfection in terms of valuation report of that asset itself. He has not provided the charge document that indicates that that loan has been charged. In the evidence that is filed, he has not provided evidence of the fact that there is money credited to Christo account. And he has not further provided evidence of money leaving Christo account to go to Abadeas for acquisition of Outspan. And the legal counsel expects, by concentrating on non-issues with the petitioner, that these issues will be swept under the carpet. The other issue that I need to bring out, yesterday we were shown videos. The videos indicated utterances of the president in Muranga, where the president made a statement in trying to validate the statement of shareholding and the country being a company. They showed the president making a statement of nyinyi mumepata share yenu. But that was a statement of inclusivity in context, as opposed to the Deputy President's statement everywhere he has gone, that is, assertive utterance of exclusivity within the population in this republic. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 145 of the Constitution and 146 2A indicates that should the unforeseen eventuality happens, where the president ceases to be, God forbid, the Deputy President takes over to finish the term of that presidency. The question I kept on asking myself, can this Deputy President, can I really call this Deputy President my president in the context of this division that has been ongoing? Mr. Speaker, sir, when you are the second in command in the country and you sit,
Senator Karungo. Senator Karungo.
No, I want to speak from the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to oppose this motion. I stand to oppose, and I'll start from where I left by saying that children deserve the most honest and thoughtful answers. And allow me, when I give my point, to talk to my children of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cutting off the neck does not cure headache, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to condemn a healthy person and another to condemn someone who is sick or bedridden. Today, we were told the Deputy President fell ill, and he requested for time for us to give him an opportunity so that we can hear him. But that opportunity was not granted because we're in a hurry, and yes, I think we are. I don't know to where. Mr. Speaker, this is an impeachment in absentia. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, without contradiction, that probably it is a flawed process, Mr. Speaker. And for some reason or at some point, I was not able even to know who we are impeaching. Is it the Deputy President or the Governor of Siaya, Mr. Speaker? Why am I saying that? Because our standing orders, Standing Order 81 and Standing Order 80, says when a governor should appear before us. And we saw a governor standing there, Mr. Speaker. So sometimes I was asking myself, maybe the governor impeached himself by just appearing to us, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to Mr. Mutuse, the main witness, when we ask him questions, he was saying this is just a prima facie, prima facie, prima facie. I'm not a lawyer. I Googled, and it says, prima facie says on first sight. So we are impeaching the Deputy President on allegation of at first sight. Mr. Speaker, we don't even love at first sight nowadays. But we have made the process of impeaching a Deputy President so easy than kicking out a nagging boyfriend or a nagging girlfriend. So I stand here from Kiambu saying that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to impeach the Deputy President because listening to the accusation here, they are not enough. They do not meet the threshold of removing somebody from the office. You ask Mutuse, here you had it. Mr. Mutuse, tell us. He says, I was not in an investigation journey. Mr. Mutuse, I just imagined. Mr. Mutuse, I don't know. Mr. Mutuse, I believe. Mr. Mutuse, Senet, believe me. Even if you don't believe me in one occasion or in one ground, just take one, the one that you love, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's sad that my brother, a person from my area or my region, the Deputy President of this country is being impeached. And I want to talk to the majority leader, person I really respect, and also the senator for Bomet, Mr. Sigei. When we hope to save a brother, remember us when we ask you to save our brother, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on this issue, Mr. Speaker, he who assesses the integrity of others must exemplify an even higher standard of integrity on himself. I want to ask you members, please, as I go down to write your names or the sins on the ground, and I'm not calling myself Jesus, ask yourself, would you be the first one to throw the stone on the Deputy President? And Mr. Speaker, I am going to leave this by saying I'm going to vote on all 11 counts. No, 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 no. I'm going to vote no. And I'm going to leave you with one quote I've read from a member of parliament from Gatondo North who has said, Mr. Speaker, and I read, the dog is not sick. It's just afraid facing its last 2 hours of power forever, Mr. Speaker. Those are the MPs who kicked out the Deputy President. They are now calling him a dog. Maybe even this motion, Mr. Speaker, was brought by some people who are suffering from mental issues, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say that because how do you call a deputy president is a dog and he's not sick and he's only waiting to get out of power for 2 hours? I ask you, brothers, please do not play along the galleries. Respect the deputy president, respect the people of Murima, and I leave you with Exodus 19, verse 12. Mr. Speaker, we were told if you touch a widow, you die. It says if you touch the mountain, you die. I vote no.
Senator Sifuna. Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, let me join you and the others who have sent their sympathies to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We wish him a quick recovery so that he can come back. Honorable Speaker, I think it is a very unfair accusation that we are impeaching somebody whilst in hospital. It has been said here, Honorable Speaker, that nobody can predict when you can be taken ill. It can happen to any one of us. And therefore, we did not plan that the Deputy President would not be here to also be able to present his case. And as Senator Roba has said, many people were in fact waiting to also get some clarifications from some of the pronouncements that have come from the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, I want to also thank the parties that have taken time to appear before us, the case by the National Assembly, and of course the very able representation of the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, it is clear that the case by the National Assembly is not perfect. But I have agonized over some of the issues that have been raised by the National Assembly. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin with ground one, where the Deputy President is accused of violation of Articles 27(4), which, Honorable Speaker, makes it unconstitutional for you to discriminate on, among other grounds, Honorable Speaker, on the grounds of belief. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there is also an express provision under Article 73 on the same and Article 33(3)(d) that specifically deals with speech, Honorable Speaker, that constitutes advocacy for hatred on the basis of discrimination. Honorable Speaker, yesterday when I put this question to the legal team of the Deputy President, I was expecting a proper explanation, but of course, you also that they chose to throw snide remarks.
Senator Gataya and Senator Tabitha.
Please pause my time.
When Senator Tabitha, you're speaking,
pause my time.
Senators give you a pin drop silence. The same must be extended to the Senator for Nairobi City. Sit down, Senator Mofire. Proceed.
So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, yesterday when I put this question seeking clarification to the defense team, they chose instead to make snide remarks about appointments that have been made recently of members of my party, ODM. Honorable Speaker, I have agonized about some of the things that the Deputy President has said. In fact, in my entire time as an elected leader, I've met the Deputy President only once, and this is the second occasion when he was in the House. And both of them, honestly, were very sad events. The first one was a funeral, and these proceedings can also be likened to a political death if the House decides to impeach him. But, Honorable Speaker, on that occasion, I did tell him to his face my position on some of the utterances that have come from him, that in fact, I strongly objected to those pronouncements. His legal team sought to hide behind these coalition agreements. I have agonized over what to do with an agreement, Honorable Speaker, that ousts the mandate of constitutional bodies. For instance, Honorable Speaker, you are told that in the agreement, positions that especially are essentially are supposed to be available to all Kenyans through advertisement by the Public Service Commission, like permanent secretaries, have already been dished out. So what am I supposed to do with a contract that ousts the mandate of the PSC, a constitutional body? What am I supposed to do with a contract that ousts the mandate of this House, Honorable Speaker? For instance, to vote for the person who sits in the chair that you sit in. And if memory serves me right, Honorable Speaker, members who are not signatories to the coalition agreement of Kenya Kwanza, in fact, participated in voting for you to become the Speaker. And many of them were members of my political party, ODM, although, of course, I was not one of them. Honorable Speaker, there is a position in law, about what to do with illegal and unconscionable contracts. I feel that the Deputy President wasted an opportunity to give clarification on his pronouncements that, Honorable Speaker, he chooses to hide behind a contract that I consider unconstitutional is something that I have agonized over. Honorable Speaker, one of the questions that was posed to him is what, I remember a discussion about which is what are the strongholds of ANC and Ford Kenya. And somebody said that it is Western Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as SG of ODM, I know for a fact that Busia County is an ODM county. In fact, if you look at the statistics at the Register of Political Parties, the county with the highest membership in ODM is not Homa Bay or Siaya. It is actually Busia County. So the question I'm being asked by my members from Busia is, Honorable Speaker, if a member of ODM who resides in Busia wanted to be a permanent secretary, does he take his application to the local Ford Kenya office so that he can access the 30% for Western Kenya? And that is the agony, Honorable Speaker, that people are going through. Honorable Speaker, there was also the conversation around the public attacks on a judge. As a lawyer, as an advocate of the High Court, sworn to defend the Constitution, I agonize over what I'm supposed to do with public attacks on judicial officers, Honorable Speaker, people that I appear before seeking justice for my clients. Honorable Speaker, we have a discussion around also attacks on intelligence institutions in our country and the Director General of the Intelligence. Honorable Speaker, it was argued here that in fact, as a member of the National Security Council, the Deputy Speaker has a forum, the Deputy President has a forum to bring up.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, none of us is enjoying these proceedings of an impeachment motion against the Deputy President, and particularly those of us from the government side, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. And for obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, because he has been our leader, we have been in the trenches with him, fighting for this government, and so it has come to this, and I can assure you we are not particularly very excited about it. I personally have interacted with him on numerous occasions. If you look in the internet, Mr. Speaker, you will see photos of me dancing with the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. I have followed these proceedings very keenly. All the 11 counts. One, the gross violations of the Constitution, Article 10.2, the one that talks about the conduct of public officials, including the Deputy President. The one that talks about him being a principal assistant of the President and an extension of the presidency, Article 147, that talks about his insubordination, and one that Sifuna has talked about, Article 160, that deals with undermining public institutions, and particularly the judges, Mr. Speaker. I have been born and grown up in Nairobi County, in Eastlands particularly. And where I come from, when we grow up, we are not even aware of each other's tribe. Our neighbor could be from any other tribe. And so when I hear the Deputy President talking and allocating shares to citizens, I am aware that he's excluding more than half the population of Nairobians from service delivery, the same people that me and Sifuna are always here fighting for, every day, for allocations and for services, Mr. Speaker. And as if that was not enough, he was in the CBD the other day, addressing Nairobians in the Kikuyu language, assuming that all Marikiti traders are Kikuyus, Mr. Speaker. Nothing can be further from the truth. and sowing seeds of tribalism in Nairobi is very, very dangerous. If you have seen the slum setup, where people live together, all tribes together, I do not want to imagine if you sensitize these people and make them aware of their tribes and their lack of shares in their own country, Mr. Speaker. And finally, in future, I want to call upon presidential candidates to make it a very critical attribute of their running mates to have political maturity and to have a national outlook, Mr. Speaker. Because to some extent, we want to put some blame on the president, because we are wondering what he looked at when he picked his running mates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, as I make my comments on this motion, I'd like to wish the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, quick recovery. He is still the President of the Republic of Kenya as at 9:19 p.m. on the 17th of October until any decision is made. He's still the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We pray that God gives him the strength and God gives him good health to continue pursuing that responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Council for County Assembly began his opening statement and his National Assembly, that is the Venerable James Orengo, with a quote from Scripture. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to go to Scripture. And this time I will go to the book of John. In the book of John, chapter 8, we get the story of the adulterous woman. Mr. Speaker, Jesus Christ is teaching his disciples at the temple early in the morning. And the scribes and the Pharisees, early in the morning, drag a woman to his presence and say that this woman has been caught in the act of adultery. The Bible says that she has been caught, and I quote, in the very act of adultery. Mr. Speaker, what surprises me in this passage is that the woman who was caught in the very act of adultery has been produced, but the man who contributed to the adultery was not brought before Jesus Christ in the temple. Mr. Speaker, we have a man who has been brought before us for impeachment. We have been told that he's been a political adulterer. We have been told that he has grossly violated the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, adultery takes two. It takes two to tango. Like that woman in the book of John, I don't know whether they went for the men who cajoled her, who seduced her, who connived with her, and who paid her for the act of adultery. Mr. Speaker, in this Republic of Kenya, we must drain the swamp of adultery. And today, just like back in the days when the law of Moses required that a woman who had been convicted or accused of adultery ought to be stoned to death. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the same punishment was not prescribed for men. It was just for women to be stoned to death, and yet it takes a man for a woman to commit adultery. Tonight, because the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya is just like the law of Moses. It says if you are found guilty of political adultery, you should be stoned to political death. It is called impeachment. You are sent into political purgatory for 10 years. You cannot run for office. Mr. Speaker, we must deal with the law as is. The law as is requires us that the woman or the man accused of adultery must be stoned to death in this chamber. That is the law as it is. But, Mr. Speaker, we must make sure that we bring those other men and women who commit and who encourage people to go into adultery so that they also face the same sentence and they also face the same judgment. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that political adultery has been committed in the case before us. There has been a conversation about a dubious shareholding structure of the Republic of Kenya. If the Republic of Kenya was a corporation, as you have been told, or if it was a political party, then we would have 56 million equal shareholders from Moyale to Vanga, from Nyatike to Nyandiwa, from Bumala to Malaba. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be restricted to a geographical entity called a mountain. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that political adultery has been committed in the intimidation and threats to judicial officers. I am convinced that political adultery has been committed in public attacks on our intelligence service. So, Speaker, where I come from, if you find your father naked, you don't proclaim his nakedness, you cover him. And we cannot then proclaim the nakedness of our intelligence service. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that the Deputy Speaker has committed political adultery. Sorry, the Deputy President has committed... I am sorry, Deputy Speaker, has committed political adultery. And Mr. Speaker, for...
Your time is up. Your time is up, Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Kwanza ningetaka kumwombea afueni haraka naibu wa rais. Alafu niseme hivi. Mstahiki Spika, fisi anapotaka kula mtoto mwanawe husema kwamba ananuka kama mbuzi. Mstahiki Spika, mashtaka iliyo mbele yetu leo ni dhahiri shahiri ya kwamba ni fisi anayetaka kula mwanawe. Mstahiki Spika, wakati Mheshimiwa Karungu Adhangu alikuwa anaongea hapa leo na kuambia ombe msamaha, alikuwa amemwambia naibu mkurugenzi mkuu wa idara ya jinai kwamba anapojibu ajibu na wanao. Mstahiki Spika, mashtaka ambayo imekuwa hapa, kampuni zote zimekuwa hapa, zilikuwa nyingi, zilikuwa za watoto wake Rigathi Gachagua. Ama kweli chambilecho mkuki kwa nguruwe, kwa binadamu mchungu. Kwa sababu Mstahiki Spika, hakuwezi kuwa na umbaguzi wa wanawe naibu rais, lakini kusiwe wale wengine wanapewa heshima tofauti na hiyo. Mstahiki Spika, mimi nimetoka Kirinyaga na najua mashtaka yote ambayo yako hapo 11. Kuna jambo moja ambalo mpaka ufanye kama utadhirisha mashtaka, na ni ushiriki wa umma ambao tuko na ushahidi mbele yetu. Mstahiki Spika, katika ushiriki wa umma ambao tuko na mbele yetu, isipokuwa picha za maofisi za CDF, alafu na takwimu ambazo zimetoka katika bunge la kitaifa, ambalo wale wote ambao walikuwa wametia sahihi kumondoa naibu ya rais ndio walioongoza katika ushiriki wa umma. Mstahiki Spika, ningeuliza itakuwaje, itawezekanaje mtu ambaye ametia sahihi kumondoa naibu wa rais halafu anaongoza katika ushiriki wa umma? Mbuzi atapata haki wapi katika mahakama ya fisi? Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, ningetaka niseme ya kwamba ni rais kuangalia mashtaka na kuyaona kama inafaa kwa naibu rais ambaye ako hospitali. Najua ya kwamba naweza kuwa nimesimama hapa napoteza kuni nikichemsha mawe. Najua ya hivi. Lakini fisi alisema siku moja, hata aliambia mawe siku moja, hata kama hujaongea umesikia chenye nimesema. Mstahiki Spika, katika mashtaka yaliyo hapa, na sisi tunafaa kuongozwa na ushahidi, sio riwaya, sio hekaya za mbunwasi, sio fasihi. Mstahiki Spika, lakini tunazo hapa Mstahiki Spika, zote ni hekaya za mbunwasi. Hakuna ushahidi wote ambao tumepewa mbele yetu. Lakini siwezi kusimama hapa halafu niweze kumhukumu naibu wa rais, kwa sababu pia katika kitabu ya Korosai 3 mstari wa 13 inasema ukihukumu wengine wa hukumu venye wewe utataka kuhukumiwa. Sasa Mstahiki Spika, itakuwaje kwamba walioorodhesha mashtaka yaliyo hapa na kosa kuleta ushahidi tunafaa tuamini leo? Ni chuki ama ni uchungu gani ambao wako nao na naibu wa rais? Mstahiki Spika, unajua akuchukiae huwa anakuambia unamtifuria vumbi hata wakati unaogelea. Mstahiki Spika, mahali nilikotoka mimi nataka kitu ya kwanza kufanya ni kuwakilisha watu wangu, na waliniambia kwamba ushiriki wa umma ambao uko hapa hawakuhusishwa vilivyo, kwa sababu walioenda kule mashinani kufanya ushiriki wa umma walienda kufanya ushiriki wa umma wakijua matokeo yake, Mstahiki Spika. Na kwa hivyo mimi nimeambiwa na watu wangu kutoka Kirinyaga yale mashtaka yote ambayo yamewekwa hapo, na kwa sababu tumekuchagua wewe uende pale utuwakilishe, tafadhali ukienda yote usikumbalie na hata moja. Mstahiki Spika, Mswahili usema lilompata peku na ungo ni lilo. Mstahiki Spika, wewe ni Mswahili, unajua kwamba ungo ni uteo ambao ni mpya. Peku ni uteo, ungo ni uteo ambao ni mpya. Peku ni uteo ambao unapepetea ambao ni mzee. Namwambia siku ya leo maseneta tukimhukumu naibu ya rais yanayompata leo, hata nyinyi mjue siku moja inaweza kuja ikampata. Na ambaye atachukua msumari wa kwanza kumpigilia naibu wa rais, ningeomba kwamba asiwe ni mtu kutoka mlima. Huyu ni ndugu yetu. Na kwa hivyo tunapokuja kumsurubisha katika msarambani, afadhali tuangalie akisurumbiwa, lakini mmoja wetu asichukue nyundo na msumari na nyundo kwenda kumsurumu. Mstahiki Spika, najua ya kwamba kuna wale ambao wanaelekeza vingine visivyo bwana. Mswahili usema usiwe vitatange kuwatosa wengine ndemani. Kama uko na msimamo tayari, usije ukapeleka mwenzako katika huo msimamo wako. Tunafaa kuzingatia ushahidi, tunafaa kuangalia kwa haki, kama maombi yetu ambayo tuko nayo katika Seneti kwamba tutaangalia kila kitu kwa haki na uaminifu. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
Now, honorable senators, we had a consensus to terminate at 9:30. But again, breathe in and out. But again, I'm asking, with your consensus, if we can push it for another half an hour so that we terminate at 10. Is that okay? You know, honorable senators, we have to vote for 11 counts individually. So we will do an extra half an hour, then we terminate. The Honorable Olekina, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this evening, let me disabuse this notion that an impeachment process is an attack of the mountain region. Mr. Speaker, an impeachment process is a vital process of holding public officers, state officers, accountable. Mr. Speaker, I've heard on various occasions from my colleagues, those who oppose this motion, that we are targeting the mountain. I beg to differ, and I do so with the following findings.
There is a lot of movement in the chamber,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, and Senator
Pause my time.
Let's take our seat, please. And let us hear the Honorable Senator in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin again by saying I want to disabuse this notion that an impeachment process is an attack of a region. It is not. It is a constitutional process that this House has been given the task to be able to hold public officers accountable. Today, we are discussing the impeachment of a deputy president. Tomorrow, we might be discussing the impeachment of a president. We have constantly debated impeachment of governors here. I've never heard at one given time when people come up and say we are targeting a particular community. We are not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been entertained this afternoon or the last 2 days with the defense alleging that the shareholding utterances made by the deputy president is that he was referring to the shareholding of a coalition agreement. And Mr. Speaker, we were demonstrated here that the Kenya Kwanza coalition agreed upon how they can be able to share different, positions in government. In fact, I thought they would say that the Speaker of this House was also negotiated. I believe when the Speaker of this House was proposed to be voted for, he was voted for by all the senators. And never have I seen the Speaker giving preference to the people of the coastal region. So, Mr. Speaker, I find I'm not convinced by the defense that the shareholding being uttered by the Deputy President is based on a coalition agreement. Mr. Speaker, the defense attempted to respond to the allegation on ground 8, whereby they say that the utterances of the Deputy Speaker violate Section 132 of the Penal Code. It is important for us to know what Section 132 of the Penal Code says. It actually makes it illegal to utter, print, or publish words or acts that brings into contempt the lawful authority of a public officer. The decision made by Justice Esther Maina in her capacity as a judge of the High Court is protected by the position that she holds. So it is a bit unsensical for the Deputy President to go out in public, instead of following the due process of the law, to be able to go out and appeal the decision of that judge. Until today, Mr. Speaker, the coercion which was used to be able to return the 200 million shillings back to the Deputy President, that money must go back to the public. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President has got a forum. Article 240 of the Constitution puts him as one of the key members in the National Security Council. He has got a forum to be able to go out there and express his dissatisfaction with the NIS. When he calls a press conference and outright says that the Director General of the National Intelligence has completely brought that service into a halt, he was exposing the secrets of this country, and what he was doing is that he was actually saying that we have got no control. Mr. Speaker, if for anything, today I'll cast my vote based on various issues. 1, on shareholding. 2, on the violation of Section 132 of the Penal Code. 3, on the issues of coercion. I listened to the gentleman from Kempsett this afternoon when he said that he had to sit for hours at ESCC to be able to come out with one billboard. One. He was called on the 11th. When the defense were trying to justify that, instead of actually reading the recommendation made by the Senate, they were going through the submissions of one of the witnesses who appeared before my Committee of Health. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced.
Senator Seki. The senator was elected by the people of Kajiado.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to put my voice to this motion of proposal to removal of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, as a motion by Honorable Mutuse. I want to say that the grounds that has been put to this House from number 1 to number 11, Honorable Speaker, I thank the legal counsel of the Deputy President for interrogating the witnesses, more so Honorable Mutuse being the lead witness and the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, I want to put to this House that I am unable to see evidence that has been put in place for the 11 counts, 11 grounds in this motion. Honorable Mutuse was unable to demonstrate on issues that has been raised in this motion. Particularly, can go to 1 or 2, the motion or the count 7 or charge 7, where the Deputy President was alleged to have a 5.2 billion within his assets within that small period of time. Honorable Speaker, I understand that this witness was not able to explain and demonstrate that the Honorable Deputy President got the 5.2 billion because of the contracts that he has done with the government. He wasn't able to demonstrate that this money, 5.2 billion, was received or was the Deputy President received because of this, from this company, from another company, or this other company. There was no evidence on this count. Honorable Speaker, the kind of impunity I've seen in the issue of listing 22 companies without evidence of what the track of the monies or funds that has been done or that has been used to demonstrate that these companies are doing business with government was not there. This is impunity of a high order. To bring 22 companies and you are unable, as a move of the motion, to explain that this company A, company 1 to company number 22, have received or got money from government or from government institutions. But you just put it on the motion and it becomes something to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, we have seen where the Deputy President is alleged to have conspired with a company, Agro Brick Investment Limited, where the control of State House, as an accounting officer of the State House, signed the contract, and it is brought to the motion that this contract and this company is alleged to have been a company to remove the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, this House this afternoon received a report from the legal counsel of the Deputy President that the Deputy President is sick. Now, we are ready.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa kumbandua naibu wa rais kutoka katika ofisi yake ya naibu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza pia mimi nijiunge na wenzangu kumtakia afueni haraka naibu wa rais, kwa sababu tulikuwa ni matarajio yetu kwamba jioni ya leo angekuwa hapa kujitetea kwa madai kadha wa kadha ambao ameletewa katika bunge hili ili kuweza kutakasa jina lake. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeweza kuangalia mashtaka yake 11 na baadhi ya mashtaka ambayo nimeona kuwa yamenigusa ni kwanza ni shtaka la kwanza ambapo ni kusema kuwa Kenya ina wenye hisa na kwake wenye hisa ni wale ambao walipigia kura Kenya Kwanza katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo imebagua makabila zaidi ya 47 katika nchi yetu. Na sisi ambao tutatoka pwani, ambao kutoka mwanzo pwani ilikuwa si koloni ya Kenya, ilitupa mshtuko mkubwa kwa sababu tuniona kwamba tunazidi kutengwa katika mamlaka ya Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, shtaka la pili ambalo limenibamba ni la kuhusu ukiukaji wa sheria, na hapa nitaangazia shtaka la pili na shtaka la sita, ambapo amekiuka sheria inayohusiana na uwiano katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na vile vile pia kuleta makabila na jamii zote pamoja. Mheshimiwa Spika, la tatu ni ukosefu wa nidhamu, swala la ukosefu wa nidhamu katika kumshambulia hadharani mkurugenzi wa shirika la ujasusi nchini mwetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili litokea mnamo tarehe 26 mwezi wa 6 mwaka huu, ambapo naibu wa rais alikuwa Mombasa na akatoa taarifa ambazo zilihujumu usalama wa taifa, ambapo yeye kama naibu wa rais alikuwa na fursa ya kuweza kuzungumzia mambo haya katika serikali, na vile vile pia hatua za kurekebisha zikachukuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapoangalia makosa yote haya ni kwamba haya yasingeweza kumfika naibu wa rais kwa sasa, kwa sababu masuala haya ambayo yameangaziwa hapa yaliangaziwa na Senator Sifuna alipoleta mswada wake wa kumkosoa naibu wa rais, lakini mswada ule ulikufa ndani ya bunge hili la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ya ukiukaji wa kiapo haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, hayana nguvu, kwa sababu wakati alipokuwa anaapishwa siku ya kwanza aliapa viapo viwili. Kwa hivyo hatujui ni kiapo kipi ambacho alikikeuka wakati Mheshimiwa Mudhusi alipokuja hapa na kuzungumzia masuala haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimalizia nitamnukuu Senator Orengo aliposema kwamba katika bunge lililokwisha kwamba mapinduzi yanakula watoto wake. Kwa Kiingereza, revolutions eat their own children. Na hii tunaona kwamba mapinduzi yameanza kula watoto wa Kenya Kwanza, wakianza na mtoto mkubwa kabisa ambaye ni naibu wa rais. Kwa hivyo ni masuala ambayo yameendelea katika bunge hili. Bunge lililokwisha tuliona hapa Profesa Kindiki aliteta sana hapa, lakini vile vile mapinduzi yakamla. Kwa hivyo ni kwamba lazima tujenge siasa katika nchi yetu ambazo zitakuwa ni siasa za kusonga mbele. Tukichaguliwa kama viongozi, tuzungumze masuala ya kitaifa. Tusizungumze masuala ya vijijini mwetu, wakati sisi matarajio wa Kenya wote ni kwamba tunazungumzia masuala ya kitaifa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, napongeza pia bunge hili la Senate kwa kuonesha ukakamavu na vile vile pia umahiri mkubwa wakati tumeweza kusikiza kesi ya naibu wa rais. Labda kwa siku za usoni tutapata pia fursa ya kusikiza kesi ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya katika bunge hili letu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Oroba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say that this is not about a relationship. It's not about a friendship that has deteriorated. I have been hearing people say, if it's about a relationship, if it's about a marriage that has broken, why don't they go back and make peace and come together? No, Mr. Speaker. These two individuals, His Excellency the President and the Deputy President, did not come together so that they can live happily ever after and have children, Mr. Speaker. They came together so that they could deliver development to the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So this, what we have been doing here for hours and hours, it pains me when I hear people saying, about adultery and relationships and what. And I'm wondering, no. We have been here because of 11 counts, Mr. Speaker. A very serious impeachment motion because of not 2, not 3, but 11 counts, Mr. Speaker. In my condition, I have had to sit here and go through all 11 counts to understand which one actually has been substantiated and which one holds water. So no, this is not about a relationship. And we should not expect that because they came together, they should now go and sit somewhere and make peace. Now, and stop disturbing us. No, Mr. Speaker. 11 counts of an impeachment motion is something very serious, Mr. Speaker. And it's very unfortunate that of the 11 counts, about 4 counts, Mr. Speaker, were not even substantiated, Mr. Speaker. Very shocking. when you have a team of legal experts sitting down bringing 11 counts, at the very least, they should have even substantiated 9, Mr. Speaker. But 4 counts, ground 2, when you talk about undermining a cabinet decision, how did we not have the witness come here to speak so that we can be able to understand? Some of us, we don't sit in cabinets, and we need to understand what a cabinet decision is, how it is undermined. Mr. Speaker, the witness was not produced. We had another witness who did not come here in terms of undermining devolution. Governor Sakaja signed an affidavit, but then did not appear, Mr. Speaker. People must respect the Senate, because when we are sitting here to analyze 11 counts, Mr. Speaker, honestly, in all fairness, they should at least be substantiated to some level. However, Mr. Speaker, I have lived through the post-election violence of 2007, 2008. And it is very strange that 2007 I was also pregnant, Mr. Speaker. And when I remember, Mr. Speaker, the things that triggered the post-election violence, Mr. Speaker, in 2008 of January, it was such utterances such as Musiguze Mlima, Mr. Speaker. They started as a joke, and before you knew it, matatus were being stopped and people were being asked, get off the matatu and showcase your IDs, and arms and limbs were being chopped off, Mr. Speaker. So we might think it is a joke, this shareholding narrative, Mr. Speaker. But having lived through that post-election violence, and I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, that I even had to choose the people who are operating, you know, on me in 2008, because I was afraid, you know, as Kisses, we love everyone. People always think we are traitors because we welcome everyone. So at that time, the attack on us was from both sides, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, I do not take this shareholding narrative as a light thing. I do not take this Musiguze Mlima as a light thing, Mr. Speaker, because I have been affected directly. And on that count, Mr. Speaker, I definitely have seen that it has been substantiated. We have seen the evidence, and we have even seen repeated utterances of causing divisiveness in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say today, Mr. Speaker, this country is not about one person. It is not about William Ruto. It is not about Rigathi Gachagua. This country is about the 50 million Kenyans who have to live in peace and under the national unity, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that on that shareholding narrative, I hold my ground, and I will definitely vote that he should be impeached.
Senator Kavindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me start by telling His Excellency, the Deputy President of this country, Pole Sana, and we wish you a quick recovery. 2, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote a scripture which has been quoted here, John 8:7. Jesus told the people who took that woman before him, whoever has no sin to be the first to take the stone and throw at that woman. And when he bent down, when he came up, there was none of them. All the men had gone, only the woman was standing there. And he told her, go in peace, your sins have been forgiven. Mr. Speaker, when I talk like this, I'm saying that the other day we had the Deputy President publicly ask for forgiveness. And the Bible in the book of Matthew 14, Matthew 6, verse 14 and 15, says that if we don't forgive men their sins when they sin against us, our Heavenly Father will never forgive us our sins. And talking like this, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the mover of this motion, Honorable Mutuse, could not substantiate the allegations. He was asked questions, and people even outside on media are laughing and asking what kind of a lawyer is he, because he could not answer many of the questions, because I think he was not aware of what of the motion To me, it seemed like it was drafted by somebody else and it was given just to table it. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, even the last speech of the National Assembly, they said on impeachment, it is not necessary or important to substantiate every allegation and even to make sure that you have all the evidence of the allegations, because this is not like court. And I thought, as a Senate, we sit here as a court. And whatever ruling we give here is acceptable. And so I wonder why one would stand and say that they could not, it is not a must that they substantiate beyond reasonable doubt. I believe if we are impeaching a person, we should, all the accusations must be substantiated and beyond reasonable doubt, because that is one's career we are about maybe to ruin. And this person has a family. This person has a career. When I think of Waititu, when I think of Songo, for 10 good years, they cannot stand on any elective office. And I had...
Honorable Senators. Senator Methu, you are heard in silence. Senator Fonandi, you are heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr.
Extend
Speaker.
the same treatment to Senator Kabindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it was just the other day I had Majority Leader and many of us here say that Songo was impeached for no good reason. How do we reverse what we have already done on this, in this Senate? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, before we impeach anyone, we must substantiate all the charges and make sure that it is not something that we are going to eat back our words and start saying we did a mistake. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to say no to this motion.
Senator Kathure Murungi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to make some comments, one or two comments on this important exercise. Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans are wondering why the Deputy President is being impeached. And they are saying if he is to be impeached, him and the President should be impeached at the same time. Mr. Speaker, the articles in the Constitution, our Constitution has given the National Assembly and the Senate this mandate to do this exercise of checks and balances to our public officers. And Mr. Speaker, Article 145, which we used this afternoon even to determine whether to proceed or not, is very elaborate on how to the process of impeaching the Deputy President or the President. So, Mr. Speaker, we are here because the Senate actually has been, on several occasions, we have brought Deputy Governors, and now the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, kindly protect me from this. The Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, kindly protect me from some noise from behind.
Senator Fonandi.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying...
move to your seat, your normal seat.
I was trying to say that, Mr. Speaker...
It may be lonely, but please stick there. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this House has brought Deputy Governors, and now the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is a constitutional mandate. And therefore, I will ask Kenyans that they should bear with the Constitution. It is the Constitution which has brought us where we are. I want to thank the parties that were here for the last 2 days, the parties representing the Deputy President and the parties representing the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. All these senators have been sitting as judges for the last 2 days and nights. And Mr. Speaker, it is only that this is a court, like a high court. Only that judges in the high court or the courts do not discuss the cases that they handle, but they meet and discuss, and then they make the decision. and then the decision is learned by maybe the president of the court. But because now we make a decision through a vote, that is why, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves here. And this evening, these jurists will make their decision in one or the other. And Mr. Speaker, what I request Kenyans from today, whatever decision will be made to maintain peace, love, and unity, as was envisaged since independence in 1963. Because, Mr. Speaker, where we are, a decision will be made by the Senate in one way or the other, either to impeach the deputy president or to appoint, or not to impeach, not to impeach, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk to the people that represent the Meru community. I want to assure them that whatever decision their senator will make is for the best interest of the Meru people. And I want to assure them that their future will be bright, if not more bright, Mr. Speaker. And what they need is service delivery, not individuals. Whatever decision that I'll make is for their best interest, because they elected me to make some decisions. Some are soft decisions or hard decisions. But what they need at the end of the day, they will ask their senator for 5 years, what have you done for us? But as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all of us in a verse from the Bible, Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 18, which says that in every situation, no matter what the circumstances, be thankful and continually give thanks to God. For this is the will of God for you in Christ Jesus. So whatever you do, thank God. Whatever happens to you, thank God, because we always should give thanks to God. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Christo Lasige.
Speaker, the Parliament of Kenya has gone through a great deal in a very short amount of time, many firsts. And it is utterly painful for me to know that the world keeps seeing us time and time again under such lugubrious circumstances. However, Speaker, it has taught me many, many lessons. And it's also reminded me of many that I've known for several years, one of which I was taught by Tony Evans, which is, if all you see is what you see, then you don't see all there is to be seen. Speaker, I have never met the Deputy President. In fact, in the last 2 days, the first time we've ever shared any space together. And to be honest, I don't think that we have much in common. I personally feel like there is a lot to be desired in his leadership style, for me personally. However, instead of going to the Bible, I want to go instead into my own experience and draw some parallels. Mr. Speaker, of course, people know that I have glaucoma, and I've been fighting and battling it for several years of my life. And Speaker, when I first got my diagnosis when I was just a teenager in high school, I was told that it was imminent. There was no running away from my condition. And I didn't know at the time that I had anything that was going on. I was just going about my life, but inside of me and around me, there was a condition that was building up and building up and building up. And I had no idea what was going to happen in the future. Mr. Speaker, now I've been left blind, and I cannot see in front of me even when I put my hand in front of my face. Mr. Speaker, the parallels I draw with my life and the current hearing that we are sitting in today is that the Deputy President did not foresee this happening to him either. Mr. Speaker, I have also drawn parallels of feeling out of control, which I assume that he feels. Being given a diagnosis that seems imminent, that he cannot stop. Mr. Speaker, I also feel that he is probably feeling fear. That's what I've heard. Mr. Speaker, feeling betrayed, feeling angry. And I felt all those feelings because of a situation that I can draw parallels with in this hearing. And Mr. Speaker, I have been fighting and fighting, pleading and praying, trying everything in my power to mitigate, to stop, just like he has been doing in the last several weeks that this has been going on, Speaker. And it's funny that it's Blindness Awareness Month this month in October, because there are many lessons, like I said, that I have learned, and I wish that the public will also take from this experience. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the public understands that when they have their back to the wall, when they've been in any kind of battle, even when they feel isolated, there is something called golfer's elbow, which I learned. Golfer's elbow is the idea that, or is a condition that golfers usually have when they hold on to the grip of their club too tight for a long period of time, and they end up injuring their wrist all the way up to their elbow because they're holding on too tight to an outcome, too tightly. And I've learned that sometimes you just have to let that go. And I hope that the public can take that away from this situation. Mr. Speaker, we must move away from hegemony, the idea of being dominated by one group or a person or a company or a state, because we are a democratic republic and we need to move away from such ideology, such utterances, such behavior, Mr. Speaker. However, in the 11 counts, I have seen many that have no evidence, and I've seen some that do have some evidence. But I have not been particularly given confidence by the witness-in-chief, the mover of this motion, when I saw him up on the stand, Mr. Speaker. Although none of us can relate to what it's like to being a deputy president in this room for sure, we can definitely relate to the lessons that I've just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, make decisions today that will not betray you tomorrow. That's one. I also want to share that even though you're in a battle, whatever that might be, financial, personal, medical, whatever it is that you're going through at the moment, and you feel like your back is on the wall and everything, all the odds are against you, remember that it gets better. You do better. You will experience better. And we will become better, Mr. Speaker. I will finish, and I hope that the senators will remember what I said to them yesterday from the Bible, Proverbs 17:15.
Senator Newton.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I cannot thank you more for affording me this opportunity at this late hour. Mr. Speaker, I stand right from the onset to say that I oppose this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, and I have reasons for doing so. Mr. Speaker, the key witness or the mover of the motion came before this House yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And although I'm not a lawyer, but I know that it is there in the rules of natural justice that whoever alleges must prove. The Honorable Mutuse was not able to prove any of the allegations or any of the grounds that he laid against His Excellency the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans were and are watching these proceedings. They were able to see the cross-examination and to hear the cross-examination of the Honorable Mutuse, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge this House, Mr. Speaker, that if we want to uphold the dignity and the honor of this House, that Kenyans were and are still watching, you cannot impeach the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, on allegations, on grounds that were not able to, that the mover was not able to prove, Mr. Speaker. And that is what prompted the question, I think, by Senator Wambua, which later was asked by Senator Awakia Omtata, which you were able to stand down because it had already been asked, whose motion was Mutuse's? Because it was not his motion. He had no proof of any or for any of the allegations, Mr. Speaker, and that is why this House, in order for us to uphold, like I've said, the dignity and honor, we need to vote no to this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many that have spoken before me have talked about the woman, the adulterous woman that was caught in the Bible. Senator Kajwang put it even better, that they did not bring the man that she was caught in the act with. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, how good are we? How clean are we? Are we qualified to throw the first stone, Mr. Speaker? I think that is the first question that we should ask ourselves. That as we judge the Deputy President, how good are we? How many mistakes, how many offenses have we ever committed? How many sins even have we ever committed? And God forgive us, and our fellow human beings also forgive us, Mr. Speaker. But the most moving thing, Mr. Speaker, is that we did not give the Deputy President an opportunity. I know, of course, the motion to defer this particular, to adjourn up to Saturday did not pass. But, Mr. Speaker, under Section 50 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, 50-0, Mr. Speaker, we need to give any person, 50-0, that is 50, Mr. Speaker, 2F, to be present and when being tried, unless the conduct of the accused person makes it impossible for the trial to proceed. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President was taken ill, according to what the counsel reported to this House. And, Mr. Speaker, we did not give him an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention also to our Constitution, Article 145, Clause 5. The President shall have the right to appear and, not or, and be represented before the special committee, Mr. Speaker. We did not give him that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, because I can see my time is wearing out, if not for anything, Mr. Speaker, I ask this House, you cannot condemn a sick person. Any one of us can get sick. I want to appeal to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Nobody chooses when to get sick and when to be in good health. We cannot afford to judge a person, to condemn a person when they are in hospital, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to appeal to the members of this House that if not for anything else, you consider that the Deputy President has been taken ill and show the necessary compassion. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to my majority leader is here, and he made a statement that was very disturbing, that even those that are saying that it can bring division should.
Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, sir, first on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of the great county of Nyamira, I want to send a message of quick recovery to His Excellency President Rigathi, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says in the book of Ecclesiastes 3, verse 1, that there is a season for everything. There is a season to be born politically and a season to die politically. That's biblical. The Speaker, I've agonized. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through a lot of soul searching. Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the evidence that was tendered against, as I listened, Mr. Speaker.
Just pause the time for Senator Mogeni. Let us allow Senator Mogeni to be heard in total silence, please.
As a lawyer and a person who witnessed the birth of the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that Kenya belongs to all the 42 plus tribes, Mr. Speaker. And what has disturbed me, Mr. Speaker, for the 2 days I've sat here, Mr. Speaker, what would happen to my community in Kisii and in Nyamira if we ran our government through this theory of shareholding? Mr. Speaker, as I speak tonight, Mr. Speaker, the people of the two counties of Omogusi, Nyamira and Kisii, are victims of that theory of shareholding. That community, Mr. Speaker, called Omogusi, has got no even a single PS serving in government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak this evening, Mr. Speaker, the Omogusi people, Mr. Speaker, have been the biggest victims of this theory of shareholding. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution that we enacted in 2010, in Article 27, Mr. Speaker, clearly states that we should not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. I hope, Mr. Speaker, when I cast my vote tonight, I'll be sending a message from the people of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, that a government is formed for all the tribes in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I've agonized, Mr. Speaker, on the issues that have been brought in this motion, touching on the widow and the children of the late Governor for Nyeri, Gachagua. And Mr. Speaker, I wondered if adverse statements and inferences have been made touching on the conduct of the Deputy President against the widow of the former governor and the children of the late governor, the nephews of the Deputy President. Why, Mr. Speaker, I ask as a father, why, Mr. Speaker, did the widow and the children of the late Governor Gachagua swear an affidavit to dispel all the things that have been said against a scheme of swindling those children? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why didn't they swear an affidavit, Mr. Speaker? That has troubled me a lot. And as I cast my vote tonight, Mr. Speaker, I'll be casting my vote for those children who lost their mother, who lost their father, but who were not given an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to appear before this House and tell us, Mr. Speaker, that there has not been any wrongdoing from the Deputy President to those children. Count number 1, count number 8 is about the utterances that were made by the Deputy Speaker. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the person who will occupy that coveted position of Deputy President will reflect on what John says in chapter 3, verse 5. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says that the tongue is a small part of the body, but the tongue is also fire, and it's a world of evil among parts of the body. If the Deputy President had checked his utterances, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we will not be having this motion this evening. So, as we vote tonight, Mr. Speaker, let's also learn. Let's also learn from what the tongue has done to Honorable Gachagua. I will vote, Mr. Speaker, where I'm convinced that allegations against the Deputy President have been proved. I reserve my vote to be cast at the right time.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the position of the Deputy President of Kenya is very high. It is a very high calling. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we make a decision on the Deputy President of Kenya, I want to remind him that of those to whom more is given, indeed, more is expected of them. And he should not feel that he is being victimized because, Mr. Speaker, the highest standard of this Constitution in 2013, by dint of lack of integrity, the Deputy Chief Justice, Nancy Barasa, lost her job merely because she pinched the nose of Kwamboka. The Deputy President indeed did worse than pinching the nose of somebody. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President, seeing the allegations against him, I can't imagine that he moves around with the moninga of man of faith and truthful man. Mr. Speaker, if really we must talk about faith, may I remind the Deputy President of a man of faith, a man of letters called Bill Paul. Bill Paul said man of faith, that integrity is like virginity. You lose it only once. And when you lose it, you can never get it back. The deputy president has lost that virginity of leadership. Mr. Speaker, coming from a community that paid for the price of inflammatory speeches in Likoni, in Molo, and in Trans Nzoia, if I had time, I would discuss what some of my relatives went through, including Pastor Yai from Ichina village. Mr. Speaker, during the tribal clashes of 1992 and 1997. I would like to remind the Deputy President of the post-election violence of 2007, 2008. One of the reasons why we had to have this progressive constitution that will be removing him, hopefully, this evening from office. Mr. Speaker, even as we ask the Deputy President to leave office, we must insist that the DCI and the ESCC and other investigative institutions must pursue this matter beyond this vote. I have on mind, Mr. Speaker, the activities of the intricate web of companies, up to 22, so to speak. The reason I believe young Mutuse could not bring all this, dear senators, colleagues, is because effort requires money, requires time to do all that research. Some of them you have to do clandestine for you to get information. I believe that if the Deputy President had taken the dog, we were going to completely undress him. We would have asked him to justify what activities each and every one of those companies was doing. It's part of the reason why he stepped down, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have evidence, which I don't wish to be part of the case, that as soon as the Deputy President's brother died, the wife went to the corporate branch of the cooperative bank and started crying there that the manager should stop the Deputy President from operating these accounts. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Deputy President must be investigated for the role.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I recognize the pressure of time. Mr. Speaker, I am here because of the kindness of the people of Migori County who sent me here that at such a time, Mr. Speaker, I need to be cautious of the Article 125 of the Constitution, which requires us as a House that in matters such as this, Mr. Speaker, we must behave like judges, because under Article 125 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we sit as a high court, Mr. Speaker. And in the words of Socrates, Mr. Speaker, a judge is required to listen courteously, to answer wisely, to consider soberly, and definitely to decide impartially, Mr. Speaker. There were 11 charges, Mr. Speaker, that were put before us, Mr. Speaker, and they were put to us in the context of Constitution 2010, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution 2010, Mr. Speaker, came in the backdrop of two very important historic moments in this country, Mr. Speaker, that I must reflect on, Mr. Speaker. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is the section paper number 10 of 1965, Mr. Speaker. That section paper number 10, Mr. Speaker, divided this country into those who are important and those who are not important. The language that was used then, Mr. Speaker, was the idea of Northern Frontier District, Mr. Speaker, that then discriminated upon some communities, Mr. Speaker, against others, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, in 2007, Mr. Speaker, this country was divided on the basis of ethnicity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I rise to support this motion if my grounds, Mr. Speaker, after listening courteously and considering soberly, Mr. Speaker, are more than half of the charges, Mr. Speaker. And I find that ground 1, 5, and 6 on the utterances of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, violate Article 91 of the Constitution and Article 232 of the Constitution. We cannot have political parties, Mr. Speaker, that are founded on the basis of ethnicity and dividing national resources on the basis of ethnicity, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, that would make the ground number 4, which actually also happened to be reason number 4 for why the Deputy President must leave office, Mr. Speaker, the violation of Article 160 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, of undermining the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. There was an imminent threat to the judges there, Mr. Speaker. You realize that in my judgment, Mr. Speaker, I excuse ground number 8 on the basis of the fact that there was no proof that there was a petition that was not filed, Mr. Speaker. But on the threat, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Deputy President stands impeached, Mr. Speaker. Ground number 9, Mr. Speaker, on NIS, Mr. Speaker. We know that this country has faced serious terror attacks, Mr. Speaker. And the moment the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, showcases the secrecy of deficiency in our security infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and you know that under Article 240 he has platforms to be able to express himself, Mr. Speaker, it is a violation of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, on ground number 11, Mr. Speaker, on bullying KEMSA official, Mr. Speaker, it has been proven here beyond reasonable doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the Deputy President is not a member of the company that was listed. He's not an employee of that company, Mr. Speaker, yet he goes ahead and makes calls on behalf of that company, Mr. Speaker. That is impeachable. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I must call the counsel of the Deputy President to order, Mr. Speaker, especially Counsel Paul Muite, Mr. Speaker, for actually practicing law in deceit, Mr. Speaker. You cannot say that at the level of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, he was okay in this house the entire time, and then when asked, you are saying you cannot be able to account for his whereabouts, and you know that the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, also must be able to be taken care of by the DG of Health, Mr. Speaker, who could have given us a document to be able to substantiate whether the Deputy President is sick, Mr. Speaker. While I say sorry to the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, I think this kind of deceit should also be tantamount to further impeachment, Mr. Speaker. I do, therefore, say that on ground 2, 3, 7, 8, and 10, they are not substantiated. But on ground 1, 5, 6, 4, 9, and 11, Mr. Speaker, this is a fight against tribalism that is done by one individual that then we must...
Senator Osotsi, unfortunately, you only have 4 minutes because we terminate at exactly 10:30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be so quick. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy President was here, I remembered the saying of a famous philosopher, 19th century, Lord Acton, who said, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Mr. Speaker, a few of us here served with the Deputy President in the National Assembly. And when we were there in the National Assembly, the Deputy President was a very humble man, very simple, very social, and was rare to talk. But listening to the judges and having seen what has been happening around, this is not the same man. This is a different man. So indeed, I want to agree with this philosopher that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And this is, it may affect all of us here. So There is something we need to learn from what has happened today. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the members here for their decency and maturity in conducting a fair trial. Mr. Speaker, it is not true that the Deputy President has not been given a hearing. We had to adjourn this House for 2 hours to wait for the witness to come. He didn't come. And Mr. Speaker, you know that the tradition of this House, that sometimes we receive written submissions. We do that in our committees. We do that in public participation. So the members who are saying that he was not given a fair hearing is that is not true, because this House tried as much as possible to get the Deputy President to come. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about various laws and articles of the Constitution that the Deputy President has violated. But one important article of the Constitution that runs through all the charges, Mr. Speaker, is Article 131 of the Constitution, which read together with Article 147, clearly says that the Deputy President is a symbol of national unity. That is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you go ahead, Article 131(2) says that the Deputy President, by dint of Article 147, should respect and uphold and safeguard the Constitution. That is not the case. The Deputy President should promote and enhance the unity of the nation. That is not the case. The Deputy President should promote respect for diversity of the people and communities in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. So if there is any piece of law that is going to send the Deputy President home, is clear violation of Article 131 of the Constitution, because the Deputy President is a principal assistant to the President and therefore exercises powers of the President as per Article 131 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if there is one charge, because we have 11 charges, that is going to send the Deputy President home, it's charge number 1. I listened to the evidence that was brought here by his counsel. That evidence of the coalition agreement of Kenya Kwanza was not sufficient, was not convincing. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President conveniently hid for...
Your time is up. Majority Leader, you may now move to reply.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to hereby reply, having listened to the contributions of my colleagues on this very important motion on trial by impeachment of the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. I want to thank colleagues that have taken time to give their views, both in support and those opposing this motion, because that's how you grow a democracy, Mr. Speaker. We may not all have to agree on the same subject matter, Mr. Speaker, but the chance to even speak and say what you feel about an issue is an important attribute. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the contribution that was made by one of the advocates for the Assembly, that comparing what you're doing today with previously what used to happen, where in the 1 o'clock news, vice presidents will be changed without any notice. And the elaborate process, Mr. Speaker, that we have gone through up to this point is great for our country. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the National Assembly, the team of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, that has presented us with information to help us make a fair judgment of this case. Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree with those that hold the view that the Senate hasn't been as fair to the Deputy President as perhaps they would have expected. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, I think as a House, we did the best that was within our means. We granted the opportunity, was given sufficient notice, Mr. Speaker. It is only in the unfortunate circumstance of this afternoon where he was taken ill, Mr. Speaker, and I'd wish to take this time to extend my message of goodwill to him and wish that he can quickly recover and get on with his other duties, Mr. Speaker, both as a human being and should, whichever way this vote goes, Mr. Speaker, because it's not in my hands, but in the hands of the 67 jury that are here, Mr. Speaker, that he shall continue to thrive. I wish him well, Mr. Speaker. Like I observed earlier, this is a friend, and friends wish each other well under all circumstances. Mr. Speaker, you know, just as a final thought, I thought about the journey of the Deputy President and the tribulations that have occurred to him as inquiries to either his conduct or utterances. And I'm reminded of a book I once read, Mr. Speaker, by Senegalese satirist Osman Sembene, a book called Hala, where, Mr. Speaker, a very rich businessman by the name El Haji looks and desires a beautiful young lady by the name Ngone, and finally takes her in as a third wife. Unfortunately, on the same night that he marries her, he develops erectile dysfunction, Mr. Speaker, and is not able to consummate the marriage. Sometimes in life, Mr. Speaker, when you fall down, you have to prepare to get down before you eventually can rise up, Mr. Speaker. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that even in this particular process, the Deputy President will emerge stronger, better, as a human being, as a leader, and that there can be better days ahead for him. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply and wish that our colleagues in this House make a decision in the best interest of the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, these are the guidelines on how we're going to move forward. One, all honorable senators are eligible to cast their votes. Secondly, the threshold is 45 senators. So there ought to be 45 senators in the chamber. And we are going to vote for the charges separately. So we're going to vote 11 times. I now direct that the bell be rung for 2 minutes.
Good evening. These are live proceedings from the Senate chambers, and the senators are done debating the motion that was moved for the removal from office by impeachment. You're watching live pictures from the Senate, where debate has been concluded. Good evening. You are watching live pictures from the Senate chambers, and the senators are done debating the motion that was moved seeking the removal from office by impeachment the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and now they are preparing to take a vote on the 11 charges that were brought forward against the Deputy President. Charge 1, gross violation of Articles 10, Sub-Article 2A and B and C, Article 27, Sub-Article 4, Article 73, Sub-Article 1A and 2B, Article 75, Sub-Article 1C,
Ya Ramogi chenro mar oduch Senet en mano mabende koro kayo kagima dhi rumo ma tiende ni gilak sechegi jood bura mag Senet osetwak kendo gisetieko twak margi kotenore kod paro man dwaro thichoko e kom jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua gie sani en omigi kinde mar dakika 2 mondo mi ogolang bang'e gibiro chako luto ombulu. Kiwinjo kanyo kalure kod Senator Amason Kingi en gibiro bedo ka giluto ombulu achiel ka achiel matiende ni e keth luto 11 senators bobedo gi thuolo mar mondo mi giluto ombulu mathicho ke kom jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Wacho ni kwan senators madwarore gin 45. Wawinjane kaka chenro no pod dhi nyime.
Clerk, can you do a head count to confirm that we have a minimum of 45 senators in the House? Order, honorable senators. Majority Leader, you may take your seat. Now, honorable senators, we are moving to division. I will first put the question. Voting shall be electronically, and we shall be voting on separate charges. So we're going to vote 11 times this evening. I'll proceed to put the question. Honorable senators that are aware that the National Assembly on the 8th of October 2024 resolved, with the support of 282 members, being at least 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145(2), as read with Article 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 65(2) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya be removed from office by impeachment on the grounds specified in the special motion. Whereas by a letter reference NA/DLP/TBO/MTS/2024 into brackets 25, dated the 8th of October 2024, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on the 9th of October 2024, the Speaker of the National Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the special motion by the National Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the National Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 150, 1B and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate heard the National Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 150, 1B and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Orders 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate also heard His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the grounds of his proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 145, as read with Article 150, 1B and 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 78 and 79 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10, 2A, B and C, 27.4, 73.1A and 2B, 75.1C and 129.2 of the Constitution, and Article 147.1 as read together with Article 131.2C and D of the Constitution. 2. Gross violation of Article 147.1 and 152.1 of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of the national government's executive mandates. Number 3, gross violation of Article 6.2, 10.2A, 174, 186.1, 189.1, and the fourth schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. Number 4, gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. Number 5, gross violation of Articles 3.1 and 148.5A of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. Number 6, serious reason to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under Section 13.1A and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. Number 7, serious reason to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under Sections 45.1, 46, 47A3 and 48.1 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and Sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Number 8, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, defensive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Number 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President and a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency, the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Security Intelligence Service and its officers. Number 10, gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And number 11, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. As I've already indicated, honorable senators, voting shall be done electronically. So at this juncture, I will ask honorable senators to pull your cards out of the delegate unit. Sergeant at Arms, kindly go around and pick all the unattended delegates cards. Sergeant at Arms, if you're done collecting the unattended cards, we're good. Now, honorable senators, you may log in back. As indicated earlier, we'll be casting our votes 11 times. So the vote you're going to cast at the moment is for charge allegation number 1, which is gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B, and C, 27(4). I had already read it out. So from this moment, it's beamed on the screens. So, honorable senators, once you've logged in, you may now proceed to vote. Senator Tabitha Keroche, may you move to dispatch and get some assistance. We're now going to allegation number 2. It's been beamed on the screen. You may now vote.
Ramogi kakineno e wang' jowi mari kanyo en chenro motenore kod luto ombulu madhi nyime e od buch Senet. Senators luto ombulu e ketho 11 duto mane odonjne godo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Wach matuch gi sani Ramogi Gajwang' en ni jalup jatend piny Kenya Rigathi Gachagua othich oko. Matiende Rigathi Gachagua ogoli e kom kaka jalup jatend piny Kenya. Maendi en tok ka senators e ketho mokwongo oluto ombulu ka senators 53 gin mago ma bende ne osiro wach machal kamano ka 13 gin mago mane orem luto ombulu mana ka wami kwan go makare Ramogi Gajwang' mondo mi ng'e ni 53 osiro ketho mokwongo moyude godo ka mana 13 e mago ma bende ok osiro ketho mar ariyo 28 osiro 39 okwedo. Gie sani minene wang' jowi mari kanyo en ketho mar 3 ma bende ilutoe ombulu. Par ni Ramogi Gajwang' ni dwaro na yude mana gi ketho achiel kende. To ketho mokwongo mana donjne godo oseyude kod ketho ka senators mathoth gin mago ma osiro. Kendo koro odong' ni Gachagua othich oko e kom. Madhi nyime wang' jowi mari kanyo en ketho mar 4, ketho mar 3 ka giluto ombulu. Kendo itime e yor lony manyasani matiende ni giluto ombulu kaluwore kod kadi magi kendo ikete achiel kachiel e wang' jowi mondo mineni ochal nade. Omiyo mano ketho mar 3 en ketho ma bende ne odonjne godo king'iyo piny kanyo mogik dho ngere kanyo ni weche motenore kod rocho chenro mag tend loch gwenge mano devolution. King'iyo kanyo en kwano ma dhi nyime kendo senators 19 go oyie godo, kata kamano senators 45 kakineno kapod dhi nyime kanyo gin mago ma ok oyie godo. Nitiere 3 e diere kanyo boyango ni 3 no gin mage pani gin ombulu mokethore. 3 kuom gi iluongo ni spoiled votes. Omiyo king'iyo kanyo pod gidhi nyime kod luto ombulu. E ketho mar 3 senators 19 osiro kendo wacho kanyo ni nitiere kod ketho, kata kamano 45 odagi. Ramogi kinene wang' jowi mari kanyo en ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua othich oko kod od buch Senet. E ketho duto mane donjne godo Ramogi Gajwang' ne gin ketho 11. To e ketho 11 go Senet ne idwaro mana mondo oyude gi ketho oyude mana gi ketho achiel kende. To e ketho mokwongo mane donjne godo Ramogi mabiro yango ni nyime ka senators 53 ne osiro ni adier ne nitiere kod ketho ka 13 e mago mabende nokwedo ni onge kod ketho kaluwore kod kwan no Ramogi Gajwang' emomiyo wachopo e wach matuch ni Senet othich oko Rigathi Gachagua nikech ne idwaro mana ketho achiel kende e kind 11 go. Oseluto ombulu. Ketho mar 2 senators 28 no oyie gi ketho no, kata kamano 39 ne odagi. Ka wadhi kanyo e ketho mar 3 senators 19 ne oyie godo 45 odagi. Kwa dhi e wang' jowi mari kanyo en ketho mar 4 madhi nyime. E ketho mar 4 en mano mineno kiluto ombulu mare wang' jowi mari kanyo Ramogi Gajwang'. Kendo e ketho mar 4 kendo nenore ka gima yud Rigathi Gachagua ma en jalup jatend piny kod ketho machielo ma bende koro biro kelo kanyo kwan ketho moseyude godo e mago duto mochwal e nyim od bura mathoth wang'iene kanyo. Senators 51 oyie gi ketho mar 4 ka 16 odagi ketho mar 4. Kwan senators gi moluto ombulu gin 76. Matiende ni ka ing'iyo kanyo senators oyie gi ketho mar 4 mane odonjne godo Rigathi Gachagua. Iwacho kanyo ni jatend piny ogole e yor teng'o lwete mogo, gross violation of article pend chik 161 ma bende odonjore weche mag jong'ad bura bedo kochung' kar kendgi. Senators chakode gi ketho kanyo. Koro mano ketho mar 2 moyud godo Rigathi Gachagua. Senators 51 osiro, 16 okwedo. Mano ketho mar 4. Par ni ketho gin 11 kendo ibiro somgi achiel kachiel ka senators luto e ombulu. Koro ketho 4 mosesom, 2 oseyude ka nitiere gi ketho, 2 gin mago ma onge kod ketho. Pod wadhi nyime, senators dhi nyime kod luto ombulu. Ramogi en wach ma koro tuch kendo koseyude ketho 2 E ketho mokwongo mano wachako godo nosede gi ketho moro mo thiche oko e kom kendo ne othiche oko. Wadhi e ketho mar abich nyakwara Ramogi mantiere wang' jowi mari kanyo en ketho mar abich ma bende neno kanyo nyakwara Ramogi Jwang' en mano ma giluto e ombulu. En weche mag dhi ataro kod muma mano chamo. Iwacho ni oath of office. No dhi ataro kod muma mane ochamo. Kiapo mane ochamo mar rito apisi. Kineno kanyo senators dhi nyime kod luto ombulu. Ok ang'eyo ni maendi bobedo machal nade kwan madwarore nikech senators 45 osechopo kwan madwarore oseluto ombulu kawacho ni entiere kod ketho 47 kaka neno kanyo 47 48 ariyo gin mago mokethore 16 gin mago mowacho ni ne ok odhi ataro kod muma mano chamo mar apisi kungo dhoge e weche mopogore opogore kendo kanyo en 49 ariyo gin mago ma ok odhi kare 16 odagi. Gitieko luto ombulu senators 49 oyude kod ketho 16 oyango kanyo ni neonge kod ketho ok nodhi ataro kod pend chike ma bende miye onego kung dhoge ka entiere apisi koro kendo ketho mar abich no senators ochako yude kod ketho kama en ketho mar adek ma Gachagua koro oyud godo gi od buch senate. Nyakwara Ramogi Jwang' wadhi nyaka ombulu 11 wadhi e mar 6 misomo ne kanyo kod speaker Amason Kingi kendo wabong'iyo ni to gigo ombulu nang'o osesom gi abich oseyudo kod ketho adek ariyo oonge kod ketho. En ketho mar 6 kendo iluto ombulu kod senators. Ketho mar 6 ma bende odonjnego ni nitiere wach mar riwo wi oganda. Ketho mar 6 en kotenore kod wach mar riwo wi oganda e weche manosebedo ka owacho. Pod iluto ombulu senators 46 osekadho kwan ma 45 mane dwarore. Ketho mar 6 en mano ma pod dhi nyime kod luto ombulu kwan madwaro en 45. Warito mondo mang'e ni senators adima oyude kod ketho machal kamano. E ketho mar 6 nyakwara Ramogi Jwang' senators 48 luto ombulu koyie gi kethono 18 gin mago ma odagi kaachiel mano kotenore kod weche mag riwo wi oganda weche manowacho. Nyakwara Ramogi Jwang' kaka ineno kanyo senators dhi nyime kod luto ombulu. Giseluto ombulu nyadi 6 oseyude kod ketho nyadi 4 mose somgo ariyo kende moko oseyude kod ketho mano donjne godo mar 2 gi ketho mar 4 gi ketho mar 3 wadhi nyime kod ng'iyo ni to chal nade. Winjo kanyo ka speaker mar Senate wacho ni gidwaro mana kwan ma 45 kende weche mag luto ombulu. Mano en ketho mar 7 nyakwara Ramogi Jwang' ma iluto ne ombulu kanyo. Kawang'iyo kanyo en ketho mar 7 ma ketho notenore kod iwacho ni inyalo tene kod otimo ketho motenore kod weche mag omenda to kod uchumi ahinya to kotenore kod weche mag kembe ma intiere godo weche mopogore opogore en mano ma senators odagi nikech ne ok onyal yangi makare e nyime ka senators 52 ogo ombulu ka kwedo ni kanyo onge kod ketho mora mora e weche mag tudore kod kembe mage. Otiyo kod omenda wacho ni omenda ma iluoko kata ma ok yude yo makare money laundering kanyo tudego kembe mag senators odagi kendo wacho ni kanyo onge kod ketho ma kidho ngere wacho ni serious economic crimes gin weche mantiere kanyo kendo wang'iyane mano ketho mar 7 senators odagi mantiere osesomne ketho 7 4 oseyude ka intiere kod ketho 3 gin mago ma onge godo kod ketho. Nyakwaro Mogi kaka inene wang' jowi mar kanyo senators dhi nyime kod luto ombulu. Kaka noyang kanyo kaluwore kod chik ni dwani mondo oyud Gachagua gi ketho achiel kende e kwan ketho duto manochwale nyim od buch Senet, to e go kura mokwongo noseyude kod ketho matiende ni e chak luto ombulu gi Nyakwaro Mogi jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua nosethicho kod od buch Senet. Gie sani oseyude kod ketho 4 e 6 e 7 ma osesom gi sani wadhi e ketho mar 8 manodonjne godo. Senators bobedo ka luto ombulu kendo achiel kachiel wang' jowi mari kanyo bedo kwa nyisi kaka iluto ombulu kod senators. E 7 mosesom Nyakwaro Mogi oseyudo kod ketho 4 moneno kanyono en ketho mar 8 manodonjne godo. Mano ketho mar 8 en luto ombulu. Kamondike ni plus no gin joma wacho ni giyie godo. Kamondike ni minus gin jogo mawacho ni ok giyie godo. Kamondike ni 0 no mago wacho ni kura mokethore. Mago kura mokethore mong'e kaka spoiled votes. E ketho mar 8 no en man mopogi e kind senators matiende onge kod ketho. Kiriwo kwan no kanyo dong' ombulu 4 kama mondo gichop 67. Nyakwaro Mogi e ketho mar 8 jalup jatend piny onge kod ketho moro amora kaluwore kod senators. Onge kod ketho moro amora omiyo senators oluto ombulu e ketho mar 4 mar 8 manodonjne godo e weche manyalo kelo athuye kaka nondike ketho mar 8 jalup jatend piny onge kod ketho moro amora osesom gi matiende ni wadong' kod ketho 3 kuma 11 mane osom. 40 odagi onge ombulu mokethore. 27 ne oyie godo. Mano kaluwore kod senators e ketho go duto. Senators par ni osebedo chenro ni chakre odiochieng' manyoro gisetwakie kendo gie sani en thuolo mar luto ombulu. Par ni chenro makama kaluwore kod chik onego rum kapok oromo saa 6 mar otieno ma kawuono. Nyakwaro Mogi ibiro paro gik motimore odiochieng' ma kawuono e nyim od bura kapok gidhi gi luto ombulu ne ketho mar 9 en ni jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua koromo saa 8 mar odiochieng' ma kawuono ne obedo matuo kendo chenro mane onego dhi nyime mar dhoge kod senators ne ok odhi nyime kendo ne nitiere kwayo mar mondo mi chenro ni nochwal nyaka chieng' tich 2 mane odagi kendo iwacho ni lai mar 2 ni nyalo time chieng' ngeso mano bende ne ok odhi nyime kane giluto ombulu mar mondo mi chenro ni norum odiochieng' ma kawuono kendo senators kaluwore kod gigo mane gigolo chenro margi ne onego bed ni timo e kind tich 3 kod tich 4 matiende ni kanochopo otieno ma kawuono ne onego bed ni giseluto ombulu ewi ketho madonjgo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Chenro madhi nyime gi lak seche gi wang' jowi mari kanyo en chenro mar luto ombulu ewi ketho 11 mane donjne godo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Nyaka gie sani Nyakwaro Mogi ketho 8 gin mago ma oselute ombulu. Kamano kaparo ni ketho mokwongo ne oyude kanyo kod ketho ka senators 53 yie godo 13 ne otamore. Ketho mar 2 senators 39 ne odagi, 28 ne oyie. Ketho mar 3 senators 45 ne odagi, 19 ne oyie. Ketho mar 4 51 ne oyie ni entiere kod ketho, 16 ne odagi. Ketho mar 5 49 ne oyie, 16 ne odagi, 2 ne oketho ombulu. Ketho mar 6 48 ne oyie, 1 ne okethore, 18 ne odagi. Ketho mar 7 52 ne oyie, ne odagi, 1 ne oyie, 14 1 ne okethore, 14 ne oyie. Ketho mar 8 40 odagi, 27 ne oyie. Warito ketho mar 9 ma odonjnego mondo mi senators olute ombulu. Nyakwaro Mogi kaluwore kod mano jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua oseyud kod ketho 4. Ketho mokwongo, ketho mar 4, ketho mar 5 gi ketho mar 6 duto oseyude godo ka entiere kod ketho ka senators chopo kwan madwarore ma 45 ma luto ombulu manyiso ni oseyude kod ketho. Kakoro kati luto ombulu mondo gichop 11 kaka dwarore, kako chungie sani senators osithicho oko e kom jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Senators dhi nyime kod luto ombulu, odong' ketho 3, mar 9, mar 10 gi mar 11 kaka onene wang' jowi mari kanyo. Par ni luto ombulu ni itimo e yor lony manyasani kendo itime achiel kachiel ka ji duto to neno kaka otimore. Gima orito gi lak sechegi en ni mondo gidhi nyime kod luto ombulu e ketho mar 9, ketho mar 10 to kod ketho mar 11. Kata giluto ombulu ka ketho go duto ok giyude godo, to ni dwaro mana ketho achiel kende, ma nyiso ni nyaka gie sani oseyude kod ketho. To ka oseyude kod ketho, emomiyo weche matuch gie sani en ni Gachagua othich oko, od buch Senet osiro od bura ma malo e thich oko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Gimodong' en luto ombulu e ketho mar 9, ketho mar 10 gi ketho mar 11, aeto wabiro ng'eyo kwan ketho ma senators oyude godo gi kwan ketho mane onge godo e 11 manochwal e nyim od bura kod Mwengi Mutuse mane ochwalo dwaro kod paro mathiche oko e kom e nyim od bura mamalo, kama bang'e kane od bura mamalo ne oseluto ombulu kele nyim od buch Senet, kama kweth mar od bura kaachiel kod kweth ma jalup jatend piny nobedo kod thuolo mar wacho dhogi kendo yango ne senators ketho duto mane donjne godo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Kaka winjo kanyo, wadhi e ketho mar 9 kendo senators bobedo kaluto ombulu kaka oseyang kod Speaker Amason Kingi. Wang' jowi mari kanyo gichako luto ombulu e ketho mar 9. Kanyo odonjore gi tije mag ofwamb kich, mano National Security Intelligence Service. Entiere kod ketho, kosonge kod ketho, senators luto ombulu. Kochopo 45 matiene giyude kod ketho, ka ok ochopo Nyakorom Gajwang' e ketho mar 9 nenore ka gima jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua oyud kod ketho. 46 osiro, 1 okethore, 20 odagi, matiene giyudo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua kod ketho e ketho mar 6 ma pod kwan pod ok ochung', end of voting, gitieko luto ombulu. Senators 46 oyude kod ketho, 1 oketho ombulu, ka senators 20 gin mago ma osiro. Mano kelo ketho mar 5 kuma 11 moseyud godo jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua. Waito dhi e ketho mar 10, Nyakorom Gajwang'. Biro paro ni kinde machendo makamane dhi nyime, jogo magino kil mag jalup jatend piny ne owuok e od bura kendo ne gitwak kod jofwambo ka ging'ur e wi chenro no madhi nyime seche ma jal magichung'ne to tuo kendo nitiere kar thieth. Wabiro neno ni gibiro kawo okang' mane to ka Senet ne odhi nyime kod chenro margi. Chenro makamano chakre odiochieng' manyoro, Nyakorom Gajwang' ka waparo ni kendo kweth go duto nigi chenro mar wacho korka korgi nyime od bura mar Senet. Senators medo bedo gi thuolo mar twak kendo achiel kachiel wadhi e ketho mar 10. Ketho mar 10 en iwacho ni nowuok e lela kendo nyiso ni ok omiyo luor jatend piny William Ruto. Insubordination. Ilute ombulu ka Nyakorom Gajwang'. Kendo ewi mano senators odagi kaka nenore. Ewi mano nyakwaro Mgajwang' oonge kod ketho kaluwore kod kwano ombulu mengo osego kanyo. Do ng'at achiel makia ni ombulu neno dhi lwar kanye kata ok oluto ombulu. Ombulu ne lwar e jogo makwedo ni ne ok odhi ataro gi wach mar iwacho ni insubordination, remio luor jatend piny mano William Ruto kodhi ataro kod mago mosewacho. Mano ketho mar 10. Senators odong' kod ketho achiel kende maluto ombulu nyakwaro Mgajwang'. Kendo ketho mar 10 ok oyude kod ketho, ne ok odhi ataro kata mana rem. Nyakwaro Mgajwang' e wang' jowi mari kanyo tok luto ombulu mar ketho mar 10, warito ketho mogik mar 11. Aeto wabiro nyisi ni e kwan gi duto gin adi moyude kod ketho, gin mage manonge kod ketho, to gin mage ma od buch Senet odagi ni onge kod ketho. Par ni dwaro mana ketho achiel kende Nyakwaro Mgajwang'. Warito mondo mi Speaker mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi ochiw thuolo ne senators mondo mi koro giluto ombulu e ketho mar 11. Speaker mar od buch Senet oseketo mondo senators luto ombulu e ketho mar 11. Wach mare wacho ni osiko ochando jotije piny owacho, wacho ni persistently bullying state and public officers. Gidho ngere. Yes. Nyakwaro Mogi seche ma senators luto ombulu e ketho mar 11 mabong'isi kaka en chal ka gima senators odagi ni kanyo onge kod ketho kosebedo kochando jogo ma gin tije mag piny owacho. Wantiere kod okil Komolo. Okil erokamano kuom yudo thuolo e odiochieng'ni ma piny Kenya ndiko historia kendo waneno gima pok notimre pacho ka. Wachnwa korka kori gie sani waluonge ni jalup jatend piny machon koso poden jalup jatend piny to ka senators gi oseluto ombulu mathiche oko e apisi. King'iso jopiny ni to ni dwaro ni oyude gi ketho adi eka mondo mi odhi dala.
Gima jatimore e weche sirkal gi en ni ka od bura osekalo motion machalo impeachment notiketo gazette notice. Koro akia koro osebedo gazetted ne obedo impeached, lakini kura osego. Koro chalo gima oyiere mbunge to pok olandi gi IEBC. Poko gino ne poko IEBC oketie gazette oyiere. Koro nyalo mbunge iluonge ni MP elect. Koro gima timore ni en adier ni Gachagua to osegol, lakini an ok anyal tiyo gi dok ma kisungu miluongo ni formal nikech pok aneno gazette notice.
Kamano.
Lakini naneno motion mokalo cha nikech idwaro mana achiel kende. Aneno motion mokwongo chandre monoka ng'ani wach ne orumo modongo to nyalo dhi kaka dhi mopogore opogore.
Kamano.
Koro gima biro timore ka en ni Kakiro bende wacho ni ker nigi ndalo 14 mondo oyier ng'at machielo. Aeto koseyiero tele bunge od bura matin. To miluongo National Assembly to od bura matin nigi ndalo 60.
Kamano.
Mondo o approve ng'at moyiero nero. Ok aneno nying moyiero. Lakini chalo na gima aneno ka mbui ka aneno ka jiwo mang'eny chalo gima biro yiero ng'ato. Ok chal gima bukinyo pok oyiero.
Koro okil mana mapiyo piyo kapok wadok e Senate mondo winjane. Iparo ni ang'o madhi timore e kind kawuono sani ma wantie nikech pod pok wadonjo odiochieng' ma tich abich. Ang'o madhi timore, ang'o manyalo timore sani gi odiochieng' makiny? Wanyalo neno ka inyalo ket gimoro e gazet koso inyalo yang ng'at mo machielo. Ang'o manyalo timore e thuolo machuok ni kapok ochopo odiochieng' makiny okinyi?
Ariyo ga pati biro timore kaluwore kaka oseneno ka otim gi chok mosekalo. Aparo ni ka senators owuok ne
Kamano.
Ka senator adjone tipo neno mbui ni gise gazet impeachment.
Yes.
Aeto gibiro chako mayo Gachagua gik mang'eny, gibiro mayo security e chal kamago.
Kamano.
Aeto mar ariyo ibiro neno nying mar nikech bloggers make ker naneno pako ng'ato.
Kamano.
Moro nying ng'ato biro bedo gazeted. Lakini ok rochop kiny saa ariyo kapok ong'eyo gik mang'eny.
Iparo ni gima kama nitiere e chik, is it within the law? En gima nitiere e chik ma ginyalo timo kata sama gitime sa asaya? En gima nitiere chik ma ginyalo kata time sani, ok ni nyaka rit nyaka piny yawre kata ang'o? En gima nitiere chik ni ginyalo time sa asaya?
Kane waloko katiba ne ok wawacho sama gaset notice wuoke. Ne ok wuok saa 7 otieno.
Kamano.
En mano specify chieng' ma obedo dated. Koro inyalo gole haraka kata kero nyalo mayiero ng'ato kata sani. En ni Kenya osebedo gi dawa mang'eny kopo ni ng'ato chamo muma sama piny yuso kata sama opondo kaka Tino Kibaki nochamo muma chande.
Kamano.
Gimomiyo nowacho ni gigi dwaro ni
itime ler.
Dwaro ni gitime ler, dwaro ni penjo ji maonyi gige chal kamago.
Ka penjo mana kendo en ni koro jalup jatend piny nitiere kod okang' mane modong' go monyalo kawo nikech seche moko onyalo dhi e doho koso onyalo weyo dhi e doho. Okang' mane pani odong' godo kaka ng'at ma koro osethicho oko e kom?
Mole mana do kwa menano ji samoro goyo giendi. Do ne ma ng'at man go ng'at ma onge go dhiega.
Kamano.
Koro katiba ok otame dhi e doho mondo wach kes samoro ok owinje maber. Lakini doho bende odak mana Kenya ka jok ma dhi e doho ok wan gini.
Kamano.
Wadak e Kenya ka waneno ji jogi ineno ka gipok otimore. Samoro neno weche siasa nyaka kwadonje lakini en gi ratiro mar dhi e doho kes tapani en motegno.
Kamano.
Ore kaka inino samoro tera raka ahinya. Samoro bende weche gi ok owinji. Samoro bende gik miwacho ni okwalo kande king'iye maber to ka kot malong'o mado ma kawaida ma ok mar siasa mag Senet gi bunge matin ni.
Kamano.
To ng'eny gi to ne oketho kalo. Koro bro apano bro dhi e doho mondo penj ni process be nodhi maber. Wach kata ni substance nikech process en mana kaka onego dhi gi kaka onego wuo. Mar ariyo substance en ni bende gik mibedo wachno timo gi boti madieri mane apane de timo ka mbele ka to samoro jogo sepangore ok ang'eyo no bondo oda kala kono ame kiny to nyalo bedo maber kode to kono ame kiny to samoro gigi dhi piyo nikech wuok tich shade bende holiday.
Koro in kaka okil mok inindo koni kata inindo kocha, chenro ni duto bende otae kowuok e od bura nyaka sani wachopo koro wantiere od Senet ma koro sani koro yangore no thiche nikech iwacho ni idwaro mana ketho achiel kende to kaluwore kod gigi duto kaluwore gi kwan makawo ka oyud gi ketho 5 kuom 11 matin 6 owit oko. Ineno ka chenro ni gitime kaluwore kod pen chike in kaka okil mok inindo koni kod kocha?
Adier en amor kenda kuyo. Amor ni katiba ne wakelo niendi wacho ka gik machal kama gitimo. kendo ne osebedo kata kosebedo kotimore karibu jumbe 2-3 wang'eyo ni koa kata odhi kama to odhi kama masani koro wae Senet wang'eno dhi e doho
Kamano.
Pinje mang'eny onge gima chal kamano koro wabor kamano nikech chon ne riembo gi news bulletin mane president golo saa 7. Akuyo ni odwaro ni kode nikech weche rule of law wajawadi chande nikiwacho ni ng'ato omayo chiliel gimoro.
Yes.
Onego winj duond chiliel. Wang'iya to bende nitiere fair compensation nikech ma familia achiel ing'eni ok idwa pogo joka ng'ato. Kiwacho ni ng'ato kwalo pesa otimo money laundering biro ng'iewo gik moko investigation wang'eni ko ng'iewo hotel adieri to pesa no akanye.
Okil, kar weche mag omenda ma wacho ni money laundering to senators ok oyude kod ketho. Aneno ka giluto ombulu kendo gidagi. E weche ma otenore kod iwacho ni Gachagua othichoko weche mag rito dhoge. Inyalo wacho ang'o kanyo nikech senators oyude gi ketho kanyo no rito dhoge ahinya te weche mag arita ma iye donjore e chenro mag NIS.
Ok ing'eyo ni bende wuon be nobiro gi ofise mopogore opogore ma timo money laundering be ne wuoye kiwacho mang'eny be ne wuoye jowa mang'eny oseluongi ka national provision ne inside GND mane gima temo wacho ni kiwacho ni ngani endi ja kabila ngani wuo marach tere ir commission gene nigi powers mas luonge mapenje matim nonro nongo ne ng'ani notimo gini adieri ema koro dhigi e bunge
kamano
koro mato ne ok otimore giwacho ni ma ni en process mag siasa lakini ng'eyo kiwacho ni ng'ato kwalo
kamano
to nego bed ni DPP nyaka bed ni jaje madrum kiwacho ni ng'ato otimo gina ne ilongo nang'o kwalo mwandu sirikal nipigo asset recovery kuro mane mama okamorgo
kamano
mane maparo ni do bro ng'iyo maber ni to kidwa impeach ng'ato kata mbara governors to step en nang'o kiwacho ni otimo gimoro to nitiere office katiba monego bed ni ng'iyo wach to marum koko dhi mbele Senet koso Senet nyalo machako mare kata ka weche dhi konyo chande kora paro ni mane gima otimore kaendi lakini oseomera osetimore.
Erokamano Laktar Eric Omolo manokil kuom loso kodwa kendo miwa pachi e odiochieng'ni ma piny Kenya ndiko historia. Erokamano kuom yudo thuolo nyakwara mogi e waloso kanyo kod Laktar Eric Omolo e yor simb ong'we yamo. Oyudo thuolo mag kodwa mbaka e kinde ma piny Kenya ochopo e odiochieng' mar historia. Winja ni gima spika mar od Senet wacho gie sani. Yes, Speaker.
Ayes 28, nays 39, abstention 0. So the nays have it. Charge number 3, ayes 19, nays 45, abstention 3. So the nays have it. Charge number 4, the ayes at 51, nays at 16, abstention at 0. The ayes have it. Charge number 5, ayes 49, nays 16, abstention 2. So the ayes have it. Charge number 6, ayes at 48, nays at 18, abstention 1. So the ayes have it. Charge number 7, the ayes 13, nays 53, abstention 1. So the nays have it. Charge number 8, ayes 27, nays 40, abstention 0. So the nays have it. Charge number 9, ayes 46, nays 20, abstention 1. So the ayes have it. Charge number 10, ayes 22, nays 45, abstention 0. The nays have it. Charge number 11. The ayes 18, nays at 47, abstention 2. So the nays have it. Now, honorable senators, the result of the division indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B, and C, 27(4), 73(1)(a), and 2B, 75(1)(c), and 129(2) of the Constitution, and Article 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. 4. Gross violation, ground number 4. Gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. Ground number 5. Gross violation of Articles 3(1) and 148(5)(a) of the Constitution and the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. Ground number 6, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under Sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. Ground number 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President and a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined work of the National Security Intelligence Service and its officers. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Article 145(7) and 151(b) and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 78(8) of the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Accordingly, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, ceases to hold office. I thank you. You may rise, honorable senators. Now, honorable senators, there being no business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 22nd of October, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Ramogi kakineno e wang' jowi mari kanyo koro nyiso ni chenro ma thicho ko jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua orumo. Od buch Senet oyude kod ketho 5 kuma 11 mane odonjne godo e nyim od burano. Ketho mokwongo, ketho mar 4, ketho mar 5, ketho mar 6 kaachiel kod ketho mar 9. Duto manokel mondo mina isome kinde mane somo pach jopiny mane od bura mano mamalo ne ochiwo thuolo mondo mine tim gi dho ngere kinde public participation. Gik moko 11 duto mane okel mondo mine isome otas kuom gi kanyo. Ketho mokwongo, ketho mar 4, ketho mar 5, ketho mar 6 kod mar 9 duto gin mago ma Senator Solute Ombulu ni Gachagua nitiere kod ketho. Saa 5:32 mano e od buch Senate. Speaker mar od buch Senate Amason Kingi oyango ni Rigathi Gachagua koro ok en jalup jatend piny ma pacho kama tieni senators ogole apisi kaka jalup jatend piny. Nyakwarom Gajwang' ibiro paro ni ma e jalup jatend piny mokwong golie kom e bwo katiba manyien ma pacho ka. Katiba manyien ma pacho ka oganda jo Kenya ne olutone ombulu mondo mino chak tiyo e higa ma 2010 mano 2010. Kendo wasebedo kod telo mopogore opogore. Wasebedo kod jolup jotend piny e bwo katiba manyien chakre higa ma 2010. Jalup jatend piny masani en jatend piny mano William Samuel Ruto, ka jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne bedo jatend piny mar ariyo e bwo katiba manyien. Kendo nyakoro Mgajwang' gie sani kaka en no ogole kom kendo koro kobed jalup jatend piny. Mana kadogi mapiyo piyo gik manotimore odiochieng' ma kawuono mondo mi ayang ni wuodhni ne chalo nade. Odiochieng' manyoro nyakoro Mgajwang' ema nochwal gima kama e nyim od buch Senet, kendo senators ne ochako twak e wiye. Kweth mar od bura moteli kod Mwengi Mutuse kaachiel kod okil mane ochung' ne od bura kamoting'o senator kamoting'o kanyo gavana ma Siaya James Orengo ne obedo gi thuolo mar mondo mi ne gichung'ne od bura. Parni motelo ne mano, kweth mar jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua kapok ne ogole e kom ne otemo dagi mondo mi kik James Orengo men gavana ma Siaya mondo mi ochung' kendo oyal ne od bura kalore ni ng'atno mane ondiki. Kata kamano kweth mar od bura ne obedo gi thuolo mar loso kendo yango korgi manoweyo ka Speaker mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi oyiene mondo dhi nyime kod chenro makama. Mwengi Mutuse ne obedo kod thuolo malach mar yango ne od buch Senet ketho 11 go. Kabende gimidendo ni dongere mar cross examination no tim kod kweth mar okil mago mag jalup jatend piny gi kinde no Rigathi Gachagua. Bang'e senators nobedo gi thuolo mar bende somo kendo bende penjo kotenore kod mano. Odiochieng' ma kawuono ne odiochieng' mar mane jalup jatend piny kalore kod od buch Senet mar mondo gin bende giwang korgi. Kata kamano nyakoro Mgajwang' koro mosaboro ma odiochieng' ma kawuono saboro gi nus tok od buch Senet nosedhi e yueyo. Kweth motel ne mane jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua no biro kendo yango ni obedo matuo kendo ne ok onyal chopo e nyim od buch Senet. Mano kar saboro gi nus noweyo ka Speaker mar od buch Senet Amason Kingi golo chik mondo mi od buch Senet odhi e yueyo nyaka sa 11 kama ne gigeno ni koromo sa 11 ne gibedo gi thuolo mar yudo jalup jatend piny kane pok githiche oko mondo mi obi owach kor ka kore e nyim od buch Senet. Mano ne ok otimore. Paul Mwite motelo ne kweth mane ochung' ne mane en jalup jatend piny kalore ni senators osegole kom ne oyango ni entiere kar thieth ma Karen kendo ne nitiere dwaro mar mondo mi ne chwal chenro ma kama nyaka chieng' tich ariyo juma manyien ma od buch Senet ne dhi chako bedo kod bet. Nyakoro Ramogi senators ne obedo kod thuolo matek mar yango kaka chenro ma kama ne dhi nyime kaluwore ni pend chike mane gisomo ni chenro ma kama ne gotim e bwo ndalo 10 kaluwore kod senators ndalo 10 go ne rumo chieng' ngeso jumani ma kiny tich abich to ngeso. Ne gibedo kod thuolo mar luto ombulu poni ne gidhi nyime kod chenro ni kaka ne gichano mondo rumo odiochieng' ma kawuono koso ne ginyalo chwale nyaka chieng' ngeso. Mano ma senators mathoth iwacho ni by majority ne omi thuolo mondo mi ne giwach kor ka korgi mathoth noyie mondo gidhi nyime kod chenro odiochieng' ma kawuono nyakwaro Mgajwang' kendo emokelowa nyaka gie sani. E diere kanyo moko kuom senators noneno kowuok oko mar yango ni ok en gima kar dhi nyime gi chenro machal kama. Jogo magin okil mag mane jalup jatend piny kapok ne othiche oko ne oyango ni ok en gima kare dhi nyime kod chenro makama ka jalup jatend piny owuon miyalo owuon ento entiere kar thieth. Kata kamano chenro ne odhi nyime. Kinde machielo ne dhi nyime nyakwaro Mgajwang' nobedo gi thuolo mar neno laktar Gikonyo ma en laktar mar mane jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua kendo noyango ni en ng'atno ma paro nyalo ne kelo ne tuo mano stress kaka ne oloso. Kuro beno nene jaod bura Gathoni wa Mushomba Ketu Waruguru kane giyango ni gin ne gidhi kanyo mar chung' kod jogo magin familia mage kaachiel kod jotich. Kendo laktar Gikonyo nowacho ni odwaro seche 72 eka ne gol lipot. Nyakwaro mo kapok wadhi nyime gi yango ni mago mane timore lipota marwa ma bende en achiel kuom reporters mag Alon Media Stephen Leto loso kod moko kuom senators magi sani wuok e buch Senet. Wawinjane kaka wachno kata gin gang'o i wachno.
Ameweza kuweka katika Senate ya Kenya kwamba amegonjeka, hakuweza kupata nafasi ya kuwa kuulizwa maswali yale ambaye yameletwa na yule MP ambaye ameleta malalamisho haya. So tunataka kusema ya kwamba haiko fair, si sawa. So mimi nataka kusema kwamba Deputy President hajapata nafasi ya kuwa cross examined, na hiyo inamaanisha ya kwamba hii jambo si sawa.
Asante. That is the Senator for Kajiado Seki and Senator for Nyandarua, Senator Methu. What do you take of the decision that the Senate has taken this evening?
Well, this is a political decision that has been made. We have been able to try and test the evidence. Everybody, even those who are at home, can be able to tell that we didn't meet the threshold that would be required to remove the person of the level of a deputy president. So I actually feel that this is not a motion that can be able to stand in a court of law that will be able to look at the facts and the evidence that has been provided in such a motion of that magnitude.
Thank you, Senator for Nyandarua. We will be able to get more senators also just giving their views. Senator Nyutu, tell us, what do you take of the decision that has been arrived at now that has made Rigathi Gachagua a former deputy president?
Thank you very much, Leto. And I think I don't want to agree with you that he's a former deputy president, because as you know, of course, we also have recourse in law, because this is a process, this is something that was done in a very prejudicial way. You remember, because you know you are reporting, the deputy president is taken ill in the afternoon, and people did not care. They decided to continue with voting, and they did not even want to consider that his legal team decided to leave. We are Africans. We cannot condemn a man that is admitted in hospital, and I think it's a sad day for Kenya, and I think we will have our day in court, and I want to believe that the courts are going to overturn this most unfair trial process and the judgment passed by my colleagues, the senators.
Thank you so much, Senator Nyutu. They are giving us, but of course we have also members of the other house who are also present in the Senate. The Member of Parliament for Mbeere North. Tell us, what does the National Assembly take of this? And we see, are we going to see National Assembly have a sitting tomorrow, as was scheduled in the order paper?
Yes, tomorrow National Assembly will sit at 9:30 a.m. in the morning to deliberate on what the entire process of impeachment. We have seen Article 145 and Article 150 of the Constitution taking in place, where the members of the National Assembly as well as the members of the Senate have insisted the Constitution of Kenya is supreme. We, as the state officers who have been given different positions in trust by the people of Kenya, we must be committed to remain truthful. We must be committed to do what is right as far as our offices are concerned. Article 10 of our Constitution, which talks about the national values and the principles of governance, is key for any state officer, whether it's a member of parliament or the governor or a president or a deputy president. We have seen the constitutionality of our institutions, of our offices coming into play this tonight. And I think the Senate has done a good work. The Speaker of the Senate has proved to be to espouse sermonic wisdom in making a very proper ruling so that we can have the kind of determination which they have come up with. So we expect the President to make immediate nomination of who to be the holder of the office of Deputy President, so that we can be able to make a decision tomorrow morning, and Kenya can be able to move forward as one nation, one people, under one flag, united, and one indivisible nation, standing strong together under one constitution of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also, we are seriously, vouching for Professor Kindiki Kithure to hold to be nominated as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya so that we can move forward as one nation, one people, one flag.
Thank you. The two of you are in similar suits. Was that you are also in the Senate chamber?
Yeah.
What do you take of the decision and why were you there as a member of Parliament?
yangu ni kusema asante kwa Senate ile kazi ambayo wamefanya nzuri, na kwanza Parliament ilifanya kazi nzuri ya kwamba wakati huu ndio tunaweza kupata candidate, ndio tunaweza kupata deputy president ambaye ni deputy president ana ukabila, sio Mkamba, sio Mluya, sio Mmasai, sio Mmeru, sio Mjaluo wala Mkalenjin. Deputy governor yule, deputy speaker, president yule tuunganisha watu wote na wafanyakazi wote. Eti ya kwamba William Samoei Ruto alikuwa amezuiwa, alikuwa amesikwa mguu na huyu mtu. Ndipo tunasema kwamba kuondoka kwake William anaenda kuamka na project. Na ndio wanaambia wa Kenya, mungoje William Samoei Ruto within 1 year tutaona Kenya ikiamka. Eti ya kwamba yeye ataunganisha watu yote. Na pia viti zikipeanwa. Yasemekana kwamba hii kiti ilikuwa ni Mount Kenya. Na kama ni Mount Kenya, hata Mount Kenya East Meru ni Mount Kenya. Eti ya kwamba sisi tulimpatia mzee Jomo Kenyatta miaka 15 kama rais. Tukampatia Kibaki miaka 10 kama rais. Tukampatia Uhuru Kenyatta miaka 10 kama rais. Tukampatia Rigathi miaka 2 kama naibu wa rais. Wasaizi yote ilikuwa ni Mount Kenya West. Wasaizi kia Mount Kenya East kwa Kithure Kindiki. Hata sisi wa Meru, sisi wa Embu, sisi wa Mbere, sisi wa Tharaka tutafurahia kwamba tumeweza kuonja matunda ya uhuru. Sio vile ambaye inakuwa ni vita, wakati wa vita Mount Kenya inakuwa nyazi. Wale wakiwa ng'ambo ile nyingine wakiangalia Meru wanaona kwamba ni mti yetu. Vita ikiisha mlima na mia, wakati huu ule mlima Bwana Samoei Ruto ameiweka chini na tunajua kwamba hii kiti inakuja kwetu Meru na Mheshimiwa Kithure Kindiki kama naibu wa rais.
Asante Bwana Mpuri Aburi. Those are of course sentiments coming from members of parliament and senators who continue to be at the side. Quickly, maybe we are joined by also Kisumu Senator Professor Tom Ojienda. We saw 5 charges out of 11. Is that an indictment enough?
It is one charge is an indictment enough. Just one charge. You need not prove more than one charge. Out of the 11 charges, 5 were proved, and it just demonstrates the judicious nature of Senate proceedings, because what Senate does is that it proceeds in accordance with the evidence that is proffered or given in the trial. We took time. It's been 2 days listening to both sides, listening to the parliament, Mutuse, and listening to the defense by the respondent. The deputy president was there throughout yesterday and today till lunchtime. Then he fell ill. But because of the timelines donated or mandated by the Constitution, we had to proceed because only the 16th and 17th had been gazetted for this hearing. If this hearing did not proceed consecutively as required by the law, this impeachment would have been overtaken by events. Counsel Mwite had requested for Tuesday. Tuesday would have been out of time. This impeachment would have collapsed.
So, as Senate Professor, has Senate sealed all the legal loopholes that was necessitated or triggered by the taking ill of the Deputy President, now former?
Every procedure under the rules was explored. When we convened at 2:30 for the evidence of the Deputy President, an adjournment was given to 5 p.m. to enable Counsel report. At 5 p.m., he reported that the Deputy President, he had not had communication with the Deputy President. They thereafter withdrew from the chamber. Every opportunity to be had was afforded to the parties. Remember, the Deputy President was in chambers since yesterday, today, up to past lunchtime. So, and Counsel did not provide medical reports. Counsel did not tell the Senate which doctor was treating him. Counsel did not explain whether or not he had access to him. He said he did not have access. He just came to chambers, indicated that he could not reach the Deputy President, and then he left. So I think in terms of affording the defense an opportunity to defend themselves, there was every opportunity. But also remember, we had all the documents, all the impeachment, and that is why only 5 of the 11 charges succeeded. Not all succeeded. So I think Senate was not only judicious, but it took into account every defense that was filed and brought to its knowledge.
Yes, the Senate made a landmark decision this evening. And where does this decision of the Senate tonight put holders of public office?
It's a check and balance. It shows that Senate not only does oversight under Article 96 of the Constitution, but Senate is discharging its mandate as donated by the Constitution in a strict sense. It interprets strictly Article 10 of the Constitution on public accountability. And that is important because this is a country where every community has a say. We are one country, we must pull together, and that is important. Every public officer should know that they have a responsibility to serve every citizen of this country.
Thank you. Those are just reactions from the senators who took part in tonight's session where they debated and later on voted to, impeach Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. And that decision we are now awaiting to see a formal communication from Senate Speaker Emerson Jeffa Kingi through a special Gazette notice just to notify the country that the Senate has made this decision to impeach Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and that now rolls over to the National Assembly and to other agencies in terms of the appointing authority for replacement and of course the approvals from the National Assembly and subsequent processes that will therefore follow. But you've heard from Rigathi Gachagua's allies who voted not to impeach him that they are weighing options of going to court to challenge and have the court overturn this decision. Now question remains, will it be tomorrow, and will that succeed, and will that stop whatever will have been planned following the Senate decision tonight? And so we continue to just wait and see whether again that Gazette notice will come out tonight, and of course tomorrow the National Assembly to hold a sitting with regard to the decision that has been made by the Senate. And so the gang, we continue to hold a brief from this end and see what transpires here, and as and when we get anything we need to brief you, definitely will do so. Yvonne.
En Stephen Leto ne na chil kuom reporter magwa Royal Media Service. Agino bro manyo an be Chris Owino mondo miyogo kodwa mbaka kata kamano ka onge kanyisa kanyo ni Chris Owino osebedo kod odiochieng' mapek nikech ne entiere e od bura mar Senate, kata kamano gi sani entiere e yo mar biro ikore odhi e gwenge mag Kwale nikech obiro bedo ka wantiere kod nyasi ma piny Kenya chieng' Jumapil. Nyakwara mogi mana ka yangu ni mago motimore mondo mi bed kod ng'eyo. Senator ma Kisumu Tom Ojenda oloso kanyo kod Stephen Leto kendo yango no kanyo maber ni od buch Senate ne dwaro mana ketho achiel kende mondo mayud godo Rigathi Gachagua, to oyude gi ketho 5. Oyango ni kaka Senate gitiyo kod lony kendo kaka Senate ging'iyo iketho go duto emomiyo e ketho 11 go auchiel kuomgi gore piny, matiende niya e ketho mane donjo godo Gachagua e 6 go jogo manokelo ketho go ne ok nyal yango makare ni senators, omiyo 6 go ogore piny. Ketho 5 gibedo gi thuolo mar yudo ni manen jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne ntiere kod ketho. Yango kanyo ni kaluwore kod pen chike ma pacho ka ntiere kinde moketi mago timeline monego bed ni chenro makama ichake kendo itieko. Kweth mane ochung'ne manen jalup jatend piny Rigathi Gachagua ne okwayo nomigi nyaka tich 2. Tom Ojenda yango kanyo ni mano ne dhi weyo ka chenro makama oruombore piny kata ogore piny nikech kochopo chieng' tich 2 ne dhi bedo ka gisedhi oko mar kinde mochiw kata timelines mag pend chike ma pacho ka. Giyango ni giluwo kenge duto madwarore kech moko kuom jogo mochung'ne jalup jatend piny ma osedirta ne oyango ni ang'o momiyo yale to tuo. Giyango ni od buch Senate ne ochiwo chenro duto ma dwarore. Waneno kanyo Senator Methu Seku kachiel kod Nyutu gin senators ma bende ne siro jalup jatend piny. Oyango ni pod gintiere kod okang' moro ma ginyalo kawo ma en okang' mar dhi e doho. Nyakwara mogi piny Kenya e tielo mokwongo jalup jatend piny othicho koe kom e bwo pend chike ma pacho ka mane piny Kenya ka dhiga ma 2010 le olwar kuom jalup jatend piny mano makoro thichoko Rigathi Gachagua. Historia ondiki odiochieng' ma kawuono ma en tarik 17 dwe mar 10 higa ma 2024. Jalup jatend piny mokwongo manogoli e kom gi yor thichoko e kom kod yor bura kaachiel kod od Senet en Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua. Erokamano kuom bedo kodwa chakre chenro ne chakre juma mokadho kendo nokelo jumani odiochieng' manyoro odiochieng' ma kawuono gi e sani. Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua thichoko e kom kaka jalup jatend piny ma pacho ka gima rito en okang' midhi kaw tok ma kata kidhi ket idhi go gimoro chapa kod piny owacho to gima wang'eyo ni odiochieng' ma kiny od bura biro bedo kod bet moyiedhi machakore saa 3:30 mar okinyi. Mano mokelo e giko e chenro ni duto kaka nochwal paro madwaro thiche oko nyakoro od Senet osiro od bura mamalo kakoro Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua gole kom kaka jalup jatend piny. Nyinga Ochieng' Emmanuel.